Hey
Limbo
everyone,
micro
I
steps.
sincerely
Eon blinked.
appreciate your support.
Finally, something that
If you
isn't
enjoy
just
my
passive.
audiobooks,
He
I would be
lowered his
truly
gaze,
grateful if you could
and, as
subscribe
if
to the
responding
channel.
to his thought,
And if you'd
a
like to support
translucent
even
panel
further,
surfaced
you're
before him.
welcome to become
Lingbo
a
Weibu.
Patreon member,
Ghost-like
where you
footwork
can
acquired.
access
Move like
audiobooks
a
of
shadow.
novels as
Strike
long as
and
they are
withdraw
freely
in an instant.
available on the
Simple to
internet.
use.
Your
Impossible to
kindness
pin
and
down.
support
Ridiculous
mean
in a fight.
so much.
Yeong let out a quiet
Thank you.
laugh. With this, the Academy's agility test was a joke. Shanjing Martial Artist Academy wasn't far from his rented place. In barely 5 minutes, he had crossed 3 blocks, arriving at the gate without even breaking a sweat. He was about to step inside when the bell rang. Then a sharp voice cut in from the side. How are you still here?" Yeong paused and looked over. 2 boys were walking toward him. The one in front was tall and good-looking, face cold as ice. Behind him stood Lu Quan. Lu Quan's eyes were wide, shock written all over his face. The tall boy frowned, irritation flashing across his features. "Didn't I tell you to take him out? How is he still coming to school?" Lu Quan hurried to explain, almost stumbling over his words. "Brother Shun, I swear I don't know. He definitely drank it. It was sleeping pills. By logic, he should have been out for 3 days." Brother Shin's gaze turned even colder. "I don't want to see him again. You know what to do." Lu Quan nodded quickly. "Yes, I understand." Then he stepped forward, and the fake friendly mask on his face snapped off like it had never existed. Yeong stared at him. "I didn't think you drugged me. I actually believed we were friends." Lu Quan burst in a harsh laughter. "Friends? You've been here 2 years, and you still can't meet the first-rank standard. And you want to call me your friend?" His tone sharpened, full of contempt. "Yeong, we're almost graduating. This isn't some cute little ivory tower anymore." He jabbed a thumb towards Shen Linfeng like he was pointing at salvation itself. "Calling you brother gets me nothing. But when I grabbed Brother Shin's leg, he handed me a beast blood pill on the spot. Next day, first-rank warrior." Yi Yang's expression shifted slightly. A beast blood pill, of course. Shen Linfeng's background was no joke. 10,000 Chinese coins for 1 pill, the kind of price that made normal students stop dreaming the moment they heard it. Lu Quan leaned closer, voice dropping into something that sounded like advice but felt like a knife. "For the sake of old times, I'll give you one last warning. Quit the assessment. Drop out today, and never try to contact Tang Xiener again." He smiled like it was funny. "Do that, and you might stay alive. Otherwise, if Brother Shun gets truly angry, nobody will be able to save you." Yi Yang's brows lifted. So that was it. Tang Xiener, transferred from Yindu College, placed right beside Yi Yang. Beautiful, talented, the kind of person people whispered about even when she wasn't around. Her body refinement progress was said to be faster than even the Academy's top senior, Wei Yihui. She rarely showed up, but when she did, she casually pointed out a few training tips to Yi Yang at their desk. Yi Yang couldn't even properly grasp them because his foundation was too weak. But to someone watching from a distance, it probably looked like closeness. It probably looked like interest. And for someone like Shen Linfeng, that alone was enough. Yi Yang's gaze hardened, anger rising like heat under his skin. So, just because he exchanged a few words with Tang Xiener, they tried to knock him out for days, make him miss the assessment, and ruin his future? Yi Yang slowly exhaled. "That's vicious," he said, voice calm but cutting. "Really vicious. It's almost assessment time. What am I supposed to do?" Before dawn, Yi Yang jolted awake in his cramped rented room. He sat up fast, eyes bright, as if someone had lit stars inside them. "The strongest upgrade system," he whispered, still half in disbelief. "Is there anything it can't do?" He drew in a deep breath. Host takes a deep breath. Skill activated. Basic inner strength. Level max. Heat and power surged through his meridians like a flood breaking a dam. Yi Yang froze. "No way, are you serious?" Host widens eyes. Skill activated. Basic vision. Level max. His sight blurred for a split second. Instinctively, he pulled off his glasses. The world snapped into focus. It felt like he'd been watching life in low quality for years, then suddenly upgraded to crystal-clear Blu-ray in one tap. "This is insane," he breathed. Host speaks. Skill activated. Basic language. Level max. Yi Yang shot up from the bed, so fast he nearly slammed into the ceiling. Host moves body. Skills activated. Basic movement technique. Basic leg technique. Level max. Damn. Yi-Yang grinned, adrenaline exploding in his chest. If it's really like this, then. He dropped onto the bed and started doing push-ups. Host performs push-up. Skill activated. Basic body. Level max. Strength roared through his muscles and bones. Not the usual good workout kind of strength either. This was violent. Solid. Like his body had been reforged overnight. Heart pounding. Yi-Yang forced himself to calm down and walk to the dynamometer. He clenched his fist, then drove it forward. Bang! The machine bent and tilted like it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Numbers flashed. 10,000 kilograms. Yi-Yang's mouth fell open. Host throws a punch. Skill activated. Basic fist palm. Level max. Yesterday I was normal, he muttered, stunned. 500 kilograms. And today, I'm at 10,000. That was the limit of a 9th rank warrior. He punched again, almost afraid the first reading was a glitch. Still 10,000 kilograms. Yi-Yang finally exhaled, eyes burning with excitement. So it's real. I'm actually comparable to a 9th rank martial artist. And if that was true, then what was there to fear about the Academy's second-year assessment? A second year hitting 9th rank would shock everyone. Yi-Yang had waited too long for a day like this. Laughing under his breath, he grabbed the water cup beside him and chugged it down. Host drinks water mixed with sleeping pills. Skills activated. Water affinity, sleep resistance. Level max. Yi-Yang's smile vanished. He stared at the cup like it had bitten him. Drug. His mind instantly snapped to one person. Lu Quan. Yesterday, that best friend had acted all caring, saying he'd come help Yi-Yang train so he could pass the test. But instead, he slipped sleeping pills into his water. If Yi-Yang had stayed ordinary, that drink would have knocked him out for 2 days. The assessment would be missed. His future ruined. Yi-Yang's grip tightened until the cup creaked. What a joke. I treated you like family. Anger steadied his breath. He grabbed his school bag and walked out without hesitation, heading straight for Shangjing Martial Artist Academy. The moment he pushed open the door, morning sunlight spilled across him, warm and clean, chasing away the night's chill. Birds chirped from the treetops like the world had no idea his life had just flipped upside down. Host exposed to sunlight. Skill activated. High temperature resistance. Level max. Host hears birds chirping. Skill activated. Basic hearing. Level max. Yi-Yang checked the time. He was about to be late. A cold smile tugged at his lips, and he broke into a sprint. Now that he had the strength, speed, and endurance of a 9th rank warrior, getting to school was nothing. Host runs quickly. Basic movement technique upgraded. Lingbo micro steps. Level max. Now is the time to go to school, and more students see the three facing each other here, and they all gather here with the intention of watching the fun and not being too busy. Some students who knew the three of them spoke loudly to explain the current situation to others. This one, tall, handsome, is of course the famous young master Shen Linfeng from our Shangjing Academy. He has become an 8th order martial artist in the 3rd grade. Stepping into the realm of internal energy before graduation is just around the corner. What's more, I heard that Shen Linfeng's grades were among the best in the 1st and 2nd grades, and the 2nd place exam score was more than 100 points lower than his. Besides young master Shen is our 2nd grade Lu Quan. He is now a 1st order warrior, but he has not practiced the physical body before entering school. It's okay to become a 1st order warrior in the 2nd year. As for the last person, many people know each other, right? Yi-Yang, the tail of the Wanyan crane from our Shangjing College, is a 2nd year student, and even a 1st year freshman may not be able to play. It can be said to be very spicy. Haha, what is Yi-Yang doing? Confronting Shen Linfeng? How dare he? I don't know either, but maybe Yi-Yang offended young Master Shen? The cynicism of the people around him did not shake Yi-Yang's will at all. He may have been the past, but he who has obtained the system is no longer the Yi-Yang he used to be. The host is indifferent to cynicism and activates basic will to automatically reach full level. After thinking about everything, Yang calmed down instead. He pointed at Shin Linfeng, who had his back turned to him, and suddenly sneered, "Shin Linfeng, I know you want me to disappear from Shangjing College, but I want to change step by step in Shangjing College. Chong, I want you to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. Hold the grass. What is this guy talking about? Even if you don't have capital, you are pretending to be here. It's really timid. How dare you say such a thing? Let Shin Linfeng kneel on the ground and slap himself? TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't even think about it. What did you say?" Shin Linfeng turned around abruptly, and the tiger's eyes stared straight at Yi Yang. Lu Quan was even more furious. Shin Linfeng was his thigh. How could he be abused by trash so casually? He was so wicked that he threw a punch. Yi Yang didn't dodge or dodge, and smashed it with a punch. Boom! Lu Quan was directly hit by a punch. The host is attacked, the basic body is upgraded to Iron Cloth Shirt, and the level is automatically full. Iron Cloth Shirt. The outer skin and tendons are refined, ignoring the normal attacks of Ninth Order warriors and below. The host throws a fist to attack the enemy, and the basic fist palm is upgraded to 3 Fist of the Farmer, which is automatically full level. 3 Fist of the Farmer. 3 punches kill the old master, and the dark energy can be used in the advanced realm, which is enough to compete with the internal force martial artist. Yi Yang's chest was full of joy. Cool. It's so cool. He was punched, and he actually activated an active ability. In this world, who is more arrogant than himself? What? Lu Quan's miserable howls sounded like pigs. He really couldn't believe that he, a First-Order warrior, had no ability to resist Yi Yang, who was not even a warrior a day ago. Among the surrounding students, one by one exclaimed, "Impossible! Everyone knows Yi Yang's name at the end of the crane. Why can he defeat Lu Quan, who is a First-Order warrior? This is no longer nonsense, but a fantasy." Shin Linfeng's eyes narrowed, and with his eyesight, he could see at a glance that Yi Yang at the tail of the Wanyan crane had broken away from the ranks of ordinary people and became a warrior. But even if he barely became a martial artist, he was still a First Order. And if it wasn't for Lu Quan's carelessness just now, he would never have lost to him. Shin Linfeng knew exactly what Yi Yang's situation was. Long after he knew that Tang Xiener had chatted with him, Shin Linfeng sent someone to investigate him. Both of his parents died. He grew up in a welfare center, and his meridians were blocked, so he couldn't practice. The money for school was even paid to him by the welfare center. A waste, a typical low-level person with no money and no power. This was Shin Linfeng's first evaluation. After that, he abandoned Yi Yang's investigation. Such a person is not worthy of being regarded as an enemy by Shin Linfeng. Therefore, it is Shin Linfeng's greatest kindness to him to suggest that Lu Quan drugged him, missed the assessment, and dropped out of Shangjing College. But now Shin Linfeng has slightly put away his contempt. Yi Yang is already a First-Order warrior, and he already has the capital to not be dismissed by the academy. Okay, Yi Yang, it took a lot of money to get a beast blood pill, and you expect to be a blockbuster in the assessment? Shin Linfeng looked Yi Yang up and down again, and then said coldly. Yi Yang was non-committal. He never had the money to buy beast blood pills. As for the blockbuster in the assessment, there may have been such thoughts in the past, but now he has no more. With such a powerful system, what does a mere assessment mean to him? The first blockbuster in the assessment is already a low-level pretending to force. Since I, Yi Yang, have such a powerful strength, if I want to pretend to be a big one. Lu Quan, who got up from the ground, stared at Yi Yang a few times. You still kept saying that you were friends with me before, but now that you got the beast blood pill, you didn't even give it to me. Is that what you did as a friend? Lu Quan asked sharply. Fortunately, I saw through your character, or I will be kept in the dark. Yi Yang almost burst out laughing. Why on earth did he take him as his best friend before? This guy is now a shameless mad dog. You gave me medicine to deliberately make me miss the assessment, and you asked me why I didn't distribute the animal blood pill to you. I'm a fool. Shall I give it to you? Yeah. Yi Yang and Lu Quan used to be close friends. They went to school together and went to the toilet together, so they almost didn't wear a pair of pants. Yi Yang didn't even give Lu Quan the beast blood pill. Really? Stingy. A boy with glasses whispered. Now is the time to go to school, and more students see the three facing each other here, and they all gather here with the intention of watching the fun and not being too busy. Some students who knew the three of them spoke loudly to explain the current situation to others. This one, tall, handsome, is of course the famous young master Shen Linfeng from our Shanjing Academy. He has become an 8th order martial artist in the 3rd grade. Stepping into the realm of internal energy before graduation is just around the corner. What's more, I heard that Shen Linfeng's grades were among the best in the 1st and 2nd grades, and the 2nd place exam score was more than 100 points lower than his. Besides young master Shen is our 2nd grade Lu Quan. He is now a 1st order warrior, but he has not practiced the physical body before entering school. It's okay to become a 1st order warrior in the 2nd year. As for the last person, many people know each other, right? Yi Yang, the tail of the Wanyan crane from our Shanjing College, is a 2nd year student, and even a 1st year freshman may not be able to play. It can be said to be very spicy. Haha, what is Yi Yang doing? Confronting Shen Linfeng? How dare he? I don't know either, but maybe Yi Yang offended young Master Shen? The cynicism of the people around him did not shake Yi Yang's will at all. He may have been the past, but he who has obtained the system is no longer the Yi Yang he used to be. The host is indifferent to cynicism and activates basic will to automatically reach full level. After thinking about everything, Yi Yang calmed down instead. He pointed at Shen Linfeng, who had his back turned to him, and suddenly sneered, "Shen Linfeng, I know you wanted to disappear from Shanjing College, but I want to change step by step in Shanjing College. Chong, I want you to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. Hold the grass. What is this guy talking about? Even if you don't have capital, you are pretending to be here. It's really timid. How dare you say such a thing? Let Shen Linfeng kneel on the ground and slap himself? TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't even think about it. What did you say?" Shen Linfeng turned around abruptly, and the tiger's eyes stared straight at Yi Yang. Lu Quan was even more furious. Shen Linfeng was his thigh. How could he be abused by trash so casually? He was so wicked that he threw a punch. Yi Yang didn't dodge or dodge, and smashed it with a punch. Boom! Lu Quan was directly hit by a punch. The host is attacked, the basic body is upgraded to Iron Cloth Shirt, and the level is automatically full. Iron Cloth Shirt. The outer skin and tendons are refined, ignoring the normal attacks of 9th order warriors and below. The host throws a fist to attack the enemy, and the basic fist palm is upgraded to 3 Fist of the Farmer, which is automatically full level. 3 Fist of the Farmer. 3 punches kill the old master, and the dark energy can be used in the advanced realm, which is enough to compete with the internal force martial artist. Yi Yang's chest was full of joy. Cool. It's so cool. He was punched, and he actually activated an active ability. In this world, who is more arrogant than himself? What? Lu Quan's miserable howls sounded like pigs. He really couldn't believe that he, a 1st order warrior, had no ability to resist Yi Yang, who was not even a warrior a day ago. Among the surrounding students, one by one exclaimed, "Impossible. Everyone knows Yi Yang's name at the end of the crane. Why can he defeat Lu Quan, who is a 1st order warrior? This is no longer nonsense, but a fantasy." Shen Linfeng's eyes narrowed, and with his eyesight, he could see at a glance that Yi Yang at the tail of the Wanyan crane had broken away from the ranks of ordinary people and became a warrior. But even if he barely became a martial artist, he was still a 1st order. And if it wasn't for Lu Quan's carelessness just now, he would never have lost to him. Shen Linfeng knew exactly what Yi Yang's situation was. Long after he knew that Tang Xiener had chatted with him, Shen Linfeng sent someone to investigate him. Both of his parents died. He grew up in a welfare center, and his meridians were blocked, so he couldn't practice. The money for school was even paid to him by the welfare center. A waste, a typical low-level person with no money and no power. This was Shen Linfeng's first evaluation. After that, he abandoned Yi Yang's investigation. Such a person is not worthy of being regarded as an enemy by Shen Linfeng. Therefore, it is Shen Linfeng's greatest kindness to him to suggest that Lu Quan drugged him, missed the assessment, and dropped out of Shangjing College. But now Shen Linfeng has slightly put away his contempt. Yi Yang is already a first-order warrior, and he already has the capital to not be dismissed by the academy. Okay, Yi Yang, it took a lot of money to get a beast blood pill, and you expect to be a blockbuster in the assessment? Shen Linfeng looked Yi Yang up and down again, and then said coldly. Yi Yang was non-committal. He never had the money to buy beast blood pills. As for the blockbuster in the assessment, there may have been such thoughts in the past, but now he has no more. With such a powerful system, what does a mere assessment mean to him? The first blockbuster in the assessment is already a low-level pretending to force. Since I, Yi Yang, have such a powerful strength, if I want to pretend to be a big one. Lu Quan, who got up from the ground, stared at Yi Yang a few times. You still kept saying that you were friends with me before, but now that you got the beast blood pill, you didn't even give it to me. Is that what you did as a friend? Lu Quan asked sharply. Fortunately, I saw through your character, or I will be kept in the dark. Yi Yang almost burst out laughing. Why on earth did he take him as his best friend before? This guy is now a shameless mad dog. You gave me medicine to deliberately make me miss the assessment, and you asked me why I didn't distribute the animal blood pill to you. I'm a fool. Shall I give it to you? Yeah. Yi Yang and Lu Quan used to be close friends. They went to school together and went to the toilet together, so they almost didn't wear a pair of pants. Yi Yang didn't even give Lu Quan the beast blood pill. Really? Stingy. A boy with glasses whispered. Hee, you have qi and blood pill. Can you share it with me? A beast blood pill is 10,000 Chinese coins. Are you willing to give it to someone else? The short-haired girl next to him, the boy wearing glasses blushed suddenly, raised his head and said, if I have a lot of beast blood pills, I will definitely give them to my good friends. Short-haired girls reciprocate. Many families are not rich, and they are considered middle class if they can squeeze out 10,000 yuan a month to buy an animal blood pill for their own children. As for sharing it with friends? Oh, we are indeed good friends, but friendship between friends is not used like this. Yi Yang, from now on, the relationship between you and me will be completely cut off. Friendship is cut off. Lu Quan clutched his chest and said sternly. Yi Yang laughed. He was really able to act. At this time, Shen Linfeng suddenly coughed lightly, and Lu Quan's eyes suddenly rolled. The second-year assessment will start in the afternoon, and we will compete in the assessment. Yi Yang, do you dare? Yi Yang was amused. Does this count as sending him to his door to slap him in the face? Okay, what's the bet? Lu Quan glanced at Shen Linfeng without a trace, but found that his thigh was wandering in the sky, with an expression that he did not intend to mix in. He gritted his teeth and took out a glass bottle from his arms, which contained a round and full medicinal pill. The bet is a qi and blood pill. How about it? Do you dare? Lu Quan said fiercely. Qi and blood pill. How did Lu Quan get the qi and blood pill in his hands? The boy wearing glasses exclaimed. This is a second-order medicinal pill. Lu Quan's family is not rich. How could he have it? A fat man next to him also called out. The market price of a qi and blood pill is 50,000 Chinese dollars. If it is in good condition, the price is even higher. This is a big gamble. The short-haired girl also murmured. Qi blood Dan? Yi Yang had also heard some of the wealthier students in the class say that Lu Quan also had one. This is a second-order medicinal pill, which is at least 5 times better than the animal blood pill. However, why does Lu Quan have it? How about Yi Yang, dare you? If you lose, you will pay me a qi and blood pill. Lu Quan grinned. He was actually a little out of place. This qi and blood pill is actually not his, but his cousin Lu Wei temporarily stored with him. When he took it out as a bet, Lu Quan was still a little flustered, but when he thought that he still had trump cards of no use, he was not flustered at all. Even if you, Yi Yang, bought a beast blood pill with no idea where he got the money and managed to become a first-order warrior, so what? Warriors do not rely on brute force. Lu Quan didn't think that Yi Yang could defeat him with all his strength. He must have been careless just now. The reason why he is full of confidence is naturally because of his cousin Lu Wei. Lu Wei's family owns a martial arts hall. Ask him to teach him 1 trick and 2 moves, and he will definitely surpass Yi Yang, this useless piece of firewood. And once Yi Yang loses, under the witness of so many people, Yi Yang will definitely not dare to cheat. Maybe he can really get a Qi and blood pill. A no-brainer sale. Blood earned. Yi Yang took a deep look at him and coughed lightly. Okay, I promise. Lu Quan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Okay. Everyone heard it. Yi Yang agreed to the bet. In the second grade assessment this afternoon, we will compete against each other, and the bet is a Qi and blood pill. Hold the grass. Is Yi Yang crazy? You promise? I heard that this Yi Yang is an orphan. How could he have the money to compensate Lu Quan? This Yi Yang is also a lunatic who doesn't regard money as money. The short-haired girl frowned even more. She was also an orphan adopted by the orphanage, so she had some sympathy for Yi Yang at first, but not now. This guy doesn't take the money from the orphanage as money at all. What a white-eyed wolf. The short-haired girl snorted coldly and turned to leave. What are you doing here? Don't want to go to class. A cold and stern voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged figure appeared at the entrance of the academy. Everyone was shocked, and it felt like a mouse saw a cat. This is the natural coercion from the strong. Of all the people present, only Yi Yang's face remained unchanged. Just kidding. Is the basic will that you think I'm at full level fake? Can the coercion of the strong overwhelm me? The host is coerced by the strong, and the basic will is upgraded to coercion resistance, and the level is automatically full. What? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Yang. This kid is ordinary, but his mind is very firm. Hello, Master Chuan Gong. All the students bowed slightly, and Yi Yang was no exception. He has great respect for this Vice President Yang Yan. Such a person deserves respect. Chevron underscore left. Yang Yan is one of the two vice deans of the Shangjing Martial Artist Academy, and his position is the Dean of Chuan Gong. Yang Yan graduated from Yindu Martial Artist Academy and should have stayed in Yindu to enjoy life. But he resolutely left Yindu and returned to Shangjing College, working hard day and night to improve the ranking of Shangjing College in the country. Because of this, he is only 30 years old, but his temples are already gray. More importantly, in the desperate and gloomy days of the past, Yang Yan had encouraged him several times. Therefore, Yi Yang respected the vice president very much. It's understandable that young people are a little competitive, but don't rise to the level of life and death. Do you understand? Yang Yan glanced at Lu Quan again. He was an internal force warrior. He heard the conversation here from dozens of meters away and naturally understood why everything started. Lu Quan nodded quickly, sweating like rain. And you, go and prepare for the alchemy competition. Don't waste time here. Yang Yan looked at Shun Lin Feng and said sternly. Yes, Dean Yang. Shun Lin Feng nodded lightly. Don't waste your time on this kind of unnecessary competition. Since you have formed a first-order warrior by chance, continue to work hard. Yang Yan glanced at Yi Yang again and said solemnly. He had long known the existence of this student at the end of the Wanyan Crane, and he had encouraged it. But it was not that Yi Yang did not work hard, but that his innate conditions were too poor, and Yang Yan gave up later. Follow the principal's teachings. Yi Yang said seriously. Okay, let's go to class. Yang Yan swept around again and said lightly. Only then did all the students breathe a sigh of relief and slid away like wild horses. It's really not a comfortable thing to be around a master of inner strength, especially when the master of inner strength deliberately releases his coercion. Only Yi Yang showed excitement as he walked towards the second and third classes. Is this the master of inner strength? This pressure should be naturally generated after cultivating inner strength. Yi Yang suddenly remembered that when he took a breath, he seemed to have activated the basic inner strength, but then nothing changed. He also only felt a long, warm breath flowing in his body, but only the thickness of his hair. Look for a chance to peek at the battle of these internal strength warriors. Maybe I will be able to activate the internal strength ability. Yi Yang suddenly showed excitement on his face. Yi Yang quickly came to Class 2 and Class 3. The same table was empty. This arrogant girl still didn't come to class, as usual, even though it was the second grade assessment in the afternoon. Look, Yi Yang is here. Hey, do you know Yi Yang and Lu Quan made a bet just now who can win in the afternoon's assessment? And I also heard that Yi Yang beat Lu Quan to the ground with a punch at the school gate just now. Aren't they good friends? Why did they fight? There are a lot of rumors here. Some say that Yi Yang has a beast blood pill, and the result is not distributed to Lu Quan. And some say that Lu Quan hugged Shingongzi's thigh and broke up with Yi Yang. But this is all it doesn't matter. Do you know what the bet is? A ponytail girl said mysteriously, "What can I have? Whoever loses will clean the toilet. Or whoever loses will learn to bark. Or contract for a month's meal." Young people gamble a lot, and they often make bets between them, and the bets are nothing more than these. The ponytail girl smiled. "You guys are really unimaginative. Maybe you don't believe it, but their bet is a qi and blood pill. A qi and blood pill with 50,000 Chinese coins." Hiss. Everyone who heard this sentence took a deep breath. Except for a very small part. Most of the people present were born in ordinary families. 10,000 beast blood pills are already a big burden, not to mention 50,000 Chinese coins of qi and blood pills. It's not like they don't know what Yi Yang is. Why should he bet? A person who barely entered the ranks of martial artists after 2 years of schooling. How dare he take such a big gamble? In the second grade and third class, most people have come to the ranks of second-order warriors, which is also the minimum threshold for graduation from Shangjing College. For a time, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yang. There is schadenfreude, and there is pity and sympathy. But Yi Yang didn't pay attention to everything. He opened the Basic Alchemy Theory book, turned directly to the last chapter, and started to read. The host reads Basic Alchemy Theory, opens Basic Alchemy, and automatically reaches full level. Yi Yang immediately felt that the obscure words in front of him had become extremely easy to understand. He knew every term and concept clearly. In this short period of time, he has completely mastered the entire alchemy theory. It even includes Basic Alchemy Theory Part 2, which has never been studied at all. The originally unfamiliar alchemy skills were easy to come by, and Yi Yang immediately indulged in the ocean of alchemy knowledge. "Hey, Lu Quan is here too. Hey, there's a good show to watch." Lu Quan walked directly towards Yi Yang. Won't they fight again? At this moment, Lu Quan walked over to Yi Yang and saw that Yi Yang was flipping through the content of the last chapter. He immediately laughed contemptuously. "Yo, young Master Yi is actually reading the last chapter, can you understand? And even if you have made a famous alchemy, is it useful? The rank of a warrior is everything. Like me, I have almost never heard of the alchemy class, because I think this class is useless." Lu Quan suddenly laughed again. "No, maybe it's of some use to you. If you lose to me in the afternoon's assessment, you can be my alchemy slave and alchemy for Lao Tzu every day, haha." Yi Yang was immersed in the world of alchemy, and Lu Quan's voice could not even stir up a little wave when he heard it. Seeing that he didn't respond, Lu Quan snorted and left. "What are you pretending to do when you are dying? In the afternoon, I made you unable to raise your head in front of everyone," he muttered. The bell rang, and a burly female teacher strode in. As she walked, the ground seemed to tremble. The alchemy teacher, Tang Liuxiang, glanced at the audience and saw that everyone except Tang Xiener was here. She nodded in satisfaction, and then shouted, "Today's surprise alchemy exam." "What? Hold the grass." Shocked. "I fucking..." Suddenly, there was a sound of mourning in the classroom. Tang Liuxiang nodded with satisfaction. This is what he wanted. This time, we gave up the paper format and went directly to the public alchemy room downstairs to start the actual operation. This is also your first alchemy test, little guys. The refining content is naturally beast blood pill. Tang Liuxiang smiled. It's not in the form of a roll. It's a real alchemy. It's over. I can't even distinguish the medicinal materials for refining the animal blood pills, and I am also refining a chicken pill. There was mourning in the classroom again. Real alchemy. Unlike others, Yi Yang is very interested in actual alchemy, and he has long been disgusted by the paper test. And he has always wanted to use his own efforts to refine the beast blood pill, rather than spend an expensive price to buy it. 10,000. I can't even think about it. But the materials for the beast blood pill can be bought for only 1,000 yuan. Next, everyone in the second grade and third class came to the alchemy room. Everyone has their own alchemy table, and various alchemy materials are placed on the clean table. Everyone remember to read the alchemy rules. Tang Liuxiang reminded again. However, few people saw it, and everyone was busy familiarizing themselves with the instruments and materials. Luke Quan even scoffed at this. The alchemy code is a piece of shit, and I don't even look at it. Yi Yang read the alchemy rules, and then checked his materials in an orderly manner. He was amused. Tang Liuxiang actually deliberately added several materials that were not needed for refining the beast blood pill. He chuckled lightly, took out the pill furnace with ease, and then warmed the furnace with a small fire. This is a necessary step for pill making, otherwise the pill furnace will be heated unevenly, which will also have a great impact on the pill liquid. On the other hand, most of the other students didn't even warm the furnace and just took out the materials and put them in randomly. Some people couldn't even tell the material they needed, and there were drops of sweat on their faces. Tang Liuxiang walked behind everyone with her hands on her back. Her face didn't change, but her heart sank. The alchemy competition is about to be held, but Shangjing College not only lacks top-level talents, but even the students have not laid a solid foundation. Some of these students did not even recognize the most basic alchemy materials. Her face became more and more ugly, and so far, she hadn't even seen a single correct step. It was not until she walked past Su Qingyin that her face improved. This student is also one that she values very much. Although her steps and techniques are inexperienced, she can be considered confident, and it is only a matter of time before she can make a beast blood pill. When passing by Lu Quan, Tang Liuxiang was stunned for a moment. This guy has already completed the previous preparation steps and entered the real alchemy stage. Lu Quan caught a glimpse of the teacher coming and hurriedly put the alchemy theory in the drawer without a trace, and the steps had to stop. Go ahead. Tang Liuxiang walked over to him and said seriously. Lu Quan nodded, but a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He could continue to be a bitch, go on. If he hadn't secretly flipped through the book, he wouldn't even know the steps. Lu Quan gritted his teeth and turned his heart. Yes, what's next? Tang Liuxiang nodded. Lu Quan's eyes suddenly widened, and he was holding the grass, right? He froze for a moment, pondered for a moment, picked up a bowl of ice water, and was about to pour it into the pill furnace. Tang Liuxiang's eyes were wide open. She walked over at the fastest speed to turn off the flame, and then pointed at Lu Quan and said sharply, "Didn't I say it? It's not allowed to pour low-temperature water at this time. Otherwise, the pill furnace will explode. Won't you listen in class?" Her voice was so loud that the entire alchemy room looked over. Lu Quan blushed suddenly. Retraining, Tang Liuxiang said coldly. Yes. Lu Quan gritted his teeth. Tang Liuxiang walked past a few more students, shaking her head again and again, until she saw Yi Yang. Her eyes widened instantly. The control of the heat and the timing of the placement of the medicinal materials are extremely precise, as if he came out of a textbook. The action is flowing. Step by step, Tang Liuxiang couldn't even help but want to shout a good. Yi Yang, a student who is usually unknown, did not expect to be a blockbuster in the alchemy exam. Then she saw that Yi Yang had come to a crucial step, and animal blood should be added to this step. But if the timing is not good, it is very easy to cause a frying pan. In fact, this is also the most difficult point in refining the beast blood pill. Tang Liuxiang is already an excellent fourth-order alchemist, but her frying rate is still around 1/4. As for those poor alchemists, it is conceivable. She is very much looking forward to what Yi Yang will do, because young people's ideas are not restricted, and she may be able to learn something from this student's steps. Her mentor has always taught her not to be constrained by the knowledge of her predecessors, but to know how to innovate. And these children who have not systematically studied the theory of alchemy are the source of innovation. She couldn't wait to see what Yi Yang was going to do next. Then Tang Liuxiang saw that Yi Yang was stunned for a moment, because the Dan furnace suddenly became restless and swaying. She even heard the dull sound of beep-bo-beep. This is the prelude to the frying furnace. Although the pill furnace will not burst, the medicinal liquid in it will explode into a pool of charred black, losing all medicinal properties. Tang Liuxiang sighed and was about to leave. She felt that she still looked down on these students. Yes, they were not even first-order alchemists. How could they let her learn something? Friars, it's only a matter of time. But she saw Yang picked up the sap of the ice patch without hesitation and pour it directly. At the same time, without any pause, he quickly poured the animal blood. The pill stove, which was already a little restless, quickly quieted down. Tang Liuxiang showed anger. She had always told her students not to add low-temperature liquid at this time. She was on a point at Yi Yang Kai and scolded her. But she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. Instead, Lu Quan, who had been following Yi Yang's side, laughed out loud. "Yi Yang, you can't add low-temperature liquid at this time. Didn't you listen to it in class? He is very happy. This waste, as expected, is in the same place as himself. You just wait to be scolded by the teacher." Boom! A dull voice sounded, but it was Su Qingyan who blew the furnace. Many students who were secretly paying attention to this place were relieved, and even the best students were bombarded, indicating that this time their grades would generally be low, and they naturally didn't take this alchemy seriously. Anyway, as long as it's not the countdown. Lu Quan's roar naturally attracted the attention of many people who were gloating. Then they were shocked to see that Yang suddenly took off the stove cover, and a fragrant medicinal fragrance pierced into everyone's nose. The host successfully refined the Beast Blood Pill for the first time, and the Basic Pill Refining upgrades the branch skill Beast Blood Pill Mastery, which will automatically reach the full level. Beast Blood Pill Mastery. Each animal blood pill refined by the host will be solidified into the highest quality refined by the host. Hold the grass. Did it work? Did it work once? Everyone looked at it with wide eyes. Even Su Qingyan did the same. Tang Liuxiang even walked quickly to Yi Yang's side, grabbed his hand, and forcibly restrained her excitement. Did you just add ice patchouli juice to it? Yi Yang nodded. I feel that if I don't add it, I'm afraid it will fry the furnace, so I think I should add a slightly cold liquid to neutralize it. It happened that there was patchouli on the alchemy table, so I added it. Actually, I think the rootless fruit should be the best because it doesn't contain any attributes. After a pause, Yi Yang said again. Tang Liuxiang's eyes widened, grabbed Yi Yang's hand, and said seriously, "Why did you think of adding Xiaohan's sexual liquid?" Yi Yang scratched his head. It can't be said that after opening Basic Alchemy, he made up his own mind. He coughed lightly and said, "I thought of this at that moment." Tang Liuxiang stared at him and murmured, "Genius. You are a genius in alchemy. Why didn't I find out before? You stand here and wait. I'll go to the tutor right away." Tang Liuxiang seemed to remember something again and immediately ran out like a whirlwind. The entire alchemy room fell into dead silence. Lu Quan, who was waiting to laugh at Yi Yang, his smile froze on his face. "Why did you make pills in the first furnace?" "I'm laughing too far." As for the other students, it was like seeing a ghost one by one. It was the first time in my life to make alchemy, and in the first furnace, I successfully made alchemy. "Really? Tell me it's fake." Su Qingyan stared at the round, beaded beast blood pill in Yi Yang's hand with shock on her face, but she soon showed a firm gaze again. Yi Yang can do it, so can she. She is as confident as anyone else. Su Qingyan nodded and was about to put her eyes back on her alchemy platform. Then she saw that Yi Yang suddenly took out the second material. "He wants to refine the second furnace?" Su Qingyan froze for a moment and shook her head. She felt that Yi Yang was too eager to show off. Even an alchemist who has practiced for a few years cannot make 2 pots of alchemy in a row. Yi Yang's first batch was just good luck. Such good luck could not be with him all the time. The corner of Su Qingyan's mouth raised a confident smile, and she has already felt the feeling of alchemy. If she fails at most once, she will be able to successfully refine the beast blood pill. Damn it, what does Yi Yang want to do? Continue refining the second furnace? Yi Yang's actions obviously attracted the attention of other people. A classmate pushed his glasses and said in disbelief, "Does this guy look down on himself too much? It's pure shit luck that he succeeded in the first round. I don't believe that he can succeed in the second round." A girl couldn't help but said, "Hey, let's just wait and see what he looks like when he fries the furnace. If he blows up more than a dozen furnaces, I'm afraid he won't even be able to pay for the cost." Another student also sneered. As the discussion got louder and louder, almost everyone's eyes converged. Yi Yang smiled lightly. For him, who already has beast blood pill mastery, there is no unsuccessful alchemy. The reason why he wants to continue alchemy is naturally because of the alchemy rules he just read. After refining 10 beast blood pills, Yang only needs to take out 1 as the cost, and the remaining 9 belong to his private property. You can earn 90,000 Chinese coins at once. A business with no capital and great profits. Let's make a bet. I guess within 5 minutes, he will fry the furnace. How about? The classmate with glasses was about to open the market with excitement, and then everyone fell silent, because they saw Yang calmly open the lid of the furnace, and then took out a beast blood pill between his fingers. The key is that this one is even better than the last one. Don't look at me all the time and continue alchemy. Yang coughed lightly. What a ghost. The classmate who wore glasses quickly lowered his head with a confused look on his face. But this is not the end. Then they witnessed a scene that they will never forget in this life. Yang made the beast blood pills one after another, even if they never blew up. It wasn't until he finished refining all the 20 ingredients on his alchemy platform that he stopped in a hurry. Then Yang looked at other people's materials with strange eyes. The classmates next to him hurriedly protected their alchemy platform, just like a hen protects a chick. Hey, you've even finished refining the materials? Yang lined up the 20 beast blood pills, coughed lightly, and said in a deliberately moderate voice, "This world is crazy. It must be crazy." The boy with glasses muttered. There was a bang from Su Qingyan's side. Looking at the 20 beast blood pills and the smoking pill furnace, Sabanhua was a little dazed. Lu Quan's eyes turned red instantly. Those beast blood pills are all money. Yang picked up an animal blood pill and put it in his mouth. This is the first time the host takes the beast blood pill, activates erysipelas resistance, and automatically reaches full level. After a while, no other voices sounded in my mind. Yang is a little helpless. It seems that the basic body has pushed his body to the limit of the body refining realm, and all low-level medicinal pills are useless for him. Hey, I haven't tasted the taste of beast blood pill to stimulate qi and blood. It's a little hard take. However, the excess beast blood pills can be sold for money, and Yang happily put the remaining beast blood pills into his school bag. But this scene fell in Lu Quan's eyes. He rolled his eyes and immediately said loudly, "Yang, you actually stole the materials from the alchemy room. The medicinal pills that you made are not yours, but the Academy's. You can't take it for yourself." Lu Quan's voice was very sharp, successfully attracting the attention of everyone in the alchemy room. His timing was also very good, because 2 figures just appeared at the door of the alchemy room. One with a sturdy stature, big shoulders, and a round waist is naturally teacher Tang Liuxiang. The other looked nearly 70 years old, with gray temples, but he was in good spirits. He was wearing a retro jacket, floating in the dust. "Mo, old Mo." Lu Quan's eyes lit up, and he didn't even speak very neatly. Mo Danxing, known by the students as Lao Mo, is an 8th-order alchemist, and he is the signature of Shangjing Academy. Without Mo Danxing, the declining Shangjing College might have been expelled from the top 4 universities in China long ago. Lu Quan also knew that this old Mo was highly respected, but he cares more about another point. What will this old man think once he finds out that Yi Yang stole materials from the alchemy room? However, Lu Quan knew that Mr. Mo had always hated theft and plagiarism, and he would definitely expel Yi Yang from school. This is Mo Danxing Mo Lao's decision. Even the principal of Shangjing College would not dare to take his face. This old Mo usually buried himself in the top-level alchemy room specially approved by the college, but I didn't expect to appear in the student alchemy room today. God help me. Lu Quan's face showed joy, and he continued, "The wind of stealing can't be encouraged. Otherwise, if it continues, some people with bad thinking will want to go along with something. So I think this matter must be severely punished. Yi Yang, you must be expelled from your school to set an example." Mo Danxing walked directly in front of Yi Yang and suddenly looked up and down carefully, with admiration in his eyes. Lu Quan thought he was scrutinizing Yi Yang and continued to stir up the wind. Maybe Teacher Tang is better at teaching than educating people. A senior in the previous session was caught and fired for stealing materials from the alchemy room. Thinking that this year there is another one, Tang Liuxiang said in disbelief. Lu Quan, shut up. Mo Danqing suddenly shouted violently. Lu Quan smiled proudly. Mr. Tang, Mr. Mo told you to shut up. I told you to shut up. Mo Danqing stared at Lu Quan like a waking old lion. Lu Quan suddenly panicked. Old Mo, what's wrong with me? Yi Yang did steal from the alchemy room, and there's a beast blood pill hidden in his school bag. I saw him stuffing more than a dozen animal blood into the school bag with my own eyes. Damn, a dozen beast blood pills? Mo Danqing laughed instead of anger. In his eyes, Lu Quan has been completely marked. In order to slander the classmates, and scrupulous, even open mouth, a dozen or so beast blood pills can say such words. Lu Quan looked aggrieved, but all of us can testify that Yi Yang did put more than a dozen animal blood pills in his school bag. The materials are all provided by the academy. Why does Yi Yang keep the beast blood pill for himself? Lu Quan called out. Yeah, we saw it with our own eyes. Yes, that's more than a dozen beast blood pills. Others have mixed feelings in their hearts, jealous and envious, and they also shouted at this moment. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang both frowned. Is this true? Yi Yang really made more than a dozen beast blood pills? Impossible. How could a second-year student who is new to alchemy concoct more than a dozen beast blood pills? Tang Liuxiang even remembered that she only put 20 ingredients on each alchemy table. Could it be that Yang only failed once or twice? In Tang Liuxiang's heart, an idea suddenly came up that shocked her. Mo Danqing also guessed this, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Quick, open the bag and let me see. Mo Danqing said eagerly. Tang Liuxiang followed, her voice trembling. Yang, have you really refined a dozen beast blood pills? Before Yang could speak, Lu Quan immediately said, Mr. Tang, we can all testify that Yang used up all his 20 materials and made 20 beast blood pills, and he even wanted to use someone else's pills. Material. Please, Mr. Mo and Teacher Tang, to severely punish Yi Yang for this kind of behavior. Lu Quan suddenly became complacent when he saw that the expressions on both of them were a little wrong. Yi Yang blinked. Yeah, Lu Quan is right. I do have 17 animal blood pills in my school bag. Then he opened the bag. Hiss. The two took a deep breath at the same time. It is really a beast blood pill with 17 beads, round and jade-like. Yi Yang touched his nose and opened his school bag. A total of 20 pieces were made. 2 are used as cost. 1 I ate just now. Here are the remaining 17. After Mo Danqing heard it, he almost lost his breath. This kid has made 20 furnaces, yet he has not failed once. Tang Liuxiang opened her eyes. Not a single failure. It seems that she was wrong originally. This child is not an alchemy genius. A genius can no longer describe him. He is a monster. Yang, it seems that you also know that your behavior is very dishonorable. I advise you to drop out of school early, so as not to continue to stay in the academy and spoil the atmosphere. Lu Quan was even more proud. Yi Yang's behavior was completely exposed. Such a student could no longer stay in the academy. Yi Yang coughed lightly. Lu Quan, I advise you to take a good look at the alchemy rules. After reading the 4th article, you have another chance to reorganize your language. Lu Quan picked up the alchemy rules on the corner of the table and sneered. Humph. Is there any need to look at this kind of thing? Then he read Article 4 and was stunned. Apart from unnecessary costs, the extra medicinal pills refined by the students all belong to the student's personal property. Lu Quan was completely messed up. No wonder Yang was so excited when he read the alchemy rules just now. Okay, according to the alchemy rules, these 17 animal blood pills are all yours. Mo Danqing nodded, very satisfied. This time, it's 170,000. Lu Quan was jealous again. That was 170,000 Chinese coins. The other students in the 2nd and 3rd classes had no response. If you watch a person refining 20 potions of elixir without a single failure, you will be numb. So, under the watchful eyes of all the students in the 2nd and 3rd classes, Mo Danqing took a step forward and held Yi Yang's hands. Student Yi Xiao, how about coming to work in my alchemy room? As soon as Mo Danqing's words came out, everyone present was stunned. Hold. Hold the grass. Su Qingyan was even more stunned and speechless. Her dream has always been to become an alchemist, like Mo Danqing. The first step to realize this dream is to enter Mo Danqing's alchemy room. Even if he can't become a disciple that Mo Danqing admits, he can nurture Mo Lao's alchemy skills in the alchemy room day and night, and he will make great progress in the alchemy path. But now this opportunity was taken away by Yi Yang effortlessly. Yi Yang was also slightly startled. He had already heard of Mo Danqing's name. But Mo Lao is a very famous figure in Shangjing College, and even in the entire Chinese alchemy world. Just like the famous professors and top scholars before the Aura recovery, Yi Yang didn't even see each other. But now this highly respected Mo Lao actually invited himself into his alchemy room. In fact, Yi Yang still underestimated the impact of his improvement on the beast blood pill. Countless alchemy experts have gone one after another. They have worked hard to change the formula of the beast blood pill, but a huge change has taken place in the hands of one of his little-known students. This impact on the Dandao world is absolutely huge. But at the same time, many people will come to watch Yi Yang's life, trying to take away the reformed pills and even endangering his life. After all, there is more than one voice in the Dandao world. Once Yi Yang is unwilling to hand over the improved pill, they are not afraid to personally kill this peerless genius. There are many short-lived geniuses, and there is no shortage of Yi Yang. So when Mo Danqing said this, it actually meant protecting Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang stunned, he thought that this little classmate had never heard of him. So he quickly said, "Classmate Yi, old man, I have a little reputation in the world of alchemy, and you will never be in my alchemy room." Loss. _left. The surrounding students all rolled their eyes. Holding the grass, you are more than a little famous. It's not appropriate to describe it with a high reputation. Tang Liuxiang also hurriedly said, "Yi Yang, aren't you not a high-level martial artist? Follow Master Mo. Even if your martial artist level is not enough, your life in the future will not be bad." She really loves this student very much in her heart, and the more she sees it, the more she likes it. She even blames herself for why she hadn't discovered Yi Yang's talent in alchemy before. Mo Danqing said kindly, "How about little classmate? Think about it." Perhaps because he was afraid of not being able to impress Yi Yang, he paused and said, "Well, I heard that you were a senior at the welfare dean. You must be very short of money. Come to my alchemy room, and I will give you 5,000 a month. Block, how's it going?" Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sound of gasping for air. Holding grass for 5,000 yuan a month. There are work-study positions in the college to help organize the public alchemy room, but only a symbolic 500 yuan a month. Old Mo directly doubled Yi Yang tenfold. Can you be more eccentric and more obvious? Su Qingyan couldn't help saying at this moment, "Mr. Mo, what did Yi Yang do to be valued by you so much?" Mo Danqing turned around and looked at the beautiful short-haired girl with a puzzled look on her face. Tang Liuxiang said quickly, "Teacher, this is the best student in Yi Yang's class in alchemy. He is very talented and hardworking." Mo Danqing nodded, thought about it, and said seriously, "What he did is currently a secret. I can't say it, but it is definitely a very important thing." Su Qingyan was completely speechless. But in his heart, he was still very dissatisfied with Yi Yang. "Okay, let's continue the exam. Yi Yang, come with us." Yi Yang followed the two to the alchemy room. This was the tree-lined road behind the teaching building, and almost no one passed by. "Yi Yang, we agreed. You have to come to me every day to learn the theory of alchemy, and you have to make at least one pot of alchemy every day. Can you do it?" Yi Yang nodded seriously. 5,000 yuan a month, of course I can do it. Mo Danqing, co-author, you are here for the money. But it's nothing. Mo Danqing doesn't believe it. With such a demonic alchemy qualification, how could Shangjing Academy lose? One more thing, I will write the step of adding the Shaohan medicinal liquid to the animal blood pill formula into a paper, and I will rank your name after me. Would you like it? Mo Danqing said again. Yi Yang bowed slightly to Mo Danqing without hesitation. "Thank you, Mo Lao. You ranked me second, seemingly to take away my contribution, but in fact, to protect me. Thank you." In addition, I also asked Lao Mo to help me sell these 17 animal blood pills. Mo Danqing gave him a deep look and nodded. This child is not only determined by his talent for alchemy, but his mind is also extremely evil. When ordinary people heard that their name should be ranked second, their lungs exploded immediately, but Yi Yang agreed without hesitation. When Yi Yang left Shanjing Academy and was hit by the noon sun again, he was still in trance. A day ago, I was still worried about my martial artist assessment, whether I could continue to study at Shanjing Academy, and how to explain to the old dean of the Welfare Institute. But now, he wasn't worried at all. After rearranging his mentality, Yi Yang walked through a few blocks and returned to his humble rental house. After ordering a hearty takeout meal and taking a full nap, Yi Yang quickly ran to the academy. All the information about the assessment in his mind appeared. The assessment is divided into 3 parts: strength, agility, and confrontation assessment, with a total of 1,000 points, and less than 100 points will be expelled from the school. He is already a 9th order martial artist, and he has opened the Lingbo micro step, and the strength and agility assessment are not a problem. Only this confrontation assessment, it is estimated that it is a bit tricky. If Yang remembered correctly, the deputy headmaster of the martial artist, named Zhang Biao, had a very bad impression of him, and he seemed to be very close to Shen Linfeng. Just thinking about it, the tip of the nose suddenly smelled a faint smell of gasoline. The host smells gasoline, turns on basic smell, and automatically reaches full level. After the news sounded in his mind, the unpleasant smell of gasoline on the tip of his nose became much stronger in an instant, and then he smelled a smell of smoke. Following the smell, Yang immediately saw that a car with oil leaking slowly passed by, and a pedestrian happened to pass by. He just finished the cigarette in his mouth, and threw the cigarette, but with sparks out. Yi Yang's eyes narrowed, because there happened to be an old woman walking with a vegetable basket next to her. He was about to avoid it, when an inspiration suddenly flashed across his mind. I drank a glass of water before and turned on water element affinity, but now if I get burned by flames, will it turn on fire element affinity? Before he could think about it, Yang rushed over and threw the old woman to the ground, and the vegetables fell to the ground. The next moment, the raging fire wave erupted suddenly. The pedestrian bore the brunt of it. His head and face were burned, and the ground was mourning. The people around hurriedly called an ambulance, and the vegetables that had just been sprinkled on the ground were immediately burned to ashes. Yi Yang even felt a burning pain in his back, and the remaining flames burned his clothes, still licking his skin. The host is burned by flames, turn on fire affinity, and automatically reach full level. High temperature resistance is upgraded to flame resistance, and it will automatically reach full level. Really? At the same time as the voice in my head sounded, the pain in the back suddenly disappeared, and even the flames on the clothes seemed to lose their temperature in an instant, no different from warm water. This little student, thank you so much. As soon as Yang helped the old woman up, a middle-aged man rushed over anxiously with a grateful look on his face. Young man, you are also injured. Let's go to the hospital together. The old woman looked at Yi Yang eagerly. If it wasn't for Yi Yang, she would have been engulfed by the flames, right? Yi Yang shook his head. This injury was nothing to him at all. Old lady, this injury is only a trivial matter, but if I can't make it to the academy, I'm afraid I will miss the martial artist assessment in the afternoon. Old lady, goodbye by fate. Yi Yang waved to the two of them and walked away quickly. Warrior assessment? The old woman Ji Jinji was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yoo-hoo, is this little guy from your Beijing academy? How can he participate in the martial artist assessment like this? Shi Yoo-hoo also laughed helplessly. Mom, I just took office, but this child has a pure nature, and it seems that his physical quality is also very good. He will definitely pass the test. You can rest assured. Ji Jinji snorted coldly. This child saved my life, and I like it very much. After you become the chief martial artist of Shanjing Academy, what should you do? I don't need to tell you. Mom, I know. I'd better send someone to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Shi Yoo-hoo quickly changed the subject. The mother's meaning is that he can't figure out where he is a son, and it is clear that he wants him to take good care of the child, and Quan should repay the kindness this time. Of course, it was a small thing for him. If the child's qualifications are acceptable, Shi Yuhu can definitely send him to the 9th-rank martial artist. Even if his qualifications are not good, Shi Yuhu can let him have a lucrative job when he graduates. At this time, in the gymnasium of Shangjing College, most of the 2nd and 3rd classes were already present. The students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat and talk. Zhang Biao, the deputy chief instructor of the martial artist, paced back and forth with a bad expression on his face. Lu Quan and a few students sat in the corner with a sneer on his face. "Brother Quan, did young Master Shin set up a small stove for you again? You must be a second-order martial artist now, right?" A boy envied. Lu Quan pretended to smile modestly. "It's okay. It's only 2,600 kilograms. Amazing. Awesome. Young Master Shun is indeed a generous person." The boy looked envious. Lu Quan laughed and said, "Mr. Shun's greatest strength is his generosity. I'll take you to see him at night. Maybe I'll give you one when you're in a good mood." "Really? That's a big thank you to Brother Quan." Several other boys exclaimed excitedly. Lu Quan nodded proudly. "Then Brother Quan will definitely be crushing Yiyang later. TSK, 2,600 kilograms versus 1,000 kilograms. I can't even think about it." The first boy to speak smiled. Lu Quan chuckled and said, "Crushing with strength alone is not enough. I have learned a few moves from my cousin. Today, I must get him out of the academy without dignity." In Lu Quan's mind, the scene of Lu's martial arts hall at noon appeared involuntarily. Although his cousin Lu Wei was very displeased with his idea of taking the qi and blood pill as a bet, Lu Quan promised to give him half of the 50,000 Chinese coins after winning, and Lu Wei still taught Lu Quan 2 punches. In Lu Wei's words, it was an absolute crushing situation. Songlong Martial Arts Hall has been standing in the capital for more than 10 years. Lu Wei's father, Lu Heng, relied on the Songlong boxing inherited from the Lu family to win a place in Songlong Martial Arts Hall. Although Lu Quan had only learned the first 2 punches temporarily, he already looked up to him in dealing with a mere first-order martial artist. You must know that Songlong Fist can use dark energy when you cultivate to a high realm. Even a master of internal energy has the power to fight. You are a mere Yiyang. Count a ball in front of me? Even if you are valued by Elder Imo, what if you enter his alchemy room? This world belongs to the warriors after all. Lu Quan rolled his eyes and suddenly said loudly, "Hey, you said that Yiyang is too bold, right? Even our teacher Zhang's assessment dared to go up? Is it too much?" "Yeah, I'm really brave, and I'm still waiting to see the results of the 2 of you. The stake is a qi and blood pill." "Hey, are you saying that Yiyang is afraid and doesn't dare to take part in the assessment?" "Ha ha. I dare to bet, but dare not come. What a coward." The students around him understood and laughed. Although the other students didn't speak much, there were also traces of contempt on their faces. Betting is one thing. Not daring to come to the assessment is another. If Yang really didn't dare to come for the assessment, he would definitely be looked down upon by everyone. Zhang Biao was annoyed and shouted angrily, "Shut up for any nonsense." "Teacher Zhang, I'm here." A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at the sound. It was Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang's appearance is not good-looking. Most of the school uniforms have been burnt out, and many places are still burnt. At first glance, they look like refugees who smuggled in. Su Qingyin, who was surrounded by several boys and girls in the center, frowned when she saw Yi Yang. "What's this guy doing? Don't you even care about the exam? What's the reason for being late this time?" Zhang Biao asked unceremoniously. Yi Yang said directly, "A car leaked oil and caught fire. I saw an old man who was about to be burned, so I saved her." "So, your clothes are burnt out?" Zhang Biao sneered. Yi Yang nodded. "Then tell me, why did your clothes get burnt and you didn't even have any wounds on your back?" Zhang Biao asked. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. He can't always say that he has fire resistance, so the fire can hardly hurt him, right? Lu Quan laughed even more. "Yi Yang, the reason for being late is really becoming more and more strange. I suggest that next time you can say that you are late to save the world." "Oh no, you don't have a next time, huh?" This guy's tone was full of undisguised sarcasm. To be late is to be late. Don't make excuses. Zhang Biao reprimanded with a cold face. Fortunately, the newly appointed chief teacher, she hasn't arrived yet. Otherwise, he will come before you. And as a result, our third class has not arrived yet. So, I am the deputy chief teacher. Don't you lose face? What do you think the main church thinks? He will definitely think that I have not fulfilled my responsibilities and have not trained you well. As punishment, you stand here for me. If you move once, I will directly remove your qualifications for the assessment. Yi Yang frowned. He had already guessed that Zhang Biao, the vice president of the church, was deliberately targeting him, but he did not expect Zhang Biao to be so cruel. This is already a clear suppression. This guy definitely has something to do with Shen Linfeng. Seeing Yi Yang's expression, Zhang Biao snorted coldly. What? Dissatisfied? Lu Quan watched this scene, and his heart was full of pride. Yi Yang, what can you do to curry favor with Mo Lao? I can fuck you if I want to fuck you. Let you eat alone. Let you give me the beast blood pill. Bad luck now. I have thighs. Shen Linfeng is my thigh. I even know what you were thinking. That's right. Shen Linfeng invited Zhang Biao to serve as the guest secretary of the Shun group yesterday. If it really counts, this seemingly upright deputy head teacher of Shanjing College is also working for Shun Gongzi. Lu Quan now completely regards Yi Yang as an enemy, and his inner resentment keeps growing. The more Yi Yang was targeted, the happier he was. He couldn't wait to see Yi Yang's expression now, absolutely full of despair. But he was wrong. Yi Yang's expression was calm. What if it was targeted? In the face of absolute strength, is it useful to target? Yi Yang, who had figured this out for a long time, looked over, and the corner of his mouth was always full of mockery. Lu Quan also laughed. This product can really be installed. Okay, you can continue to install it for me. Later. I can't even make you cry. Continue the test now. Su Qingyan. Zhang Biao took out the roster and said loudly. Su Qingyan, who had changed into a tight suit, strode out of the crowd and came to the dynamometer. She took a deep breath. Her sturdy body seemed to form a bow, and she slammed it out with a punch. 4,400 kilograms. Very good. An improvement of 200 kilograms from last time. Strength test, 220 points. Zhang Biao nodded in satisfaction. For students with ordinary qualifications, the minimum threshold for the second grade is a second-order martial artist, which is 2,000 kilograms. Su Qingyan, as the leader of the second-year third class, naturally surpasses others by a lot. Next, Su Qingyan came to an open space with a vigorous posture, and in front of her was a tennis launcher. Zhang Biao counted down at 3, 2, 1, and the tennis launcher turned on instantly. 30 tennis balls were shot straight out in a row. The most important thing was that the speed and strength of these 30 tennis balls were completely different. Su Qingyan's eyes narrowed, her body moved quickly, and her palms grabbed tennis balls in midair. Catch 27. 270. Su Qingyan frowned slightly. This grade is a bit low. Your opponent is this third-year senior. Let's get started. After a short rest, Zhang Biao summoned a third-grade, third-order warrior and nodded. The fourth-order warriors, of course, pressed the third-order warriors to fight. Soon, the boy was defeated. Skill assessment. The full score is 250 points. A total of 740 points. All the students took a deep breath. The second grade reached 740 points. In the fourth grade, Su Qingyan could definitely break Wei Yihui's record. Zhang Biao nodded with satisfaction, then turned his head and said loudly, "Next, Lu Quan." Lu Quan was eager to try, and soon his results came out. Grip the grass. This guy has also become a second-order martial artist. Is it too fast? 2,600 kilograms? The agility test is also very strong. I actually caught 20 tennis balls. You must know that this test is the most difficult. And he also held on to the third-order warrior for 4 minutes. And that fist is very eye-catching. Zhang Biao nodded, slightly surprised. The strength assessment is 130 points, the agility assessment is 200%, and the confrontation assessment is 200%. You used Sanglong Fist from Sanglong Martial Arts Academy, right? You learned well. Keep working hard. I'll give you 10 points. A total of 540 points. Yes, Deputy Teacher Zhang. Lu Quan smiled proudly. He hugged Shen Linfeng's thigh, and Shen Linfeng naturally gave him a lot of good things. In one noon, he ate 2 animal blood pills in a row. His blood surged, and he directly became a second-order martial artist. The Canglong Six Fist has become a bonus point for the confrontation assessment. Yi Yang, it's your turn. I'm looking forward to your desperate look. He sneered. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Are you in such a hurry to give me the qi and blood pill? He suddenly felt a little emotional. Wouldn't it be bad for a ninth-order martial artist to bully Lu Quan? And would it be said to be bullying the small? The strength has become stronger, and the mentality has changed. Lu Quan just sneered. I advise you to think about how you can make up 50,000 yuan after losing. Okay, hurry up and test. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Biao said coldly. Yi Yang coughed lightly. Associate Teacher Zhang, I want to have a confrontation assessment with Lu Quan. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Zhang Biao nodded directly and said, yes, but you have to ask Lu Quan on whether he agrees or not, and the standard for full marks should be extended until you can hold him for 10 minutes. Lu Quan was stunned for a moment, but laughed out loud. I agree. I agree. He stretched out his fists and couldn't wait to beat Yi Yang to the ground himself. The two came to the open space. Lu Quan stretched his fists and said proudly, Yi Yang, I'm actually quite sorry, because if you leave Shangjing Academy, I can't beat you in the face again. But I really didn't expect that you would take the initiative to ask me for a confrontation assessment. Are you killing yourself? Ha ha ha. Yi Yang looked at him with a smile on his face. Why didn't he find out before that this guy likes to add drama to himself so much? Hit me in the face. I'll let you kneel on the ground and slap yourself in the face, okay? Yi Yang, let you see the power of my Canglong Six Fist. Lu Quan snorted coldly and hurriedly threw his fists at him. In the sound of the wind wrapped around his fists, he could hear the waves crashing against the rocks. This is the Canglong Fist that has been passed down by the Canglong Martial Arts Academy for decades. With this boxing technique, a ninth-rank martial artist can also injure an internal force master. Many people could not bear to close their eyes. They had already guessed what would happen next. Yi Yang was hit by a punch, and then was beaten by Lu Quan in various ways. This is the sadness of the week. What? A miserable howl suddenly sounded, and then they saw Lu Quan's body tumbled backward at a faster speed, and the fist-swinging arm drooped softly. On the other hand, Yi Yang still kept his fist. Just like the scene at the school gate in the morning, it was still a punch. Holding the grass, is it possible that Yi Yang has opened up? Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Lu Quan is a second-order martial artist, and he even used Canglong Fist, but he couldn't beat him? The boy with glasses exclaimed. Su Qingyan also opened her eyes wide and bright. Lu Quan howled in disbelief. How is that possible? How was it possible? My hand is broken. Zhang Biao's face sank, and he hurried to Lu Quan's side to check. He was anxious. Shen Linfeng sent someone to find him at noon and hired him as a guest secretary of the Shun Group at a price of 30,000 Chinese dollars a month. Originally thought that the victory had been secured, but I didn't expect that Lu Quan was so scumbag that he was instantly killed with one punch. Isn't this guy taking medicine? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fierce. A boy cried out in disbelief. Zhang Biao rolled his eyes and suddenly rebuked loudly. Yi Yang, you actually beat your classmates like this. Do you still have school discipline in your eyes? Besides, I very much suspect that you have taken banned drugs. This time your results will be voided. Zhang Biao's remarks were just and righteous, but the others couldn't pick on the thorns. Yi Yang's behavior is indeed like taking a banned drug. It's too violent. Yi Yang sneered. Seeing that this guy couldn't target him, he directly targeted him, and he really had a deal with Shen Linfeng. Oh, why did Vice President Zhang say that? You can't frame me without evidence. He asked, pretending to be curious. Zhang Biao sneered. You only have 1,000 kilograms of strength, but you broke Lu Quan, who is 2,600 kilograms, with a single punch. Isn't this a drug? He was right. If Yi Yang's strength is only 1,000 kilograms, he can only take medicine if he wants to do this. But on the black market, this kind of medicinal pill called violent blood powder, was very expensive, and Yi Yang couldn't afford it at all with his previous abilities. As for Yi Yang's strength, it actually exceeds Lu Quan's conjecture. Sorry, Zhang Biao didn't think about it. How could the tail of a 10,000-year-old crane have advanced so rapidly? Nonsense. Yi Yang pretended to be helpless and said, "Why don't you do this? I'll challenge Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang will definitely be able to detect my true strength. This will always prove that I'm not on drugs, right? If you want to force it, it must be a big one. What's the point of defeating Lu Quan, a second-order warrior? If you want to fight, you must fight a ninth-order warrior." Yi Yang holds grudges very much, and he doesn't like to keep grudges overnight. Since you Zhang Biao deliberately embarrassed me, then I must slap you in the face. When he said this, everyone was shocked. Is the person holding the grass broken? The deputy chief instructor is a ninth-order warrior. Yu Yang is a first-order warrior. I'm afraid he can't even catch half a move. Su Qingyan shook her head. She felt that Yi Yang was too impulsive, and it was really unwise to challenge the ninth-order warrior. Wei Yihui also did this when he was in the second grade. At that time, he was only 5th rank. He was so arrogant that he challenged Zhang Biao. Chevroners score left. Su Qingyan shook her head. She felt that Yi Yang had lost his mind and was hopeless. Challenging Zhang Biao will not only fail to prove his innocence, but will even directly ruin his future. Anyway, Yi Yang is in a situation of complete defeat. When Zhang Biao casually said that you only have 1,000 kilograms, what will you do? Su Qingyan walked aside to drink water, and there was nothing to see after that. She suddenly thought of Tang Xiener, the arrogant daughter of heaven, who was the target she had been chasing. When Lu Quan on the ground heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately whispered, "Deputy Chief Teacher Zhang, promise him." Zhang Biao is also overjoyed. Has this kid already panicked? To actually challenge him? That's natural. As the deputy chief instructor, I will definitely lead by example, and I'm a ninth-order martial artist. According to the regulations, you only need to hold on my hand for 30 seconds to get a full score. Zhang Biao said righteously. Finished. My heart burst into laughter. 30 seconds? I can't hold you down for half a second. Yi Yang suddenly shook his head. Vice Chief Zhang, what if I beat you? Zhang Biao laughed. Impossible. Yi Yang shook his head and said seriously, in this world, nothing is impossible. Zhang Biao said impatiently, if you defeat me, I will voluntarily resign from the position of vice president. The vice president who is defeated by a student is not worthy of staying in Shangjing College. Yi Yang was a little disappointed. If Zhang Biao said he lost, it would be great to slap himself. That way he could see a big show. Pity. Yi Yang just stood with his hands down, looking at Zhang Biao nonchalantly. Deputy Chief Zhang, you are the teacher, attack first. Yi Yang said with a chuckle. The students' onlookers couldn't stand it any longer. Holding the grass, you still put on a defensive posture. You really don't live long enough. Zhang Biao nodded with the kind smile of a teacher, but in his heart, he was already smiling. This guy is really ignorant. If he tried his best to dodge, maybe he could survive 30 seconds. But if he wanted to defend, he was really courting death. It seems that this guy doesn't know the horror of the ninth-order warrior at all. Zhang Biao was even thinking in his heart that he should try not to kill him. Although killing a trash is nothing. But after all, he has to continue to be a teacher, and it is not good to bear such a vicious name. Then everyone saw that Zhang Biao shot. A straight punch that hits the chest like a thunder. What's even more shocking is that Yi Yang didn't plan to make any defenses, and he still stood with his hands down before. This guy has given up on himself, right? Could it be that he was expecting to be maimed by Zhang Biao in order to blackmail some medical expenses? The boy wearing glasses couldn't help but slandered. Hey, Yi Yang is finished. I'm afraid he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. A short-haired girl couldn't help but closed her eyes. Boom! Everyone heard the voice. What followed closely was Zhang Biao's muffled groan. Then all the students' onlookers saw in disbelief that Zhang Biao actually took a few steps back while clutching his right hand. If you look closely, you will find that his right hand has completely turned red. On the other hand, Yi Yang was the old god standing there. But in his heart, he sighed helplessly. He deliberately suffered Zhang Biao, in fact, to do an experiment. Obviously, the attack of the Ninth Order warrior did not continue to upgrade the ironcloth shirt. Yi Yang felt that he had to let the internal strength warriors fight to upgrade the ironcloth shirt. All this is ultimately Zhang Biao's fault. This guy is such a vice president who doesn't even have internal energy. What a shame. Lost Chicken Man. It's not even an internal force warrior. It's a shame. Yi Yang pointed at Zhang Biao and complained. Zhang Biao, I'm not an internal force martial artist. I in your way? Then he saw Yi Yang move. Fast as lightning. Faster than him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 punches in a row. It seems like the 3 punches of the old farmer hoeing field without skill, but it is full of invincible and domineering power. Zhang Biao's pupils shrank suddenly, and without thinking too much about the boxing technique Yi Yang learned from, he would block with his arms crossed in front of his chest. However, he still underestimated the power of Farmer's 3 punches. Kacha dash. Zhang Biao's body flew out like a broken kite and landed right next to Lu Quan. Both of his arms were limply drooping down, and they were all broken. Deputy Head Teacher Zhang, from today onwards, please resign from your position as Deputy Head Teacher, and then leave Shangjing College. Yi Yang slowly put away his fists and bowed slightly. I believe that a person like you will never break your promise. Zhang Biaoqiang resisted the severe pain from his arms and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Lu Quan also temporarily forgot the pain of the fracture and looked over blankly. For other students, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What's the situation? This useless piece of wood. Yi Yang first took Zhang Biao's punch unharmed, and then turned around and broke Zhang Biao's 2 arms with 3 punches. He won. Su Qingyan was about to pack up her school bag and was about to leave, but she felt silence behind her. Her curious gaze passed through the crowd to see the person on the ground, and then she exclaimed, and the school bag fell to the ground with a thud. The Ninth Order warrior, the deputy chief instructor of the warrior, Zhang Biao, was actually defeated. How could this be? After a long time, Lu Quan roared in disbelief. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It's not just that. He came straight to the dynamometer, stepped back half a step, and threw a punch. 10,000 kilograms. The pinnacle of a Ninth Order warrior. The 10,000 kilogram steel ball above the dynamometer was directly bounced to the top. Strength test, full marks. Everyone opened their eyes. That's not enough. Yi Yang continued to come to the tennis machine and discharge 5 in one go. A total of 150 tennis balls appeared at the same time, but after a while, Yi Yang, who started the Lingbo micro-step, grabbed all the tennis balls without blushing or panting. Agile assessment, full marks. Everyone took a breath. Coupled with the confrontation assessment, it directly defeated the Ninth Order martial artist Zhang Biao, and it was a full score. A total of 1,000 points. Unprecedented. Everyone stared at Yi Yang's performance alone. Their minds are now blank. If Yi Yang was only a 4th and 5th Order warrior, they might be jealous, but Yi Yang directly achieved full marks, even breaking Wei Yihui's record. They have not produced the slightest jealousy, only reverence. But Zhang Biao has been the vice president for nearly 10 years. At this moment, he endured the pain and shock and stood up, calmly said, Yi Yang, I didn't believe you were taking banned drugs, but now it seems you are absolutely serious. Violating the rules of the academy and taking banned drugs. Yi Yang laughed. He has lost so badly. And is he planning to bite me back? Why did I hear words like forbidden drugs when I came here? A Shun Xiong voice suddenly sounded. Yi Yang was stunned for a moment. The voice was a little familiar. Chief Teacher Shi? Zhang Biao was stunned at first, and then said with great joy, Chief Teacher Shi, this student has seriously violated the rules of the academy and took banned drugs. He refused to accept the discipline and even injured me. I suggest that he be expelled from school on the spot. Zhang Biao's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he still said coldly. A figure that was not stalwart came slowly from behind Yi Yang. Yi Yang blinked hard. Isn't this the son of the old woman who was rescued on the road at noon? He turned out to be the newly appointed chief martial artist of Shangjing Academy? That's kind of interesting. Yi Yang originally planned to make this matter a bit bigger, and it was better to stab the master of Chuangong. He didn't believe that an upright person like Yang Yin would watch someone like him be wronged. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Shi Yuhu came to Yi Yang, looked him up and down several times for the first time, and finally nodded. I have seen your conversation just now, as well as Yi Yang's achievements. Shi Yuhu turned to Zhang Biao and said lightly, Yi Yang is right. Deputy Chief Teacher Zhang, since he is a teacher, he cannot break his promise. Resign from a position of vice president and leave Shangjing Academy. Shi Yuhu put his hands on his back and said coldly. Zhang Biao's eyes instantly turned red. Shi Yuhu turned half of his face, and the internal pressure suddenly erupted. Zhang Biao was directly pressed to the ground on one knee. His face turned red instantly. As the vice president, it is not only unfair and just, but even deliberately embarrassing the students. When the students show their talent, not only do they not want to keep such talents for the academy, but they even slander him for taking banned drugs. Shi Yuhu unceremoniously burst out his coercion, putting all the pressure on Zhang Biao. Deputy Chief Teacher Zhang, you are really a teacher. Boom! Zhang Biao couldn't hold it any longer, and both knees fell to the ground, with a humiliated look on his face. Go away, before I have the idea of killing you. Shi Yuhu said coldly. Yi Yang's eyes widened. Hold the grass. This is the real powerhouse. To shut up is to kill. Domineering. Awesome. Zhang Biao's second half sentence was abruptly pressed back. Humiliation. Unwilling. But he was helpless. Between the Ninth Order warriors and the Inner Strength warriors, there is a scorpion that separates the two. If Zhang Biao continues, he will only humiliate himself. He finally took a deep look at Shi Yuhu, and Yi Yang took a deep breath and was about to say a few harsh words. Shi Yuhu said lightly, I'll cut off one of your arms if you don't get out. Zhang Biao didn't dare to speak and left in a daze. Yi Yang blinked. Write it down and write it down. It's a great deal to talk like this. Today's affairs are handled according to the top secrets of the academy, and all students are not allowed to spread it to the outside world. Do you understand? Shi Yuhu came to everyone in the second grade, third class, and said coldly. He knew the importance of this matter better than anyone else. Although Shi Yuhu knew that this matter would leak out sooner or later, how long could it be delayed? The students in class 3 obviously knew it too, and they all said in unison, understood. Lu Quan, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes wide and was speechless. Come here, 2 people, and take the goods to the infirmary. Shi Yuhu glanced at Lu Quan, who was like a dead dog, and said lightly. Yi Yang roared and waited, and then, under Lu Quan's gnashing eyes, took out the qi and blood pill from his arms, and then waved his hand to signal them to carry it away. Yi Yang, come with me. Yi Yang obediently followed him to the office of the chief martial artist. Shi Yuhu directly took out a jade bead exuding cold air and stuffed it into his hand, and said lightly, This is a jade for nourishing qi. You wear it every day at the latest for a year. You'll be able to find the sense of qi and thus cultivate inner strength. It's a thank you for saving my mother. When Yi Yang touched the jade bead, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The host comes into contact with a low-temperature object, activates cryogenic resistance, basic touch, and automatically reaches full level. Chevron_left. Enable all physical skills and skills, activate the talent, take stone to gold, and automatically reach full level. Touching stone into gold. The host touches an object and spends money to upgrade it randomly from 1 to 9 levels. Yi Yang didn't listen to what Shi Yuhu said later. His mind was occupied by this talent. The talent of holding grass is too awesome. I click. In short, I hope that you will enter the ranks of the Inner Strength Warrior as soon as possible, win glory for my Beijing Academy, and answer me. Can you do it? Shi Yuhu said solemnly. Yi Yang nodded. He was embarrassed to say, in fact, he is now an internal force warrior. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly asked, Chief Teacher Shi, where can you see the battle between internal strength warriors and Shangjing? Shi Yuhu was stunned for a moment. then nodded and said, "Do you want to cultivate your inner strength as soon as possible by observing the battles of the inner strength warriors? Rizzi can be taught. If I remember correctly, there's a Wing Chun martial arts hall in Shangjing. The owner of the hall seems to be Xiao Cheng, but he can't easily do it." Yang chuckled. "Chief Teacher Shi, I have my own way then. See you next time." After he finished speaking, he ran out. He only had one thought now: go and try his talent. Shiyu looked at his background and suddenly said with emotion, "Maybe this is fate. The teacher paid a lot of price to transfer me back, try to reverse the decline of Shangjing College, and I met such a good seedling. Teacher, don't worry. I will never let you down. This Yi Yang is the hope of this generation of students." On the other hand, Yi Yang returned to the rental house and directly took out the qi-nourishing jade presented by Yu Hu and used the talent of Dianchi Chengjin. It takes 50,000 Chinese coins to use a talent once. Do you want to continue? Yi Yang chose to continue with a painful look on his face. "What's the matter? I haven't spent 50,000 yuan until now, right? You deduct 50,000 from me in the blink of an eye." After deducting 50,000 Chinese coins, the first-order treasure, Qi Yang Jade, has been upgraded to the third-order treasure, Peking Spirit Jade. Pei Yuan Lingyu. Wearing this treasure for a long time can increase inner strength and can be used at the peak of inner strength and below. Earned. Yi Yang widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Tier 3 treasures are at least 300,000 yuan away." He made a lot of money. Yi Yang coughed lightly and smiled again. "With this talent, why don't you have money? Soon I, Yi Yang, will become the richest person in the world." Yi Yang laughed. Yi Yang still has 120,000 Chinese coins in his bank card, enough for 2 upgrades. What's good about upgrading? Yi Yang glanced at the rusty pipe wrench at the corner of the table. "I still lack a self-defense weapon. That's all." He didn't hesitate to use Dianshi into gold. After deducting 50,000 Chinese coins, the low-level weapon, rusty pipe wrench, is upgraded to a first-level weapon, pipe wrench. Pipe wrench. "Miss, open the door, repair the water pipe." Yi Yang. It seems that luck has run out. You turn a rusty pipe wrench into a rustless pipe wrench with a ball. I might as well go buy a good pipe wrench myself. That's $50,000. Yi Yang didn't give up and continued to upgrade. After deducting 50,000 Chinese coins, the first-order weapon, pipe wrench, is upgraded to the third-order weapon, plumber's pipe wrench. Yi Yang was stunned. You add a plumber prefix, and you become awesome? Then Yi Yang took a look at the attributes. Plumber's pipe wrench. This is the weapon of a pair of brothers who often wanders in the sewer pipes. If it hits the enemy, it will definitely stun it, and it has a certain chance to kill the enemy in the refining realm. Yi Yang looked at the weapon with horror. Cow batch. In this way, there are weapons in hand. Whoever dares to make trouble with the young master, the young man will beat him to death with this plumber's wrench. Yi Yang coughed lightly and looked at the time. It was already night. He felt that if he could go to the martial arts hall that Shi Yuhu mentioned, he might really be able to unlock new skills. Of course, you must pretend before you go. Yi Yang came to the mirror and picked up his facial cleanser. The host uses the facial cleanser, turns on basic disguise, and automatically reaches the full level. As soon as Yi Yang patted the table, I knew it. After a while, a young man with a completely changed face walked out of the rental house. Well, I'll call it Yang Yi. Yi Yang smiled, taking advantage of the blurry night to rush to the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall and Sanglong Martial Arts Hall are on the same street. This street is also known as Martial Arts Street because almost all of them are large and small martial arts halls. Yi Yang quickly found the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall according to the road sign, and then he was stopped by the burly man at the door. "Please show your belongings. You are not allowed to enter under 50,000 yuan." The big man saw Yi Yang spreading the goods all over. His tone was cold. "Holding the grass, your family still has such a big threshold?" Yi Yang took out the qi and blood pill and shook it in front of him. This qi and blood pill was definitely worth 50,000 Chinese dollars, and now many places also support barter. The attitude of the big man has obviously changed a lot. "Please come in." Yi Yang walked into the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall and was immediately drowned out by various voices. The area of the martial arts hall is very large. He just glanced a few times and saw no less than 100 people training here. Some are cleaning and jerking huge barbells, some are directly running at a speed of 18, and some are practicing agility while standing in front of the ball machine. Handsome guy, do you need anything? A woman wearing a red cheongsam, showing her slender curves, came slowly and smiled. There was a girl behind her, but she was reluctant. Yeong took out the qi and blood pill. I want to use this to buy a chance to fight with the owner of the museum. The woman glanced at the qi and blood pill, covered her mouth, and smiled. Little brother is really good at joking, and he wants to challenge the owner of the pavilion for 50,000 Chinese coins? The girl behind her even pouted. Poor ghost, don't come to the martial arts hall if you don't have money. A 1-month course starts at 30,000 yuan. What can you buy for 50,000 yuan? The woman frowned. Xiao Qiong, how do you talk to the guests? The girl made a face. In order to harass my father, the people from Songlong send people over to challenge him every day. I also think about my father. This guy looks like a Songlong person, and he really looks like a poor ghost. The girl whispered. Yeong coughed lightly. Little sister, may I ask, how much does it cost to challenge the pavilion owner? The girl raised her flat chest and snorted coldly. At least 200,000. Yeong said again, what if I took out something worth more than 200,000 yuan? The girl hugged her arms and sneered. I don't believe it, but if you can really do it, I call the shots and exempt you from the 1-year course. How about it? I think you should be at the rank of a second-order warrior at most, right? 1 year's course is definitely enough for you to climb to the 5th order. How about it? Yeong smiled slightly. A word is settled. The woman next to her shook her head helplessly. Little sister, I didn't want to pretend, but why do you have to force me? Hey, life is really lonely as snow. Yeong chuckled and took out the Peiyuan Lingyu. This thing is worth at least 300,000. This piece of spiritual jade looks inconspicuous, even a little gray. The girl leaned over to take a look and pouted. What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be? If you brush the stone with a layer of lime, it's worth 300,000 yuan? Did you run out of the second mental hospital? Yeong laughed. The woman suddenly widened her eyes and asked in a trembling voice, this gentleman, is this Peiyuan Lingyu? Yeong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there are still people who know the goods. The girl asked curiously, Sister Hong, what is Peiyuan Lingyu? Sister Hong took a deep breath and said, wearing the primordial spirit jade for a long time can increase your inner strength, and all warriors below the peak of inner strength can use it. More importantly, this thing has no market price. Don't say 300,000 yuan. If you put it in an underground auction, I'm afraid it will sell for more than 600,000 yuan. Sir, please forgive our abruptness before. Sister Hong bowed deeply, revealing a graceful waist and hip curve. Yeong coughed lightly and nodded. If I take out this piece of spiritual jade, will I be able to challenge the pavilion owner? Sister Hong was stunned for a moment. Are you going to trade this thing for a challenge, right? Yeong nodded. Yes, is there something wrong? Sister Hong smiled helplessly. This matter is too big. I can't be the master. I will go to the owner of the museum now. Soon, the owner of the museum, Yin Chengqing, came out. A faint coercion filled his body. Yes, this is indeed a master of inner strength. Dare to ask what the little brother is called? Yin Chengqing asked, clasping his fist with both hands. Yang Yi. Little brother Yang, I want to buy your piece of yuan-boosting Lingyu with 500,000 yuan. Yin Chengqing said seriously. Yang was stunned for a moment. I came here not for the auction. He was reluctant immediately. No, I'm going to challenge you. Yin Chengqing. You don't even want to hold 500,000 yuan. You have to challenge me? Then, the two came to the basement floor. This is a special area of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. Only senior members can enter. Yin Ziqiong and Sister Hong both stood by and watched. Sister Hong, do you think he has a hole in his head? He spent 500,000 to beg for a beating? Yin Ziqiong pouted. Sister Hong shook her head. I don't think so. He doesn't take Peiyuan Lingyu to heart at all. Obviously, he's not an ordinary person. I think this person is either rich or expensive. Maybe knowing him is the chance for our Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. Yin Ziqiong pouted. She didn't look down on this guy. Is he rich or expensive? She felt that the kid just picked up a piece of yuan-boosting Lingyu from the shit luck. If she wanted to challenge her father, she probably just wanted to learn some Wing Chun techniques. After all, Yin Xingqing is a master of internal strength, which is of course different from the Wing Chun techniques taught by ordinary coaches. Such a person, is there less? Her gaze wandered aimlessly, and suddenly she saw a beautiful figure pushing the door in. "Hey, Sister Qingyan, you usually don't come on Fridays," Yin Ziqiang said happily. Su Qingyan bit her lip. "I was hit by a guy today. I have to surpass him. I want to learn boxing from Master Yin." Sister Hong smiled. Unfortunately, the owner of the pavilion is competing with others. Then she pouted towards the center of the arena. Su Qingyan's eyes widened. Who is this person who can compete with Master Yin? Is it someone from Sanglong Martial Arts Center next door? Sister Hong shook her head. "I don't know him, but I guess he has an extraordinary background. Qingyan, just sit here and watch. Maybe you can learn a little bit of Wing Chun." "Not necessarily," Sister Hong said again. Su Qingyan nodded. Curiosity arose in her heart. Could this young man be a master? "Yang Yi, let me ask again. We only need one fight, and you give me the Peiyuan Lingyu?" In the middle of the field, Yin Chengqing asked again, uncertainly. Yang was a little impatient. "I don't need this cultivating spiritual jade, so what if I get it to you?" What Yang is looking for his skills. Is it a skill? The mere hundreds of thousands can you get in my eyes? Yang waved his hand. "Hurry up, it's yours after the fight." He also muttered, "You're a museum owner anyway. Why are you babbling?" Yin Chengqing's mouth twitched when he heard this, but he took a deep breath, since that's the case. He put on the starting form of Wing Chun, and at the same time stimulated his inner strength. Suddenly, the wind whistled, and his robes were swollen. The host observes the mastery of inner strength, and the basic inner strength is upgraded to 9 revolutions forging breathing technique, and the level is automatically full. 9 revolution breathing exercise. Every 9 breaths can exercise a little inner strength. Yang immediately felt that along with his breathing, the inner strength that was like a thread in his abdomen was slowly expanding. Finally took the first step of the inner strength martial artist. There was a smile on Yi Yang's face, and he found that he didn't even need to sit still to practice the exercises. As long as he was still breathing, his inner strength would grow like a pool of water. This is the real bullshit system. Even breathing is getting stronger. "Yang Yi, pay attention. I'm going to punch." Yin Chengqing took a deep breath, mobilized his inner strength, and raised his fist. This punch contains the strength of inner strength, which is absolutely incomparable with a 9th order martial artist. He has little internal strength, and the strength of this punch has already climbed to 20,000 kilograms. As soon as Yin Chengqing made his move, he did his best. By the time he reacted, it was too late, and his fist had already been smashed out. Yin Chengqing's face showed a look of shock, even though this young man was very good, but he did not feel the slightest inner strength from him. Obviously, his strongest is the 9th order martial artist. With this punch, will the 9th order warrior still be alive? Yin Chengqing began to regret it, but when he saw Yi Yang's posture, he was stunned. This guy holding the grass actually stood with his hands down, and he didn't even have the slightest defensive posture. "Do you look down on me, Yin Chengqing? How can I say that I am also the owner of the martial arts hall, a master with little internal strength? A 9th order warrior of yours actually behaves like this in front of me." Yin Chengqing didn't regret it anymore. "If you are obsessed, let me wake you up." Then, the heavy punch weighing 20,000 kilograms fell onto Yi Yang's chest without any hindrance. Boom! Yin Chengqing took a few steps back, with a ghostly expression on his face. He felt the violent anti-shock force, and his arm hurt for a while. What was the origin of this young man? With the physical body of a 9th order martial artist, he actually held a heavy punch of 20,000 kilograms. Young also took a step back, rubbed his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Holding the grass, he is indeed a martial artist with little inner strength. Even his ironcloth shirt could not completely resist his damage. The host was attacked by a warrior with little inner strength, and the iron cloth shirt was upgraded to a golden bell cover, which automatically reached full level. Golden bell hood refines blood and bones internally, ignoring normal attacks below the peak of internal strength. The host is injured for the first time, turn on basic self-healing, and automatically reach full level. A voice sounded in his mind immediately. Yang suddenly felt that the bones in his body became tougher, the blood flowed faster, and a majestic qi and blood beat the meridians, making a sound like waves hitting the rocks. Yin Chengqing obviously also felt this inexplicable power and could not help but retreat again. His face changed slightly. Chevroners score left. Have you made a breakthrough in your practice? He couldn't help asking. Yang coughed lightly. That's it. Thank you, Master Yin, but I also asked Master Yin to punch me again. You must do your best. Yin Chengqing's eyes are wide open. Little brother holding grass. Are you serious? You've already coughed up blood after the 20,000 punch that hit you just now. Now you want me to do my best. I punch with all my strength. You are afraid that you will die. Young man, the martial artist's rank is small, and the body is important. Yin Chengqing couldn't help saying. He was a good old man, and he really couldn't bear to take another shot. Yang raised his eyebrows. I told you to fight. What nonsense. You won't give you the Pei Yuan Lingyu if you talk nonsense. No matter how important your body is, it's not as important as Pei Yuan Lingyu. Yin Chengqing coughed lightly. Then I did my best. Yin Chengqing once again used the starting style of Wing Chun. Yang took a closer look again, and really didn't upgrade the 9 revolutions forging breathing technique, which means that if Yi Yang's inner strength method wants to be upgraded again, he must observe the more advanced inner strength martial artist. The inner strength gushed out. Yin Chengqing's robes were swollen, and a majestic aura expanded, setting off a wave of air. Yang squinted his eyes. Mother Dust was fascinated. In the dust of the sky, a punch came like a dragon, and the vigorous internal energy contained on it blasted away layers of dust. Yi Yang's face was solemn, and he didn't mean to defend at all, and he also punched out. Wing Chun is faster. The fist hit Yi Yang's chest directly, and Wing Chun's inner strength wanted to penetrate into the body like a needle. However, Yi Yang's skin lit up with a faint golden light, which directly blocked the inner strength. And the fists that contained 20,000 kilograms were all scattered by the golden bell to all parts of the body, almost to nothing. On the contrary, Yi Yang's fist slammed directly into Yin Chengqing's unsuspecting chest. The power of 10,000 kilograms suddenly exploded. Boom! The host uses his fist to attack the inner strength warrior, and the Nongfu 3 fist is upgraded to Wandering Bagwazang, which will automatically reach the full level. Swimming Bagwazang, smart and elegant, and at the same time, it can burst out extremely powerful power in a very short period of time. Yin Chengqing spat out a large mouthful of blood, took a few steps back. After a while, looked up at Yang in surprise. The 3 women onlookers opened their eyes wide and looked incredible. Being looked at by these 4 pairs of eyes, Yang let out a light cough, put his hands on his back, and acted like a master. Hey, nothing, low-key. Yang, don't like pretending to be coercive. Who told you to watch it by the side? Hey, that person, isn't that person Su Qingyan holding the grass? Why is she here? Only then did Yi Yang see Su Qingyan, who was watching, and then he quickly realized that he was another face. Don't panic. Brother Yang, you are obviously very strong. Why did you have to punch me hard in the first place? Yin Chengqing said helplessly, clutching his chest. Yi Yang snorted. He couldn't say that he had upgraded his skills just now, and no one believed him. I broke out a small universe just now. Do you believe it? Yi Yang coughed lightly. You bastard. Why did you beat my father to vomit blood? You have to pay. Yin Ziqiang, a stunted little girl, ran over to check her father's injury and said to Yi Yang angrily. Yin Chengqing coughed lightly and scolded. Shut up. The martial artist makes a trick. Injury is inevitable. Didn't I also hurt him with my first punch? Why didn't I see you speak for him? Yin Ziqiang was aggrieved and stopped talking. I speak for you, and you still murder me. This daughter can't stand it anymore. Then Yi Yang was shocked to find that Su Qingyin, this little girl, was looking at him with a longing look. Mr. Yang, can I ask you a few questions? Su Qingyin couldn't help but said, even a little bit awkward, completely different from Bonhua's cold attitude in the school. Yi Yang was calm on the surface, but he was not too happy in his heart. The two grew up in a welfare center. Later, Yi Yang's qualifications were too poor, and the body refinement realm was unable to grow. On the other hand, Su Qingyin's qualifications were excellent, and the body refinement realm went 1,000 miles away, and the relationship between the two became estranged. Of course, I know everything. Yi Yang coughed lightly. Next, he explained to Su Qingyin some of the problems she encountered in the realm of body refinement in a simple way, which aroused the respect of this class flower. Yi Yang screamed inwardly, "Hold grass, this woman is not in love with me." That, Master Yin, I suddenly remembered something else. Let's see you next time. Yi Yang shoved Pei Yuan Lingyu into Yin Chengqing's hands and left in a hurry. Yin Chengqing exclaimed, "Brother Yang, leave your contact information. It will be easy to get in touch in the future." Yi Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him and didn't stop. Yin Chengqing continued to shout, "This piece of Yuan Pei Lingyu is too valuable. I'll give you 200,000 Chinese coins. You can keep it." Yi Yang ran back immediately and took the bank card from his hand. "I told you earlier, my phone number is..." "Run when you're done." The action is smooth and flowing in one go. Sister Hong was stunned. "This Mr. Yang Yi, how can I feel a little addicted to money? Let Su Qingyin and Yin Ziqiang both go out for training. In this basement floor, only Yin Chengqing and Sister Hong are left. With him, the possibility of us surpassing Songlong in the pavilion is a little bigger, right?" Sister Hong hesitated and asked in a low voice. Yin Chengqing nodded. His face suddenly blew. He covered his mouth and suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. "That guy Lu Hong knows my situation. I guess he can't wait to start attacking our martial arts hall. This Yang, you must be invited. He is our hope in Wing Chun." With tears in her eyes, Sister Hong nodded earnestly. Silent all night. When Yang woke up from the bed in the rental house, it was already 9 o'clock. He sensed the situation in his body a little. The inner strength is as thick as a thumb. According to the customary rules among the internal strength warriors, you have already broken through from the basic level of internal strength to the small level of internal strength, right? From today onwards, I, Yi Yang, are also a powerful internal force warrior. Yi Yang smiled, checked the time, grabbed something to eat, and went straight to Mo Danqing's alchemy room. Although Yi Yang is no longer poor, he still maintains the habit of being diligent and thrifty in the past. 5,000 yuan a month, you can't forget this. Following the route given by Mr. Mo, Yi Yang found the exclusive alchemy room granted to him by the college. Medan residence. 3 big characters of dragon flying and phoenix dance are 3-pointed into the wood, hanging horizontally above the 2-meter-high doorway. Sure enough, Mr. Mo Danqing was already waiting at the door to see Qiu Shui. 1 minute late in the future, 100 yuan will be deducted, until the deduction is full. The old man left this sentence and entered the alchemy room. Yi Yang followed with a pained face. "It's Saturday today. Why don't you let people sleep when you're lazy? Read this advanced alchemy theory first, and then I'll teach you how to make qi and blood pills." The old man threw a thick book at random, and he was lying on the sofa drinking tea. Opposite him sat Tang Liuxiang, and the two discussed how to shake the furnace while drinking tea. Anyway, it was something Yi Yang couldn't understand. Chevron_left. Yi Yang pouted and flipped over. The host reads advanced alchemy theory. Basic alchemy is upgraded to advanced alchemy, and the level is automatically full. In an instant, countless knowledge poured into his mind, which was many times more profound and mysterious than the knowledge of basic alchemy. The gap is like the comparison between calculus and Sturm's Liouville eigenvalue equation. You may have heard of the former, and you have no idea what the latter is. In this book, 5 or 6 pill recipes are recorded. Most of them are second-order pills, and the most advanced one is fourth-order pills. but they are all the same thing in Yi Yang's eyes, and they can be made at will. Yi Yang glanced at it, and even saw that there were mistakes in these pill recipes. Hey, this is... Suddenly, a piece of yellowish quaint paper floated out of the book. Yi Yang picked it up, glanced at it, and the sound of the system sounded in his mind immediately. The host reads the impurity removal record, activates the shock furnace removal method, and automatically reaches the full level. Shock furnace removal method, the ancient method that has been passed down to this day, is to remove impurities by slapping the pill furnace. 9 times of high-level slaps can remove 99% of the impurities. Yi Yang opened his eyes wide. He seemed to smell a huge business opportunity. He also guessed what Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were discussing. This is the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities. And this ancient method seems to have been lost for a long time, and many alchemy experts can only slap 3 times or less. But Yi Yang is different. He has a system, activates skills, and instantly reaches the full level of the system. He can take 9 shots and remove 90% of impurities. Rounding up is no impurities. The refined medicine must be a top-quality medicine pill. Any top-quality medicinal pill will be more than tripled on the basis of the original price. Mr. Mo, it's over. Yi Yang coughed. He couldn't wait. I'm still pretending to read a chicken's book. Get out of the way. This young master is going to start pretending. The faces of the two who were discussing froze. What? Are you finished? Tang Liuxiang's eyes changed completely when she looked at Yi Yang. It took her a month to read the entire advanced alchemy theory, and it took her another 3 months to master it. It only took this kid 10 minutes to finish it. Of course, she didn't know that if Yi Yang hadn't put on a pretense for a moment, he would have finished reading it in a minute. Young people, don't be impatient. If you don't read this book, you won't be able to refine medicine pills above the 4th rank. Mo Danqing was much calmer. However, the slight trembling of the hand holding the teacup still revealed the fluctuations in his heart. I will quiz you if you can't answer it. Read it for me with peace of mind. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What if I answered it? Mo Danqing was stunned for a moment, then pointed to a circle of simple-looking pill stoves behind him. If the answer comes up, you can choose any of these pill stoves to take away. Yi Yang opened his eyes wide and smiled. That's it. If there is no reward, the fool will answer the question. Chapter 7, page 8, about the habits of herbs and what pill recipes are recorded. Mo Danqing sipped his tea and said casually. Yi Yang said without hesitation, the Yin burial bones are more common in mass burial mounds, shady and damp places where no light can be seen, so they need to be covered with brown cloth, and their rhizomes are fragile, so they need to be excavated with a gold hoe. Yu Wadan, 3rd order, the material is alder root, yenling flower, red tuckahoe. The effect is to enhance the affinity of fire. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang opened their eyes together. The old man didn't give up and asked a few more questions, but Yi Yang answered them all without saying a word. The two were speechless. Tang Liuxiang murmured, evil, evil. Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were both shocked. That is a high-level theory equal to the sum of the 3 basic theories. That thickness alone is not acceptable to ordinary people. As a result, Yi Yang actually finished it within 10 minutes, and he was reciting it like a fluent. Mo Danqing's old bark-like face revealed an extremely surprised smile. This is the genius he has been waiting for. No, it's a monster. With this child, why not win the alchemy competition? Mo Danqing became more and more certain that he had found a treasure this time. I mean what I say, you can choose any of these pill furnaces. He took a deep breath and smiled. Tang Liuxiang said in surprise, Teacher, these pill furnaces? Mo Danqing waved his hand. It's okay. Compared to a demon-like student, what is a pill furnace? Yi Yang smiled and went directly to the pill stove to start picking. But he didn't understand which of these pill stoves was better, and he was dazzled. The host selects the pill furnace, opens the basic tasting, and automatically reaches the full level. A voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, Yi Yang felt that his eyes were instantly clear. The firmness of the Dan furnace, The thickness of the bottom of the furnace, the size of the content, and the maximum temperature are all clear. He finally chose a heavy pill furnace. Xuanwu furnace, I didn't expect you to choose this. The old man frowned. This pill furnace is too heavy in his opinion, and it takes a lot of time to heat up each time it is quenched. Yang shook his head. This Xuanwu furnace is very sturdy, and the bottom of the furnace is very thick. If you use the shock furnace to remove impurities, it can barely withstand 6 shocks. It is the best one among your pill furnaces. After he finished speaking, Mo Danqing and Tang Liuxiang were stunned. What? Shock furnace removal method? How do you know this ancient method of cleaning impurities? Moreover, you can see that this Xuanwu furnace can withstand 6 shocks. Mo Danqing frowned. Little Leaf, the pill furnace is very important to our alchemists. I hope you can choose carefully. Tang Liuxiang also nodded and said, I don't know where you heard about the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities. In our alchemy circle, the measure of the alchemy furnace is never how much it can withstand a few shocks. Sturdiness, heat, and content are all metrics. Both are serious. They have regarded Yang as an important alchemy genius, and naturally they don't want to see him go astray. If you choose the wrong alchemy furnace, it will greatly affect the performance of the alchemist. Yang coughed lightly. Hey, I have to pretend again. Why? Why don't you believe me? He didn't say a word, just stepped forward, suddenly raised his hands, and tapped lightly on the outer wall of the Xuanwu furnace. Dash. A clear chirping sounded suddenly. There was a shock inside the pill furnace, and the impurities originally attached to the furnace wall fell down one after another. Mo Danqing's eyes were wide open, like a copper bell. Hold the grass. I heard something. It is really the first shock of the shock furnace removal method. Where did this kid learn from? He looked shocked and was about to speak. However, Yang has lightly photographed the second shock, followed by the third shock and the fourth shock. Tang Liuxiang's eyes also widened suddenly. In the entire alchemy circle, the method of shaking the furnace to remove impurities has become a necessary skill for high-level alchemists. But even those alchemists can only use 3 shocks. Is the Dan furnace burst? Now, they actually saw the 4th shock, but that's not enough. Dash. 5th shock. The 6th shock. The humming sound was clear and loud. Mo Danqing only felt that his old face seemed to be a little red because he was too excited. OMG, what did you see for yourself? 6 shocks. Unprecedented 6 shocks. Even those old guys from the past were unable to make 6 shocks. One by one, there's still a group of rookie chickens who can only shake 3 times. Tang Liuxiang, like him, has a ghostly expression. Why didn't I find out that this child was so evil before? If it was discovered early, the child's alchemy level would have broken through to an extremely terrifying level. Yang let out a light cough. I thought I wasn't pretending enough. Mo Lao, if you bring out a powerful pill furnace, I will be Jiuzhen casually. If you stop for a while, I will lose. Yang, I don't ask you where this ancient method came from, so don't make a statement. Mo Danqing laughed enough, and his face suddenly became serious. This 6-shock method. I want you to be a blockbuster in the alchemy competition. Yang scratched his head. What alchemy competition? Mo Danqing chuckled, and was about to speak when the door of the alchemy room was suddenly knocked. Come in, he said solemnly. Mr. Mo, I heard that you kicked out a 4th-grade student and replaced it with the tail of the 2nd-grade crane. Mr. Mo, the older you get, the more confused you are. I know the level of that kid. If you don't believe me, you call him. I guess he can't even practice pills. A tall figure walked in, and he covered his face with a long speech. The faces of the 3 of them turned cold. Yang was even more unhappy. What is a crane tail? You know what my level is? Who are you? Mo Danqing said lightly, This is Qian Ming, and he is also my student. His words were naturally explained to Yang. Then he turned towards Qian Ming and said, Little Qian, this kid is the tail of the crane in your mouth. Now, you can let him concoct alchemy. Qian Ming was obviously stunned for a moment, his eyes flashing a hint of embarrassment. I was talking about the tail of someone else's crane a second ago, but I didn't expect the right master to be standing in front of me. Mr. Mo, but that's the truth. How could a poor second-year student compare to a good student who has studied for 4 years? If we send him to participate in the alchemy competition, our academy will lose. Qianming continued to try to persuade his teacher, Mr. Mo, the bright future of Shangjing College can't be buried in the hands of this child. The sincerity of his tone was the most sincere that Yi Yang had ever seen in his life. Yi Yang touched his nose. Is he an alchemy genius, anyway? How could he become an out-and-out bad student in the mouth of this guy? And it does sound like a real. You won't know if you let him refine a pot of qi and blood pill. Mo Danqing sneered. Qianming shook his head helplessly. Since that's the case, I won't embarrass you, but the quality of qi in blood pill is too low. You can make a pot of you a pill. Mo Danqing frowned. Qianming said it was the third-order pill. If Yang hadn't read the advanced theory just now, he didn't even know the formula of Yuhua pill. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? That dean of teaching is really becoming more and more defiant. This time, Qianming was sent here to make it clear that he was going to kick out the person he just put in. Tang Liuxiang also frowned. Mr. Qian, this is not good. Yang hasn't refined Yuhua pill. You can replace it with qi and blood pill. Qianming smiled lightly. Teacher Tang is really joking. Can qi and blood pills be able to play in the alchemy competition? Third-order pills are already my minimum requirements for him. Tang Liuxiang was very annoyed, but had nothing to say. What Qianming said is true. In the alchemy competition, the first and second-order medicinal pills are indeed not available, and the third-order medicinal pills are the mainstream. If Yang can't refine the third-order medicinal pills skillfully, he won't even go to this alchemy competition. But Yang just finished reading advanced theory. He just remembered the formula of Yuhua Dan. How could it be successfully refined in such a short period of time? Tang Liuxiang frowned and was about to continue speaking. Yi Yang coughed lightly and said with a smile, Mr. Qian, do you look down on my level of alchemy? Qianming pretended to be kind. Of course, the teacher doesn't look down on you, but obviously, the seniors in the 4th grade are more experienced. Of course, he couldn't say it outright. I just look down on you, the tail of the crane. The superficial teacher-student relationship is still needed. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Then if I succeed, what should Teacher Qian say? Yeah, Qianming, what if this child can really make a firefighting pill? Mo Danqing immediately understood what Yi Yang meant and followed suit. If you say it more seriously, you, the teacher, will be very dereliction of duty. What? It's such a blow to his self-esteem that a talent who can make Yuhua Dan in the 2nd grade is actually questioned by you, and I also believe in Yi Yang's level. The old man coughed lightly and said, Mo Danqing thought to himself, I am a dignified 8th-order alchemist who actually helped others to cheat, which is a little embarrassing. But when he thought that Qianming, for the sake of money and status, actually approached a person like the dean of the teaching, even at the expense of his former teacher, Mo Danqing was annoyed and felt that he did nothing wrong. The old man coughed again. Well, if Yang didn't make the fire control pill, you can just pick one of the pill furnaces here and take it away. Qianming's breathing immediately became rapid. Mr. Mo, is what you said true? He couldn't help asking. Mo Danqing nodded and said, of course it's true, but what if Yi Yang made the fire control pill? Should you also come up with something of equal value? Yi Yang blinked. Is Mr. Mo helping himself? Qianxian obviously didn't realize the pit inside. He thought about it and said with some pain, Mr. Shui from the animal breeding department still owes me a 4th-order cub. If you can really train it in 10 times, I'll give you that cub. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Holding grass? Tier 4 cubs. This is not an ordinary cat or dog, but a brand new species that evolved after absorbing the aura after the aura was revived. They are collectively called spirit beasts. The 3rd-order spirit beasts can compete with the 9th-order warriors, and the 6th-order spirit beasts can compete with the powerhouses at the peak of inner strength. Yang also went to inquire about it. A 1st-order spirit beast cub costs 200,000, and as for the 4th order, it almost soared to 1 million Chinese coins. Come on, are you teachers so arrogant? Originally, Yang just wanted to get some small things from Qianming, but he didn't expect that he would say a 4th-order spirit beast cub. Mr. Mo really treats himself well. Just take your old attitude. This 4th-order spirit beast cub, I want to order it. Let's start. I can't wait to take this myriad beast pill stove. Qianming went directly to the largest pill stove, gently stroked the patterns on it, and said fascinatedly, in his view, things are almost incomparable. It is impossible for a second-year student to refine a third-order medicine pill. 10 chances may seem like a lot, but in fact, the success rate of many alchemists can't even reach 1/10. Not to mention students like Yi Yang who are still studying. Qianming even sneered in his heart. It seems that Mo Danxing is really old, and he can't even distinguish a genius from an idiot. It was indeed correct for him to choose to follow the dean of the teaching. An old man like Mo Danxing could not take him to a higher position. Qianming seemed to regard himself as the master of this alchemy room. He made himself a cup of tea with a comfortable face and sipped it leisurely. Well, yes, Mr. Mo, this is a Dahongpo made in Yinzhou, right? I heard that the price is already 2,000 yuan per pound, and your old man actually started to enjoy it? He took a sip of tea and laughed softly. Mo Danxing did not speak with a cold face. Why did he go blind in the first place and choose such a student who would do anything to climb higher? Seeing that he didn't react, Qianming laughed. Old Mo, I think you're really old and dizzy. Back then, you were able to discern talents and discover alchemy talents like me. But now, you can't even tell the difference between talents and idiots. It's really sad. He paused and continued. I know Yi Yang's grades. He was lucky enough to become a first-order warrior not long ago. The warrior's rank is a complete crane tail, and the other 3 main subjects are the mid-level level. In the final analysis, he is a mediocre person, not to mention compared with that student in the 4th grade. Even if he is compared with junior sister Tang, he may not be able to compare. As Qianming spoke, he led the conversation to Tang Liuxiang again, and his tone became even more unscrupulous. Tang Liuxiang laughed in anger. Oh, it seems that senior brother Qian always thought that Master Mo's acceptance of me was the biggest mistake of his life. Qianming took another sip of tea. I didn't say so, but since junior sister said so, it is correct. The corner of his mouth showed a win-win expression, and he closed his eyes. If there is no miscalculation of the time, now the first pot of Yuhua Dan has reached a critical moment. The dull crackling sound that frightened countless alchemists should be about to sound. Qianming used to think that the sound of the fryer was scary. But only this time, he felt that it was not only impossible, but also very kind. Because the sound of the frying furnace sounded, it meant that he could get a 4th-order treasure without any effort, the myriad beast pill stove. Maybe I would like to thank this little classmate named Yi Yang. Without him, I wouldn't have the chance to get the pill furnace. Ha ha ha. Why is the friar still silent? Qianming couldn't help opening his eyes. Then he saw 3 people standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Mo Danxing's face was surprisingly cold. Give up? Qianming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Don't think about it. Their expressions must have given up on alchemy. Give up. This is obviously the best option. Both parties don't need to continue wasting time. He can also get a 4th-order treasure. Teacher Qian, take a look at the quality of my Yuhua pill. Yi Yang coughed lightly, then slowly opened the furnace cover. Fragrant. Fragrant heart. Everyone smelled the strong, medicinal fragrance. And in the fragrance of medicine, there seems to be a scorching hot meaning. Yes, this is the Yuhua pill that can improve the affinity of the fire element of the physical body. Qianming's eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? He hurriedly ran to the pill stove, picked up the Yuhua pill with 2 fingers, and examined it carefully. The color is as red as blood, and the appearance is round and jade-like. The first time I smelled the fragrance, it was heartwarming, and the second time I smelled it, it was hot and hot. What's going on? You're a second-year student. How could you possibly make a 3rd-order medicinal pill? It's impossible. Qianming's lips trembled, and he said sharply, Mo Danxing. Is it the Yuhua Dan you put in temporarily? Mo Danxing sneered. Oh, don't you know what the elixir you just refined looks like? Could it be that you want to go back on it? Qianming had a gloomy face and said nothing. The temperature of this fire control pill is extremely high, and there is even moisture on surface. Obviously, it has just been refined. Mo Danxing did not lie to him. But a second-year student can really make a third-order medicinal pill? He took a deep breath, gave Yi Yang a cold look, and threw a jade card directly. I do what I say. That fourth-order cub is yours. After speaking, he turned and left without pausing. As for Yi Yang's quota for the alchemy competition, he didn't mention it directly. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud while holding the jade pendant. Hey, it's good to have a system. Just kidding. In the future, there must be as many people as possible who are willing to be tricked. I didn't expect that you can really make a third-order medicinal pill. After Qian Ming left, Mo Danxing turned around and couldn't help but exclaimed. Tang Liuxiang also sighed. I only succeeded in refining the first third-order pill in my life when I was in the 4th grade. I didn't expect Yi Yang to do it when he was in the 2nd grade. Yi Yang scratched his head. Actually, my goal is to refine the 9th-order medicinal pill. The two stopped talking. I wanted to continue complimenting you, but we can't take your words. The 9th-order medicine pill is still a field that no one can touch, little brother. Yi Yang smiled and didn't speak. He couldn't tell them that he only needed enough money to raise a beast blood pill to the 9th order. I'm afraid no one will believe it. By the way, Mo Lao, what is the alchemy competition? Yi Yang asked with a light cough. Mo Danxing took a deep breath and said, there are 4 famous schools in China. Our Shanjing College was originally ranked 2nd, but now it has slipped to the last place. Many colleges want to compete for the title of this prestigious school, and the competition came into being. The alchemy competition is a part of the competition. In addition, there are refining equipment and beast breeding. And most importantly, the Wushu Conference. But these are still too far away for you. Your task now is to make alchemy reach a level that no one among young people can reach. Mo Danxing changed the topic and said. Yi Yang nodded because he didn't understand. He was embarrassed to say that he was actually already weak. With such a high rank, to bully a group of people who are still in the realm of body refinement, is it a bit too much? Okay, go back and read this book at night. Mo Danxing threw another book over. The thickness of this book is thicker than the 3 advanced theories. Yi Yang opened his eyes wide and saw that the book was called Ancient Alchemy Method. Looking at the author, it was actually Mo Danxing. Carrying a half-human-high Xuanwu stove, Yi Yang walked around the campus hummingly, attracting countless students in surprise. Back at the rental house, the night was getting darker. Yi Yang began to look at the ancient method of alchemy. The host reads Ancient Alchemy, and the advanced alchemy is upgraded to Ancient Alchemy, and the level is automatically full. Countless profound and ancient knowledge quickly poured into his mind, and with the influx of knowledge, Yi Yang burst into amazement. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed endless, and many ancient methods have great reference significance for modern alchemy. Yi Yang's alchemy ability improved rapidly. At the same time, Shanghai M. Grand KTV. Shin Lin Feng sat in the most advanced box, hugging from left to right. Opposite him is Lu Quan. Brother Feng, it's my incompetence I didn't kick Yi Yang out of the academy. Lu Quan almost pressed his face to the ground. Shin Lin Feng took out a lot of beast blood pills for him, but he couldn't even do such a small thing. Lu Quan felt that he really had no face to see him. Chevron_left. Lu Quan closed his eyes, and he was even prepared to be beaten and kicked by Shin Lin Feng. But Shin Lin Feng did not. Shin Lin Feng stepped forward and helped him up. Yi Yang is just a small person. You don't need to apologize to me because of him. Shin Lin Feng's voice was as harmonious as the spring breeze. I don't know what happened to Yi Yang, but he is now a 9th order warrior. Lu Quan was almost unmoved. Shin Lin Feng smiled lightly. Mr. Zhang has already told me about this. Does a mere 9th order warrior make you lose all confidence? Shin Lin Feng suddenly picked up the iron ball on the table, clasped it with 5 fingers, pinched it hard, and the iron powder slowly fell. I'm also at the 9th rank, and I have the Shun family behind me. I will soon become a beginner of internal energy. Can Yi Yang compare me? Lu Quan said quickly, of course not. Brother Feng can definitely hit him on the ground. Furthermore, the 3rd grader has become a beginner in internal strength. Even in Hangzhou, they're among the top group of leaders. Brother Feng will definitely shine at the martial arts conference. Shin Lin Feng laughed. It's not just a martial arts conference. My ambitions are very big. I will be #1 in alchemy, weapon refining, beast breeding, and martial arts. I will become the most dazzling person in the battle of the next 4 famous schools. Only in this way can we gain Tang Xinner's heart. Compared to this, what is a Yang who can only achieve some achievements in alchemy? In this world, there are so many adventures. He Yang can become a 9th Order warrior overnight, and I can naturally be in the wind. Shen Linfeng laughed out loud. Lu Quan nodded and suddenly said, Brother Feng, I heard that the Spirit Beast Mound in the back mountain of the college has been built. If there is no accident, our class will be taken to select Spirit Beast cubs on Monday. Yi Yang's veterinary grades are simply appalling. I am very sure that he can't find a suitable cub for him at all. When the time comes, you will show up, take out the most powerful Spirit Beast cub, and slap that guy in the face. Shen Linfeng nodded with interest. You have a good idea. Let me think about it. The highest level should be a 4th Order cub, but the beast breeding teacher is an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, so she probably won't sell my face. Lu Quan said in shock, Isn't the Shun family the agent of Ling Beast Mountain in Shangjing? Don't you give me face? Shen Linfeng shrugged. There's no way. My dad is just an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. However, I have the beast control art from Spirit Beast Mountain, and taming a 3rd Order cub will not be a problem. He smiled. Lu Quan seemed to have seen that Yi Yang couldn't even get 1st Order cubs, scratching his ears in a hurry, but helpless. The laughter of the two echoed in the box, revealing a coldness. The pleasant Sunday passed, and soon came the Monday of class. Yi Yang was still in bed when he received a text message from the college. The Mound of Spirit Beasts has been completed perfectly. Please come to the Mound of Spirit Beasts before 10 o'clock in the morning to select the cubs of the Spirit Beasts. Yi Yang suddenly jumped up from the bed. It seems that it is still very necessary to turn over the basic refining equipment and basic beast breeding last night. Otherwise, the selection of Spirit Beast cubs this time will be smeared in the eyes. Moreover, Yi Yang is also looking forward to his 4th Order cub. What kind of magical beast will it be? Yi Yang ate something casually and went straight to the academy. After arriving at the academy, following the flow of people, Yi Yang came to the place where the Spirit Beast Mound was. The Spirit Beast Mound was built on the mountain behind the college, occupying a large area. This is also the place where animal breeding courses are mainly conducted. Yi Yang searched around and finally saw the sign of the 2nd grade and 3rd class, and hurried over. Standing in the forefront was a tall, cold-faced female teacher, but Yi Yang didn't know her. Such a cold and elegant female teacher has a black-haired dog at her feet, but a lot of fur has fallen off, making it look ugly. She has a small breastplate on her chest that reads, Veterinary Teacher, Shuewei. Your name? Shuewei said lightly. Yi Yang. Okay, let's go in. Shuewei said, We'll set off when all the students are together. Yi Yang nodded. As soon as he appeared, all the students in class 2 and 3 turned their attention to him. In those eyes, there are envy, admiration, and jealousy. For them, Yi Yang beat Zhang Biao with 1 punch, and the fact that he scored 1,000 points in the test is still vivid in their minds. If it wasn't for the fact that Dean Yang strictly prohibited them from spreading this news, it would only take a day for Yi Yang to become a 9th Order warrior, and it would spread throughout the entire academy. Because this news is so exciting. No matter who it is, getting 1,000 points in the 2nd-year martial artist assessment will cause a sensation in the entire academy. Yi Yang was even more insane. He directly beat the deputy chief teacher to the ground, and the deputy chief teacher Zhang never appeared again after that. What's even more terrifying is that Yi Yang was the tail of the Wanyan crane in the class not long ago, the tail of the super crane who is not even a 1st Order warrior in the 2nd grade. What adventure did he get to become a 9th Order warrior in a short period of time? Yi Yang touched his nose. Can you blame me for getting the system when you wake up? No wonder the world favors me so much. No way, handsome people are like this. Yi Yang coughed lightly, but saw Su Qingyin come over, bit her lip, and whispered, Yi Yang, this weekend is the old dean's birthday. Do you want to go back and see him? He froze for a moment. That's right, the old dean of the orphanage, the old dean who had to pay him a sum of money to go to school, even if he ate his own food. It's time to go back and see him. In fact, Yeong also wanted to go back before, but he had no money, and he was afraid that the old dean would be disappointed when he saw him. But now he is different. Will the alchemist be short of money? Okay, let's go to the orphanage over the weekend. Yeong nodded, and at the same time planned to bring a few medicinal pills that could temper qi and blood to the old dean. At the same time, he was also keenly aware of the change in Su Qingyin's attitude towards him. Before, she never thought of going to the orphanage with her to see the old dean. Su Qingyin paused and said, "Also, when I become a ninth order warrior, I will definitely defeat you." After she finished speaking, she walked away and went to the open area to practice her moves, all of which she learned from the Yangyi martial artist. Yeong watched her punching and kicking with a straight face, suddenly a little funny. How can I put it? Watching others practice the moves that I teach is still very fulfilling. At this time, a figure also came over. It was Lu Quan. Yeong immediately showed a pleasant smile. This is his lucky star. Last time I gave a qi and blood pill for nothing. What will I give this time? Yeong is very curious. Yeong, I have to admit that you have greatly exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that a small person like you could become a ninth order warrior. But even if it is a ninth order warrior, what can it do? Each of us, as long as we work hard enough, will sooner or later become a ninth order warrior in our 30s. You're only a few steps faster than us. But from a ninth order warrior to an inner strength warrior, it takes more than hard work. Inner strength is the first step to becoming a real strong man. As for you, Yeong, you are born with blocked meridians, TSK, TSK, TSK. So pitiful. I guess you can't cultivate your inner strength in your life, right? Lu Quan smiled a little unscrupulously. Yeong looked at him like a fool. Little brother, I did block my meridians before, but the system has helped me get through it. Now, I have internal energy, and my internal energy has become small. Yeong was amused. Hey, this feels so cool. The other party's sarcasm was completely out of the question. It was simply too stupid. Yeong pondered for 2 seconds and said, "So you just wanted to say this in front of me for a long time?" Lu Quan almost choked to death by his own words. Was BB half day? Are you mocking yourself? Lu Quan took a deep breath and sneered. Yeong, I know that you're a ninth order warrior, and I also know that you can skillfully refine beast blood pills, but that doesn't mean that you have everything you need. It's the tail of the crane. Look, today on the Spirit Beast Hill, Brother Feng will crush you completely. No, maybe without Brother Feng. I can crush you. Lu Quan sneered and said again, "Also, I suggest you return the qi and blood pill to me, otherwise." Yeong waved his hand like a fly. "I have to thank you for giving me a qi and blood pill for free, which has added 1,000 kilograms of strength to me. Thank you. Remember to find me if you have such good things in the future." Lu Quan's face became more gloomy. "Yeong, my cousin Lu Wei will come to you to settle the bill. Just wait." After saying that, he turned and left. Yeong rubbed his chin. This can be regarded as playing small and attracting big, playing big and attracting old people. If Yeong remembered correctly, Lu Wei should be the son of Lu Hong, the owner of the Songlong Martial Arts Museum. Song Lang was right across from Wing Chun, so he took a chance to ask Yin Chengqing, and he probably knew the level of that guy. "Hey, aren't these people just a second-order medicinal pill?" "Young master, I can make it with my hands. It's a third-order medicinal pill, and you can still see your second-order medicinal pill? These people just take money too seriously and are too snobbish. It's better to be like me. Go to alchemy when you are short of money." If it weren't for the higher rank of the treasure, the more money it took to turn stone into gold, and the greater the luck factor, Yeong even wanted to directly raise a beast blood pill to the 9th rank. Sell 1, eat for a year. "Okay, everyone is here. Everyone come with me," the female teacher said lightly. Everyone in class 2 and 3 followed. A large fence appeared in front of it, and inside the fence were naive little beasts playing. Outside, there were veterinary teachers of all grades standing there, discussing in 2s and 3s. Some of the students who arrived here early have already started to tame the cubs, but many of them seem quite unfamiliar with beast taming for the first time. Several students who didn't take a good look at the theory of animal breeding were even knocked to the ground by the angry cubs, causing a burst of laughter. Yeong took a few glances and he actually saw the third-grade students. In front of you is the beast pen. The time is 1 hour. Your task is to tame the cubs of spirit beasts that suit you within 1 hour. Shui Wei said lightly. An hour is not long. You must know that taming a spirit beast is a very labor-intensive thing, so everyone rushed out to find a spirit beast cub that suits them. Why don't you go? Shui Wei glanced at Yi Yang and said lightly. Yi Yang didn't speak. Of course I can't make a big move so early. Otherwise, they won't be able to hold it. As the so-called big move, it must be used after all opponents' whole cards have been used. Lu Quan next to him sneered. Mr. Shui, Yi Yang's theory of animal breeding has always been 0 points. He probably doesn't even know the breed of these cubs. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Lu Quan also rushed out. Today's goal is to get a second-order cub. You really don't even know the breed of the cub? Shui Wei picked it up. Yi Yang scratched his head and pretended to be ashamed. I'm sorry, Teacher Shui. I have no talent in animal husbandry. Shui Wei frowned. This class doesn't need talent. You just need memory. Forget it. There are just a lot of cubs here. I'll teach you on the spot. Yi Yang was surprised. Is Shui Wei trying to teach him to identify cubs? Yi Yang's face is a little weird. He just said it casually. In fact, after enabling the basic beast breeding skill, the cubs on the spirit beast mound can distinguish the breed at a glance, even if there is only one pattern difference. Among all the spirit beasts present, the only thing Yi Yang could not identify was the ugly-looking puppy that followed Shui Wei's feet. As soon as Shui Wei entered the animal pen, many small beasts ran towards her staggeringly, and some are still babbling. She picked up the snow-white, fluffy cat beast with her hands, and the cat beast didn't struggle, but stared at her with wide eyes. Obviously, Shui Wei was very trusted by these little beasts. For example, this one, she is a white ball snow cat, growing in the snow-capped mountains. Shui Wei picked up another one. This one, he is a one-horned rock cow. The most suitable environment is a rocky plateau. Shui Wei took the trouble to explain to Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded perfunctorily and helplessly. Mr. Shui, I just said casually just now. In fact, I am a genius of animal breeding. Do you believe it? You really don't have to tell me everything. Shui Wei frowned again. She could feel the perfunctory expression in the student's expression delicately, and anger rose in her heart. I have good intentions to help you, but you don't take me seriously? Yi Yang looked at the highest part of the spirit beast mound, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. A gust of wind blew just now, and he seemed to smell blood, and he also heard a faint scream. The host smells blood, and the basic sense of smell is upgraded to extraordinary sense of smell, which will automatically reach full level. The host heard the screams, and the basic hearing was upgraded to extraordinary hearing, which automatically reached the full level. This voice sounded in his mind, and the bloody smell that lingered on Yi Yang's nose was instantly strong, as if he was in a sea of blood. That scream was like ringing in his ears, almost deafening Yi Yang. Ugh! The dog at Shui Wei's feet suddenly whimpered in a low voice and went straight into her arms, as if scared by something. Yi Yang's heart sank. Mr. Shui, the spirit beast hill is connected to the Nanping Mountains. Will there be dangerous spirit beasts running into the spirit beast hill? Thinking of a change in the dog at her feet, Shui Wei's expression suddenly changed. The Mount of Spirit Beasts is actually a part of the Nanping Mountains. It is very likely. She didn't say anything more. Mr. Shui, I heard the screams. You go and call someone. I'll go to the top of the mountain to have a look first. Without waiting for Shui Wei to speak, Yi Yang went straight to the top of the mountain. Shui Wei screamed. Yi Yang, a student, how could he face the beast? The ferocious beasts in the Nanping Mountains are all adult spirit beasts above the 5th or 6th rank, comparable to internal strength warriors. Shui Wei stomped her feet in anger, so she could only leave the animal pen quickly, and said something to the other teachers. All the teachers turned ashen and hurriedly called. There is no way. None of the teachers of beast breeding, alchemy, and weapon refining are inner strength warriors. You restrain the students. I'll rush over immediately. Yuhu, the newly appointed chief martial artist, put down the phone and rushed over with a solemn expression. Classmates, the ferocious beasts of Nanping Mountain broke into the spirit beast mound. Everyone come out. Shui Wei took out the loudspeaker directly and the anxious voice spread throughout the entire spirit beast mound. The students shivered when they heard it. Holding the grass, the beasts of Namping Mountain? Shen Linfeng was also startled when he heard this. He was still squatting here to tame a third-order cub. Hurry up, hurry up. Who? Finally tame, let's go. Shen Linfeng was glad that he had the magic of the spirit beast mountain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to tame a third-order cub so quickly. The others weren't as lucky, with only 3/4 taming the cubs. It's only been half an hour, but the beast is too dangerous, and if you don't want to die, you can only come out of the spirit beast mound as soon as possible. Lu Quan was overjoyed, holding a small turtle in his arms, which was a second-order cub. Brother Feng is amazing, TSK, TSK. He directly tamed a third-order cub. When he saw Shen Linfeng, he immediately opened his eyes and flattered. Lu Quan's voice was very loud, compared with the illusory Nanping mountain beast that he had not seen with his own eyes. The word third-order cub immediately attracted the attention of many people. Damn it, it's really a third-order cub, as expected of Shen Linfeng. If I remember correctly, it should be the flame-tailed leopard, right? TSK, TSK. This is the most powerful one in Tier 3. The students' voices were full of surprise and envy. Shen Linfeng pretended to be humble and smiled. Lu Quan, you are not bad. You can tame a second-order cub, but the spirit beasts are only foreign objects, and the more important thing is the strength of the warrior. TSK, TSK. Mr. Shen's words are connotative. Well said. Shen Linfeng is right. I guess he will probably surpass Wei Yihui and become the most talented student in our college. The students praised one after another. Shui Wei frowned. These students didn't care about the beast at all. At this time, they were still making a fuss about a cub. She couldn't help thinking of the figure of the boy who rushed to the top of the mountain without turning back. There was a fever on the face. That kid looks like a third-order martial artist at most. In short, it is definitely lower than his rank. He rushed to the top of the mountain without any fear. This is what a good student looks like in Shui Wei's heart. Compared to that boy, these students are really shallow. I don't know what happened to him. I hope Chief Teacher, she will arrive soon. Such a good boy must not have an accident. At the same time, Yiyang has quickly reached the top of the mountain. A girl was already lying unconscious on the ground. Her entire right leg was almost completely eaten away, revealing the bones. A giant wolf squatted beside her, about to eat the other leg. Smelling the smell of strangers, the giant wolf bared his teeth and looked over. Help me. Yi Yang's face moved slightly. The girl actually still had breath. Fortunately, she arrived in time. If it were any later, she would definitely be bitten off her throat. This giant wolf was not included in Yi Yang's basic beast breeding, but he had seen in the news. The fourth-order adult spirit beast, the blood-toothed wolf. If you have to compare it, it should be on par with a martial artist who has entered the inner strength. Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of a beast that he couldn't deal with. But it's too soon. After these days of training in the 9 Revolutions breath exercise, on average, he can gain more than 2,200 internal energy every day. It is estimated that in another day or so, he will be able to enter the realm of inner strength. The inner strength method that the breath is getting stronger, the cultivation speed is amazingly fast. The blood-toothed wolf grinned and roared at Yiyang. Yiyang frowned. Extraordinary sense of smell not only brought Yiyang a sense of smell far beyond ordinary people, but also extremely sensitive to various stimuli. Damn, I almost made my grandpa stink. Killed immediately. I'll have to pretend later, so I can't get it wrong. Yiyang took a deep breath, raised his fists, and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. The farmer slammed 3 punches, but all of them were flexibly avoided by the blood-toothed wolf. Yiyang raised his brows. Okay, puppy, it's quite flexible. It seems that you can't deal with you without using awesome things, right? Yiyang suddenly turned his fist into a palm, and at the same time he stepped on Lingbo's footsteps, and his figure instantly became more elegant and agile than the blood-toothed wolf. Swimming Bagua palm. On the side of Yi Yang's figure, a palm of 11,000 kilograms was cunningly imprinted on the waist of the blood-toothed wolf. Ow! The blood-toothed wolf howled miserably and there was even a dent in the waist that was visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in the open space below the spirit beast mound, Shiyuhu arrived here at the fastest speed. How, are there any student casualties? Are there any students missing? Shiyuhu said with a gloomy face. This kind of thing happened when he first took office. If he can't solve it properly, it will really be a shame. Shui Wei said. A girl named Lu Xiaowan disappeared from the 7th class of the 2nd year. Many students were taken aback when they heard the name. Lu Xiaowan, the goddess of the 7th class in the 2nd year. She has a good appearance and studies well. The goddess actually disappeared? Many people immediately wanted to save her, but when they thought of the vicious beast on the top of the mountain, they were all cowardly. Compared with the heart of the goddess, his own life is obviously more important. Shui Wei gritted her teeth again and said a boy from the 3rd class of the 2nd year heard the screams and went straight to the top of the mountain to save people. I didn't stop him. Shiyuhu was stunned for a moment, then roared, "What's the boy's name?" Nonsense. The beasts in Nanping Mountain can be compared to internal strength warriors. Is a student going to die? What's the boy's name? Shui Wei said, Yi Yang. His name is Yi Yang. When she said this, everyone who knew Yi Yang was stunned. Su Qingyan was shocked. Others in Class 2 and 3 were surprised, admired, and gloated. Shun Linfeng and Lu Quan were stunned for a moment, and then showed ecstasy. Yi Yang's goods actually went to die. God is really helping us. The 9th Order warriors are indeed very strong, and they have indeed reached the pinnacle among the students. But in the face of those fierce beasts, they're comparable to internal strength warriors. 9th Order warriors are not much stronger than ordinary people. Shiyuhu's eyes instantly turned red. Not to mention that this child saved his mother. His talent alone is enough to become a seed contestant in a future martial arts conference. Shiyuhu even gave Yi Yang the Qi nourishing jade, just to let him develop his inner strength and become an inner strength warrior sooner. But now this child is so rambunctious. It is true that saving people should be done, but you have to do what you can. You're a 9th Order warrior. What kind of skin? If you have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, wouldn't the hope of Lao Tzu's just birth be dashed? Shiyuhu glared at Shui Wei. I'll teach you a lesson when I come back. Shui Wei lowered her head sadly. Yes, senior brother. Lu Quan suddenly sneered. Chief Teacher Shi, Yi Yang has to save people because of his own strength. Can you blame Teacher Shui? For a person like him, it's okay to put himself in danger and let others suffer for him. I think he might as well die. The step that Shiyuhu was about to take stopped. He turned around and stared at Lu Quan coldly with his eyes full of evil spirits. I know you and Yi Yang have grievances, but the grievances can't escalate to a life-and-death struggle. Next time, I will ask the dean to expel you from your school. Shiyuhu's words were surprisingly cold. If it was put in a few years ago, with Shiyuhu's irritable character, he would have already pressed this product to the ground and thumped it. After speaking, he opened his legs and rushed out as fast as he could. Lu Quan, who was severely warned, was cold all over and dared not speak again. At this moment, Mr. Shi, who was thinking about not having an accident, was staring at the blood-toothed wolf in front of him with a stunned expression on his face. The blood-toothed wolf actually whimpered just now when he slapped it with his palm, tucked his tail, knelt down on his front legs, and expressed his surrender to Yi Yang. Yi Yang scratched his head, not knowing what to do. It stands to reason that he should have killed this giant wolf. After all, it hurt people. But it surrendered after all. Yi Yang expressed helplessness. No way. That's how powerful people are. Just showing a hand casually, the bloody wolf, the ferocious 4th Order spirit beast, was already on the ground expressing submission. Okay, then you could go back to Nanping Mountain. You're not allowed to hurt people in the future. Yi Yang pondered for a while, but decided to let it go back. Blood Fong raised his eyes, as if he understood what he said, whimpered a few times, turned his head, and left directly. The host tries to communicate with the blood-toothed wolf, and the basic language upgrades the branch skill, canine language proficiency, which will automatically reach the full level. Yi Yang was stunned for a moment. Is it okay to hold the grass? Dog, I will visit you in the future. Remember, don't hurt anyone in the future. He coughed softly and called tentatively. The blood-toothed wolf who just left whimpered a few times. Ow, I know, hitting someone who hurts me a lot. But I didn't hurt this person. Yong, what do you call someone who hits you so hard? How dare you hold grudges? Wait, what is it that you didn't hurt? Yong hurriedly stopped the blood-fawn wolf, and after asking a few questions, he let it go. There was a crisis in his heart. When the blood-toothed wolf came here, Lu Xiaowan's right leg was completely eaten up. Before this unfortunate dog could say anything, Yong rushed up and beat it up. Yong took a sharp sniff. Sure enough, there was a feline smell in the bloody smell. But the fierce beast has temporarily left here. Yong frowned, came to Lu Xiaowan, and took out an animal blood pill to feed her. Beast blood pill can stimulate qi in blood, precisely because it can replenish blood. In fact, many middle-aged bosses who can't cultivate but are very wealthy take beast blood pill as a blood supplement. The fierce beast was driven away by me, and I will take you home. Yong carefully placed her on his shoulders and slowly descended the mountain. But her leg is basically useless. Yong frowned. The ancient method of alchemy that Mo Danxing handed over to him recorded some ancient conjectures of life and death. After returning home, take a good look and maybe find a way to help her. Thanks. Lu Xiaowan managed to squeeze out a hoarse voice. Yong nodded and was about to go down the mountain. A gust of wind blew, and Shi Yuhu appeared in front of him. Shi Yuhu was a little stunned. What about the Nanping mountain beasts? How not? But when he saw the girl's right leg that was almost eaten to the bone, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. What's the matter? The beast was driven away by you? Shi Yuhu asked immediately. Yong nodded, concealing the part of himself driving the blood-toothed wolf away, only saying that when he came here, the girl was lying here, and in addition, he also vaguely pointed out the existence of another wandering beast. Chevron_left. Shi Yuhu frowned and gave Yong a deep look. You take this child down a mountain, I'll look for it. I have to find this beast that hurts people. After he finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone. President Yang, there's a wandering beast in Spirit Beast Hill. It is estimated that it is around the 5th order. This beast hurt the student and must be killed. Yang Yin on the other side of the phone nodded. I'll call all the teachers in the inner strength realm. Come over immediately. Soon, Yong carried Lu Xiaowan back down the mountain. Hey, do you think Yong can still walk down the mountain alive? That's the beast from Nanping Mountain. I guess it's cold. It is said that Yi Yong from the 3rd class is only a first-order warrior. He must have gone and returned. The students in other classes couldn't help but discuss. The students of Class 2 and 3 all sat with complicated expressions, especially Su Qingyan. They all know that Yi Yong is a 9th-order warrior. But the 9th-order warriors are not invincible. Those who could be characterized as fierce beasts are all above the 4th order. That is an existence that can only be confronted by internal strength warriors. What kind of compulsion do you, a person in the realm of body refinement, pretend to do? Su Qingyan even bit her lip and twisted her hands together. Her heart was numb. In her heart, all kinds of emotions are intricate. There is admiration for Yi Yong, jealousy, reverence, and a trace of regret. No one thought Yi Yong could come back alive. Of course, more people mourn the death of Lu Xiaowan Xiangxiu. In their opinion, Yi Yong is worthless. Hey, look, it's Yi Yong. He's still carrying a person on his back. Damn it, he came back alive. Goddess Lu has also been rescued. A sharp-eyed person immediately saw Yi Yong walking down the mountain road. Everyone showed a surprised expression, including Su Qingyan. Shun Linfeng and Lu Quan looked regretful. Shuiwei rushed out immediately, first patted Yi Yong on the shoulder, showing a smile of approval, and then asked the other teachers to take the girl to the infirmary. When Lu Xiaowan was sent down, many students gathered to ask for help, but she ignored anyone. A pair of big eyes just stared at Yi Yong outside the crowd. Seeing this scene, Shun Linfeng's face couldn't help but become cold. Lu Xiaowan's appearance is comparable to that of Tang Xiener, and her figure is surprisingly hot. Only the exclusive world is a little worse. So the first thing Shun Linfeng wanted was Tang Xiener, and the second thing she wanted was her. This kid must have encountered a bad luck. If he really encounters a beast, he won't even be able to leave bones and scum. Shen Linfeng said in a low voice. This cannot be heard by others. Otherwise, his reputation will be affected. Lu Quan sneered. It just so happens that everyone is here. Why don't we? Shen Linfeng nodded and stroked the flame-tailed leopard in his arms with both hands. Lu Quan took a deep breath and said loudly, Yiyang, you haven't tamed a cub yet? TSK, TSK. So it seems that your next beast breeding test may be 0. Yiyang's eyes lit up. He was worried about why the two of them didn't fight, but they still came to the door. Yiyang deliberately frowned and did not speak. A look that really couldn't tame the cub and was worried. Shuewei hurriedly said, Yiyang, don't worry. You won't be able to tame the cubs this time, and there will be another time. The teacher will give you a good tutorial on basic animal breeding theory, and you will catch up soon. Yiyang's heart warmed. This animal breeding teacher really cares about him. Lu Quan said, Student Yiyang, look, even I tamed a second-order cub. How about you? Well, there just happens to be a group of first-order little beasts there. Why don't you try it? He nuzui and laughed. The group of small beasts that Lu Quan was referring to were all timid and huddled around the beast pen, and they were all first-order. He asked Yiyang to try to conquer the first-order, which was actually belittling Yiyang. Many students also noticed the voice here, and they came over one after another with the idea of watching the fun without too much trouble. Shuewei and other teachers could not help frowning. However, in order to improve the ability of students, Shangjing College has always advocated reasonable competition, and they have no right to interfere in the competition among students. Seeing so many people approaching, Yiyang almost didn't laugh out loud. The more people came, the worse they were beaten in the face. Yiyang wished everyone knew about it. Not only that, Yiyang deliberately frowned deeply with an indescribable expression. Lu Quan was even more proud to see this scene. Yiyang, are you okay? Yeah, is it okay? Many students followed suit. Many people resented Yiyang's ability to get in touch with Lu Shaoan at close range, and they directly forgot about the fact that they flinched because of the beast 10 minutes ago. Yiyang put on an annoyed expression and said sternly, If only I could do it. Lu Quan laughed proudly, and he could see at a glance that Yiyang had no confidence at all. If you can do it, my second-order cub will be yours. He pondered for a while and sneered. Combined with Yiyang's performance, Lu Quan fully believes that Yiyang has no attainments in the subject of animal breeding. Yiyang suddenly laughed. Actually, I have a cub, and it's fourth order. As soon as his words came out, many people were stunned for a moment and then sneered. Lu Quan laughed even more. Why don't you say that you have a ninth-order cub? Yiyang, you have to be down to earth and don't brag. Yiyang blinked. What if I really have a fourth-order cub? What should I say? Shen Linfeng suddenly stood up. If you can really come up with a fourth-order cub, then my flame-tailed leopard is yours too. Hiss. As expected of an aristocratic family, the stakes are lavish. Third-order cubs are not in the eye. TSK, this is a big gamble, right? Third-order cubs will cost at least 600,000 Chinese dollars. It's an astronomical figure. Rich people really know how to play. Let's see. The voices of amazement came one after another. Yiyang blinked. I can't go back. Whoever goes back is a puppy. He took out the jade card directly. Mr. Shui, Mr. Qianming of the alchemy department owes me a fourth-order cub. Please give it to me now. Shuewei was stunned. The students were also stunned. Seriously? Mr. Qianming owes you a fourth-order cub? Shuewei took the jade card, nodded, glanced at the dog at her feet, and said with some difficulty, The jade card is right, but this fourth-order cub has suffered from a serious illness. I can't take it. Here you are. This time, Yiyang was stunned. No wonder he couldn't recognize this dog with his basic beast breeding. It turned out to be a fourth-order spirit beast. Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed together. Yiyang, our bet is that you must take out a fourth-order cub. If Teacher Shui refuses to give it to you, this bet will not be valid. Shuewei took a deep breath. Yiyang, I'm sorry. I can't give you an unhealthy cub. Yiyang frowned. Unexpectedly, this Teacher Shui is still a muscle. But don't panic. Isn't it just sick? It doesn't matter if you're sick. I'll just treat it on the spot. Yiyang suddenly laughed. Everyone was stunned. What are you talking about? You, who haven't even finished basic animal breeding theory, are you still talking about treating fourth-order cubs? What's the difference between this and crazy talk? Shui Wei said in a low voice. Yi Yang, let's forget about this kind of conflict. Even my tutor can't do anything about the stubborn disease on this puppy. You can't be cured on the spot. Yi Yang chuckled. How do you know if you don't try, dog? Do you think so? The puppy raised his head and barked a few words, his eyes bright. Shui Wei was a little stunned. How did she feel that this dog seemed to understand Yi Yang's words? Mr. Shui, do you have any books on animal breeding? Let me a look. Shui Wei nodded subconsciously and handed Yi Yang the book Advanced Beast Breeding Theory. The host reads High-Level Beast Breeding Theory, Basic Beast Breeding, upgrades to Advanced Beast Breeding, and it automatically reaches full level. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He immediately knew that the scientific name of this dark puppy was Jewel Dog. Judging from the loss of hair, red eyes, and cracked soles of the feet, it should be suffering from canine schizophrenia plus alopecia areata. A pound of swallowtail should be soaked in hot water and air-dried. 2 tails of sandfly powder should be more than 80% pure. And a raw steak. Also, I want Luquan to pick it up. Yi Yang said calmly and calmly. When Luquan heard this, he sneered. Who knows if you're talking nonsense? You still want me to get medicine? You are dreaming. Yi Yang smiled slightly. It's okay if you don't take it, but our previous bet was voided on the spot. Seeing this, Shen Linfeng immediately shook his head. Luquan's face was instantly gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. Yi Yang, wait for me. 20 minutes later, all 3 materials arrived. Mr. Shui, this Jewel Dog suffers from cleft foot syndrome and Alzheimer's virus alopecia. First, smear sandfly powder on the chapped parts of his feet, and then feed him swallowtail to induce vomiting. Yi Yang picked up a few stones and built an earthen stove, and, at the same time, set up a few forked branches, then took out a lighter and lit it, put the steak on the shelf, and grilled the steak leisurely. The host tries to grill the steak, turns on basic cooking, and automatically reaches the full level. Luquan sneered. It's really like a real thing. I'll see how you end up later. Shui Wei's eyes lit up. Yi Yang recognized the Jewel Dog, which was beyond her expectations. Then he not only spoke out about the Jewel Dog's illness, but even explained all the steps of the treatment. Even my own tutor didn't realize that a hyrovirus alopecia. Shui Wei said softly, what about the steak? Are you planning to restore the Jewel strength? Yi Yang patted his stomach. I'm hungry and want to eat. Everyone. Luquan almost broke his teeth. Thanks to myself, I even went to the cafeteria to ask for a small steak. This guy is playing him on purpose. Wait, if this Jewel Dog can't recover, what should you say? Shen Linfeng said coldly. Yi Yang touched his head. Then I'll give you this steak. It's a delicacy in the world. Many people laughed out loud. Shen Linfeng, please be serious. Yi Yang nodded. If I can't recover, what if I drop out of school on the spot? It is good. Shen Linfeng sneered. He absolutely didn't believe that Yi Yang just flipped through a few pages of advanced animal breeding theory and found a way to cure this Jewel Dog. If that's the case, isn't everyone in the academy a genius? Even Shui Wei's mentor can't solve this stubborn disease. You, a second-year student, can never do it. To put it bluntly, you are making a fool of yourself. You said, is what Yi Yang said true? He can cure the disease of fourth-order cubs? Let's pull a few down. What kind of thing is he? I heard that teacher Shui's mentor is a first-class animal breeding expert in China, and he is also the chief elder of Spirit Beast Mountain. He can't solve the miscellaneous diseases. Yi Yang, how can it be solved? Yeah, I also think this guy's playing tricks and trying to die. But he looks so confident. Let's see how this Jewel is doing before we talk. I always feel something's wrong. Under everyone's attention, Shui Wei meticulously followed Yi Yang's words to treat Jewel Dog's disease. She could clearly feel the vitality of this little guy growing stronger. He was sick at first, but after applying sandfly powder, he actually barked twice. The expressions of Shen Linfeng and Lu Quan gradually became stiff. Impossible. Then Shui Wei used swallowtail grass to induce vomiting for the Jewel Dog. After vomiting, the Jewel Dog was jumping up and down immediately. Wong Wong. It slapped its ears and howled excitedly. Now, where does it still look sick just now? It's just a lively dog. Shuewei looked at Jewel Dog's happy appearance and suddenly burst out laughing. Then she bowed to Yi Yang very sincerely. Thank you, Yi Yang. The Jewel Dog has recovered. Now it is yours. Shuewei held the Jewel Dog to her chest and handed it to Yi Yang with some reluctance. Wong Wong. The Jewel Dog barked a few times like a coquettish and arched straight in front of Shuewei. Shuewei blushed and hurriedly put it into Yi Yang's hand. Yi Yang rubbed his nose and whispered, I didn't expect you to be a little puppy. The Jewel Dog shook his ears, turned his head and barked, obviously yearning for Shuewei's gentle embrace. Yi Yang said lightly, How about the two of you? Should you be willing to admit defeat? All the people present saw it clearly. Yi Yang solved the problem that Shuewei's mentor was helpless, and in a blink of an eye, a sick Jewel Dog was restored to health. Moreover, this is also a genuine fourth-order cub. Shen Linfeng lost. Lose shamelessly. He took a deep breath, dropped the flame-tailed leopard, and left with cold eyes. The flame-tailed leopard whimpered and crawled towards the back of its master. Lu Quan's body trembled. He was different from a rich boy like Shen Linfeng. A second-order cub is already an excellent result he can achieve. If nothing else, even if you're too lazy to cultivate, you will get 200,000 Chinese coins if you buy it. Of course, the college does not advocate this. In the end, Lu Quan still put the little turtle on the ground. Yi Yang, wait for me. Everything now, I will retaliate thousands of times. This day will not be too far away. Lu Quan gritted his teeth. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I'll wait. You must call me again next time for such a good thing. Lu Quan, who was far away, almost stumbled when he heard this. Mr. Shui, I can't raise so many cubs by myself, so let's put the two of them back in the spirit beast mound. Yi Yang directly handed the cubs they gave up to Shuewei. I have something urgent, so I'll do it first. Gone. Shuewei nodded in surprise. The two cubs add up to 500,000 Chinese coins? Don't even care about it. She became more and more curious about Yi Yang. What kind of person is this? Dean Yang Yin brought several internal strength warriors into the spirit beast mound, wondering if he could find the fifth-order beast. Yi Yang is also curious. If he kills the beast, can he unlock any new skills? But before that, he wanted to refine the medicine pill to restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg. Restoring flesh and blood is not an easy task. Yi Yang must choose the best time for treatment. If it is too early, the nerves on the surface of the bones will die, and if it is too late, the nerves around the wound will also die. He ran directly to Mo Danju and said in the latter's shocked eyes, Mr. Mo, I want to make a medicinal pill that I have never had before. After learning Yi Yang's thoughts, Mo Danxing looked at him like a fool. In the interior of Mo Dan, there was a slightly sarcastic old voice. Old Mo, this is your new student? Isn't it too unrealistic? Yi Yang looked around and found two people sitting on the sofa that Mo Danxing used to entertain guests. One is a tall, spirited old man. Next to him sat a boy of 15 or 16, sitting upright with a serious face. Mo Danxing looked helpless and introduced him. Yi Yang, this is my old friend Tang Xueshan, and this is his grandson Tang Danxin. I said, Lao Mo, you student, I don't look very good, frizzy, and my thoughts are imaginative, but they are too unrealistic, not like my grandson. Come on, Dan Xian, let this little brother hear about the honor you've had. Tang Xueshan took a sip of De Hongpo and smiled. Tang Danxin stood up and said seriously, I started to identify herbs at the age of 3, and I have already read the basic alchemy theory at the age of 4. At the age of 5, I made the first beast blood pill. At the age of 6, he participated in the Hanjiang City Children's Alchemy Competition and won the first place. At the age of 8, he mastered advanced alchemy theory. In the same year, as the youngest player, I participated in the alchemy competition of the Hanjiang City Youth Group and won the first place. At the age of 11, I participated in the Hangzhou Youth Group Alchemy Competition and won the gold medal. At the age of 14, I participated in the Huanglao Cup Alchemy Competition and won the gold medal. A string of honors spit out from Tang Danxin's mouth without a pause. Mo Danxing's head hurt when he heard it, and Tang Xueshan became more and more excited. Yi Yang frowned deeply. Co-author Tang Xueshan came here to find Mo Danqing to show off his grandson. Are you old people already so bored? I'm still in a hurry to save people. Could you please shut up? How's it going? This little classmate, my Danqing, is very strong, but you are just a few years older than him. Tang Xueshan smiled smugly. Old Mo, we used to compare ourselves with our sons, our students, and finally our wife's cooking skills. But I lose to you every time, but now it's different. My Dan Xin is a genius in alchemy, definitely better than your student. I'm here this time, but I didn't mean to slap you in the face. I heard that you finished writing the ancient method of alchemy, so I wanted to show it to my grandson. How about it? Tang Xueshan rubbed his palms and stated his purpose. Anyway, your students are not that good, so why don't you show it to my grandson? Yang said coldly, enough, shut up. I still need to make alchemy to save people. Tang Xueshan was stunned for a moment. He was also a master of alchemy, like Mo Danqing in Hanjiang City. How could he be so contradicted by others? He immediately became angry. Mo Danqing, how do you talk to the elders as a student? Save people? You're a second-year student. Who can you save? Mo Danqing also frowned and scolded softly. Yang, old Tang, just likes to show off in front of me. Don't have the same knowledge as him. He changed the subject and said to Tang Xueshan, however, I've already given Yi Yang the ancient method of alchemy. I cannot give it to your grandson until he has finished reading it. Tang Xueshan suddenly became anxious. No, the first few chapters of the ancient method of alchemy are our joint achievements. Why did you just show it to others without my consent? No, the ancient method of alchemy is a waste of money when you place it with your students. It must be handed over to me. Grandson, Tang Xueshan said angrily. Yi Yang frowned and sighed inwardly. I came here today just to refine the medicinal pill for Lu Xiaowan, but I didn't expect to meet an old guy who was messing around. If you are so aggressive and you have to take away the ancient method of alchemy, you are forcing me to do it. Look, I asked him a few questions, and he definitely couldn't answer any of them. Tang Xueshan said coldly. Mo Danqing's face froze. He just handed over the ancient method of alchemy to Yi Yang the day before yesterday. How could such a thick book be read in a few days? If Tang Xueshan really asked, Yi Yang's biggest possibility would be to ask 3 questions. Yi Yang snorted coldly. Don't ask. I'll recite the ancient method of alchemy to you now. Before the two could speak, he opened his mouth and turned his back. Preface. Alchemy began with the ancient Shennong clan, flourished in the middle of the Warring States period, flourished in the Qin and Han dynasties. Zhang Yi. Taoism cooks alchemy stones and smelts minerals into pills. In ancient times, there was the Dan Ding school, which is a collective name for the sects that focus on alchemy and immortality. It's for the avenue to the sky, pointing directly to the land of the gods. 17 minutes later, Yi Yang memorized the 10-centimeter-thick ancient method of alchemy without a word. Hiss! The 2 old men gasped. Tang Xueshan's eyes were dull. He wrote the preface, and he knew it better than anyone else. Mo Danqing's eyes widened involuntarily. As a student, it's a little bit beyond my expectations. It seems that no matter what book he reads, he can memorize it all in a very short period of time and master it. This, even if you're recited, it's not a skill. The most important thing is to master it. Let me test him. Tang Xueshan grabbed the ancient method of alchemy that was thicker than 2 slabs of bricks. Yi Yang sneered, of course I have no problem with the test, but you wasted my time, so I have to add a bet. As long as I answer the question, you have to promise me a condition. Tang Xueshan smiled confidently. Okay. He casually flipped to a page and rolled his eyes. When and where did Qiu Chuji write the great alchemy masterpiece, The Great Alchemy? Yi Yang said coldly, there is no time and place recorded in the ancient method of alchemy. You are bluffing me. But I can say something else. The Danjiji is also known as Qiu Zu's secret biography, Great Danjiji. The outer alchemy scroll explains. Yi Yang opened his mouth and came, talking endlessly. Both Mo Danqing and Tang Xueshan had their eyes wide open, and their faces were incredible. The teenager Tang Danqing, next to him, also opened his eyes wide, and his face gradually showed a look of worship. He had heard from his grandfather long ago that the ancient method of alchemy is a masterpiece of contemporary ancient methods. But the big brother in front of him is not only extremely skilled, but also has a lot of knowledge. As expected, he was making an axe in the class door. No wonder he was dismissive of his own honor just now. It's all right, I've accepted it. Tang Xueshan pinched his nose and stopped, with a look of resentment. Speak your terms. I'm willing to accept the bet. You're just taking it orally, but you're not convinced. After Yang finished speaking, he went directly to the myriad beast pill furnace. My request is very simple. Now, I want to make pills. You, come and be my starter. Tang Xueshan was stunned for a moment, and he almost jumped into a rage. So Lao Tzu is a famous alchemy master in the whole of Hangzhou, and he actually attacked you? Don't tell me I've lost all my face. Yang sneered. Oh, it turns out that the master of alchemy in Hanjiang City is such an unbelievable person. I remember it. Tang Xueshan scolded secretly. Okay, I want to see what you can make. Sha 2. Bear liver, 3 or 2. Sparrow for tails. Yi Yang's mouth has already popped out the material names one by one. Tang Xueshan grinded and took the medicinal materials with a sullen face. Okay, I'm here to help too. Mo Danxing couldn't help the smile on his face and also came to help. Yi Yang nodded and started refining the medicinal pills now. No more delay. Tang Danxing shivered while sitting on the sofa, because he saw that the two respected old men in the alchemy world were all excited from beginning to end, except for the first few minutes. My grandfather is even more arrogant than anyone else at first, but later more excited than anyone else. What? How can the scorpion and the bear liver match like this? This, the 5 shocks of the furnace shock removal method. Is there a reference to the formula of Shengzhuan? It's a wild idea. Wow, you actually added yingling flour? Are you planning to use high temperature to activate flesh and blood and accelerate the growth of flesh and blood? The two old people who were over 60 years old were blushing and yelling like children. Finally, Yang took a deep breath and opened the furnace cover. The strange aroma rushed out of the pill furnace in an instant, lingering on the tip of everyone's nose. This kind of danxiang is very strange, and it makes people feel that the muscles of all limbs are twitching. Success! The two old men stared at the flesh and blood pill with excitement. Yi Yang, this is your own elixir, and you have the right to name it. Mo Danxing suppressed his excitement and said seriously. Yi Yang nodded. From now on, it's called Vitality Pill. Okay, if this recipe can be published, your student will even be among the first-line alchemy scholars. Tang Xueshan couldn't help saying. Mo Danxing smiled. Now you know what to say? Why did he go just now? Tang Xueshan coughed lightly. I'm a relatively straight-talking person. Xiaoya, don't take it to heart. Dan Xin, come and say hello to Brother Yi Yang. You will learn more from him in the future. Tang Danxing hurried over and bowed to Yi Yang with a look of reverence. Mo Danxing laughed, and the faint resentment in his heart was also washed away. Okay, you two, I have to use this medicinal pill to save people, so I will leave first. Yi Yang greeted and left quickly. Tang Xueshan looked at Yi Yang's back in the distance and suddenly sighed. Old Mo, sometimes I really envy you, but I didn't expect you to accept such an alchemy monster again. Mo Danxing smiled. Okay, it's time for us to go. The next time we meet, it will be in the alchemy competition. Tang Xueshan asked Tang Danxing to bring the ancient method of alchemy, but I won't keep it. But I delayed him saving people. It's my fault. I have to apologize. Tang Xueshan said seriously. Mo Danxing nodded seriously and watched the two go away. He suddenly had a headache. Your student is so great. When publishing the Vitality Pill formula paper later, the text must be considered. We must let people see Yi Yang's contribution, but he will not be regarded as the main contributor of Shengji Dan for the first time. Otherwise, it will cause unnecessary disaster to Yi Yang. Hey, I didn't expect that I'm so old that I have to write my thesis seriously. On the other side, Yi Yang rushed to the infirmary. However, when he got here, he was stunned. Luxury cars were parked outside the infirmary. Walking into the aisle, There were big men in black standing on both sides, fierce and vicious. In the innermost room, Yi Yang's extraordinary hearing could still hear the angry scolding of an old man, but he couldn't see the obediently scolded person standing next to him, and the shadows were blocking it. The host tries to see the scene through the crowd. Basic vision, upgrades, extraordinary vision, and the level is automatically full. The line of sight immediately became clear. It was Director Yang Yan. Seeing Yi Yang coming over, a big man at the head said sharply, "Stop, what are you doing?" Yi Yang said solemnly, "I'm here to deliver medicine to Lu Xiaowan, and I can restore her legs." The big man was stunned for a moment, but when he heard that it was related to the young lady, he didn't dare to stop him and brought him directly to the two of them. "Yi Yang, what are you doing here?" Yang Yin asked in astonishment. He already knew Yi Yang's talent from Shi Yuhu, but he didn't find it strange. After the aura is revived, adventures happen to people every day. But he saw that Yi Yang was able to restrain himself and still study hard, which was what made him happy. At the same time, he also regarded Yi Yang as the hope for the next martial arts conference. Who is this person? The old man in red with a pipe in his mouth frowned. Without waiting for Yang Yin to speak, Yi Yang said directly, "I made a medicinal pill, which can trigger the growth of flesh and blood in Lu Xiaowan's legs." The old man snorted coldly, directly arousing his coercion and pressing down like a violent storm. "I'm talking to Yang Yin. What are you talking about?" The host was coerced by the master of internal strength, and the coercion resistance was upgraded to thousands of grinds and tens of strikes, which automatically reached the full level. Thousands of grinds and tens of strikes. Ignore any coercion in the master realm of inner strength, and any inner strength coercion will speed up the growth of the host's inner strength. The violent coercion was vented, and even Yang Yin groaned and stepped back a few steps, but Yang did not change his face and still stood in place. "Huh, it's interesting." The old man sneered, and he was about to continue to increase his pressure. Yi Yang interrupted him unceremoniously. "Elder Lu, you don't want your granddaughter to have only one leg in her life, right?" He guessed at a glance that the grumpy old man in front of him was Lu Xiaowan's grandfather, Lu Yinshan. Lu Yinshan said impatiently, "Even the best doctor in my group can't heal, so what are you?" Yang Yin couldn't help but said, "Elder Lu, it was Yi Yang who saved your granddaughter." Lu Yinshan's expression softened. Yang Yin whispered again, "Lu Lao, Yi Yang is still a student of Mo Lao." Lu Yinshan's expression was a little surprised. "Old Mo, although I have a deep grudge with him, I still recognize his alchemy ability. You are his student, and you saved Xiaowan's life." Lu Yinshan sighed, "Go in and try it out. If it is really successful, you will let me do anything. But if it doesn't work..." Lu Yinshan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving Lao Tzu?" Yi Yang looked directly at him without fear. "Do you know the consequences of missing the best time for healing? If this irascible old ghost is allowed to waste time again, Lu Xiaowan's best healing time will be missed." Without waiting for him to reply, Yi Yang pushed the door directly in. "You." Looking at Yi Yang's figure who pushed the door and entered, Lu Yinshan was furious. "Elder Lu, don't worry." Yang Yin coughed lightly. "I was a little embarrassed when I was seen by the students in my cautious manner just now. If this kid is in my group, I'll have to throw him into the beast den in Nanping Mountain for a day and a night. How dare you contradict me?" Lu Yinshan was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. Yi Yang pushed open the door and entered, and there were two people, an old man and a young man. On the bed in the infirmary, Lu Xiaowan was so angry that the pain in her leg kept her between being awake and unconscious. "Why are all the cats and dogs running in?" The middle-aged Zhang Jisher said coldly with a frown. Yi Yang took out the medicinal pill bluntly. "I refined the medicinal pill that gave birth to flesh and blood. Before the best time for healing has passed, I will feed it to her. Otherwise, her legs will never grow back." Zhang Jisher's brows furrowed fiercely, obviously displeased with Yi Yang's words. The young man next to him laughed exaggeratedly. "Pills that give birth to flesh and blood? TSK. Do you consider yourself a god?" There is no such miraculous elixir in the alchemy world today. Brother, hurry back to the mental hospital. Don't come out and harm others. Already, Zhang Jishir took a deep breath, his brows still furrowed. This classmate, I'm doing my best to protect Miss Lu's leg. At such a critical time, can I ask you to go out? If you talk nonsense again and delay Miss Lu, I will definitely tell you Dean Yang and give you the most severe punishment. I Zhang Jishir do what I say. Zhang Jishir's eyes were extremely cold. He is a great doctor, and he also cultivates alchemy and medicine, both of which have achieved great success. In the entire Shanjing, he believed that the only person who could surpass him on the pill Dao was Mo Danqing. As for medical skills, he is number one. Zhang Jishir was very confident in himself, but he could barely keep the part above Lu Xiaowan's knees. The child who broke in actually said that he had refined a medicinal pill that could induce flesh and blood, which would restore Lu Xiaowan's right leg to its original shape. You must know that there is no medicinal pill that gives birth to flesh and blood in today's alchemy world. What is this nonsense? If this was in the Lu group, Zhang Jishir would have let Yi Yang beat him out. Yi Yang frowned again and again. Why did he meet an old-fashioned man who was blindly confident in himself? Lu, drive him out, Zhang Jishir said unceremoniously. The young man sneered and rolled up his sleeves to grab Yi Yang's shoulders. Xiao Lu is very confident in himself. He followed Zhang Jishir and was often able to take medicinal pills, so he came to the peak of the body refining realm early. That is a 9th-order martial artist. The students of Shanjing College are generally at the 4th or 5th level. The students in front of him looked even younger, and the 3rd-order warriors were sky-high. Throwing him out was no effort at all. Then he found out that he was wrong and went to his grandmother's house by mistake. What he was holding in his hand seemed to be a hill made of steel, and he couldn't move it at all. Step aside. Yi Yang's face also turned cold, and he pushed him away. Then he walked quickly to Zhang Jishir's side and pulled him away rudely. Zhang Jishir pointed at Yi Yang in disbelief. On the hospital bed, Lu Xiaowan, who had a weak breath, said intermittently, Zhang, Mr. Zhang. He was on the mountain, saved me. Zhang Jishir's expression softened slightly. But even if he saves your life in Spirit Beast Mound, he can't be allowed to do this. A student, what can he understand? Stop it for me. Stop it for me. What kind of medicine is that? You feed Xiaowan. If something goes wrong, you are responsible for me. Yang turned his head and smiled lightly. What if this medicinal pill can really induce flesh and blood? Zhang Jishir raised his eyes and laughed in anger. If this elixir can really produce flesh and blood, I, Zhang Jishir, will recognize you as a teacher on the spot. Yang said lightly, Okay, then wait and call the teacher. He had already fed the vitality pill, and then he took out a lot of beast blood pills and fed them together. Vitality pill can only stimulate the flesh and blood to grow faster, but wound healing and new flesh and blood require a lot of nutrients. The animal blood pill provides nutrients. Okay, sit and watch. Yi Yang let out a long breath and lay down on the sofa in the infirmary. This is the first time the host has used medical skills to save people. Basic alchemy opens the branch skill rejuvenation technique, which automatically reaches full level. Wonderful hand rejuvenation technique. Common diseases can be dispelled at will, and most of the difficult and miscellaneous diseases can be eliminated. That's it. Zhang Jishir looked at Yi Yang with a relaxed expression and said with wide eyes. Yi Yang pursed his lips. Look at it. Zhang Jishir looked at it and was immediately shocked. The flesh and blood on Lu Xiaowan's right leg was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the thighs, then slowly to the knees, and finally the calves, and then every toe is covered. The skin is pink like a newborn baby. Zhang Jishir was shocked, and so was the ordinary young Lu who didn't have a name. So amazing. It's so arrogant. Zhang Jishir forcibly resisted the thought of looking away from Lu Xiaowan's thigh and put his surprised gaze on Yi Yang. Who is this child? Why can you come up with the elixir that produces flesh and blood? Damn it, where is that little brat? I must hammer him to death. At this moment, the door of the infirmary was suddenly kicked open by Lu Yinshan. The grumpy old grandpa rushed in angrily, cursing as he walked. The more I think about it, the more wrong it is. As a student, what kind of elixir can you make to produce flesh and blood? Even if you save Shaoan, that won't work. You must be fucking me on purpose. Say, who sent you? Lu Yinshan looked at him unceremoniously. The violent internal pressure erupted, and the entire infirmary was filled with documents, and the bottles and jars were even shattered. Yi Yang, however, remained motionless, sipping his tea with Erlang's legs crossed. The taste of this tea is not good, and it is not as good as the Dahongpo of Modern Curie. He pouted, completely ignoring Lu Yunshan's internal pressure. But others are different. Zhang Jishur was okay. His face was only pale, but Xiao Lu directly knelt down with his legs soft. Damn, I don't even take my father seriously. I hacked you. Seeing Yi Yang like this, Lu Yunshan was even more violent, and he was about to hit him with a punch. Yi Yang didn't look surprised, but he was about to laugh out loud in his heart. Right? Hit me up. How can I upgrade my skills if you don't hit me? Hit me up. Yi Yang's current golden bell cover has been able to ignore the normal attacks of internal strength warriors, and there is only one way to upgrade his skills. That is to let the master of inner strength beat it. Coincidentally, Lu Yinshan is a master of inner strength. Come on, old Lu, if you don't dare to beat me, you don't deserve to be Lu Xiaowan's grandfather. Yi Yang smiled maliciously. His smile fell into Lu Yunshan's eyes, which made people grit their teeth. Lu Yinshan threw a punch, his inner strength like a dragon. Grandfather, a soft and weak voice suddenly sounded. Yinshan's fist still landed on Yi Yang, but it was so soft that he couldn't upgrade his skills. Yi Yang gave the irritable old man a helpless look on his face. The irritable old man had already rushed to Lu Xiaowan's bedside with excitement and completely left himself aside. Yang Yin also rushed in. Seeing that Yi Yang was all right, he let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw that Lu Xiaowan's right leg had actually recovered from the white bones to its original shapely white appearance, the dean of Chuan Gong, who has always shown calmness, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Mr. Zhang is really talented. Yang Yan's first reaction was that Zhang Jishur had done it. He successfully combined alchemy and medicine and restored Lu Xiaowan's right leg in a short period of time. Yang Yan did not think that Yi Yang did it. He didn't think a second-year student could do anything that a major doctor couldn't. Lu Yinshan also cried out excitedly and hurriedly held Zhang Jishur's hand with a look of enthusiasm. Old Zhang, you are still awesome. Don't say anything. After you go back, your cultivation resources will be doubled. Zhang Jishur couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. Old Lu, it's really attractive to double the cultivation resources, but I can't take this reward without merit. Oh, why are you being polite to me? Who else can do it except you, modesty? Lu Yinshan said with a smile. Zhang Jishur was helpless in every possible way. Old Lu, I really didn't heal him, it was him. He was pointing at Yi Yang, who was drinking tea with Erlang's legs crossed. In the small infirmary, everyone was stunned. After several seconds, Yang Yin said cautiously, Mr. Zhang, are you joking? He regretted saying that. What is Zhang Jishur's identity? Why is he joking? It is his credit. He will never refuse. It is not his credit. He will not take a cent. Since Zhang Jishur said that this was done by Yi Yang, then it was really done by Yi Yang. Lu Yinshan turned around and carefully looked at Yi Yang up and down. Zhang Jishur knew that they had doubts in their hearts, so he had to continue. This little classmate fed Shaowan an elixir that can induce flesh and blood, and supplemented it with a large amount of animal blood elixir to completely restore Xiaowan's health in a short period of time. Right leg. But I also practice medicine and alchemy, and I've never heard of an elixir that can produce flesh and blood. I don't know how this little classmate got it. Child, do you still have this medicine? I'm willing to buy them all for $500,000. Zhang Jishur looked at Yi Yang and said seriously. Yang Yin was stunned for a moment. Yi Yang is a student of Mo Lao. Maybe this medicine pill was refined by Mo Lao. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Mo Danqing has absolute authority in the alchemy world in Shanjing. If it is said that he refined this medicinal pill, then everything that follows is not at all surprising. So that's the case. Then I have to go to Old Mo to buy this medicinal pill. Zhang Jisher also nodded. Obviously, no one thinks that Yi Yang, a second-year student, can refine this unprecedented medicinal pill. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It was saving people anyway. It didn't matter who made this medicine pill. Besides, although this kind of vitality pill is novel, it is the fourth-order pill, and Yi Yang doesn't take it seriously. At this time, a hearty and slightly apologetic voice suddenly sounded outside the infirmary. Old Lu, I didn't expect the person to be rescued to be Xiaowan. It's all my fault. I didn't know the importance of it in Lao Mo's place before, delaying Xiaoye and almost missing the best time for treatment. Old Tang, why are you here? Lu Yinshan was stunned for a moment, then showed an old friend reunion look, and the two came forward for a bear hug. Old Tang, what you said just now, what do you mean? Lu Yinshan asked hesitantly. Tang Xueshan smiled apologetically and told what happened in Mo Danju without any cover-up. It's my fault for being so reckless. At that time, I only thought that Xiaoye was bragging. I didn't expect that he actually wanted to save people. It was your granddaughter, Lao Lu, but luckily it didn't make a big mistake. At the end, Tang Xueshan not without exclamation. In the infirmary, in the end, there was only his voice, and he could even hear his breathing. Everyone's eyes were on the boy. This medicinal pill was actually made by him. Zhang Jisher's look at Yi Yang suddenly became incredible. He had greatly underestimated this young man. Tang Xueshan's face was ashamed. You may not believe it when you say it. This time I brought my grandson to Beijing because I wanted to pretend to be coercive in front of Lao Mo. I originally thought that Lao Mo confiscated any qualified students, but this time he must have won the ticket. But I really didn't expect that Lao Mo would have such a talented student, Yi Yang, who is almost a monster. He actually combined the ancient method of alchemy written by Lao Mo to find the idea of the ancient's life and death. And coupled with his own unrestrained methods, he configured a kind of elixir that can produce flesh and blood. Life Dan. Tang Xueshan shook his head and said, I'm almost 70 years old, but this is the first time I've seen a child who can create his own pill recipe at such a young age. He still hasn't said a word. Even he himself has not been able to create his own pill recipe. After Tang Xueshan finished speaking, the entire infirmary fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes converged on Yi Yang, who was still drinking tea. Lu Xiaowan tilted her head and looked at him, her face flying red again. Both times of despair, Yi Yang helped her pull her back from the abyss. At the top of Spirit Beast Hill, when life and death were desperate, he saved himself. Now, facing the desperation of having his right leg amputated, he has recovered his right leg again. She knew Tang Xueshan, a big figure in the Dan Tao world in Hanjiang City, almost as famous as Mo Danqing. Even such people greatly appreciated Yi Yang. Lu Xiaowan suddenly felt that this young man had an extraordinary attraction to her. At this time, Zhang Jisher suddenly clasped his fists with both hands and bowed deeply to Yi Yang. Old Zhang has misunderstood, and I have to fulfill my promise. Master Yi. Yi Yang nodded lightly. This Zhang Jisher seems to be a man of true temperament, but he actually obeyed the verbal agreement and called him teacher. Lu Yinshan also sighed at the moment and came to Yi Yang. Young friend Yi Yang, I blamed you before. You are my granddaughter's benefactor. My Lu group owes you a favor. As long as you speak, Lao Lu will definitely do it. Yang. Yin was amazed. Lu Yinshan is the top boss in Shangjing, and his business spans almost half of Hangzhou. Such a person owes Yi Yang a favor, and he can walk sideways in Shangjing in the future. Yi Yang waved his hand. I just don't want to see Xiaowan suffer from the pain in her right leg. Elder Lu doesn't have to do this. I have something else to do. I'll go first. After Yi Yang finished speaking, Meteor strode away. The host's words made Lu Xiaowan feel good, and she turned on the basic flirting girl and automatically reached the full level. Hey, can you do this? Mr. Mo has really accepted a good student. It would be great if I also had such a student. Zhang Jisher said with emotion. Chevron _left. Xiao Lu pouted, but did not dare to speak. For a student with alchemy qualifications like Yi Yang, the battle between the four famous schools in the future should not be difficult. Liu Yinshan suddenly said, but he said this to Yang Yin. Judging from the current state of Beijing College, there's almost no hope for the title of this prestigious school. Yi Yang's sudden rise brought dawn. Yang Yin smiled knowingly. If he was exaggerating, Yi Yang would be a lucky star. In the blink of an eye, on the weekend, Yi Yang got on the bus alone and went to the orphanage in Shenan District. I made an appointment with Su Qingyin today to go to the orphanage to see the old dean. In addition, Yi Yang has another purpose. If he guessed correctly, there should be a spiritual vein hidden under the orphanage. Although the welfare home is very poor, almost none of the workers and children here have ever gotten sick. This is the power of Reiki. Nourishes the body quietly, preventing all diseases. If he cultivates on the spiritual veins, Yi Yang's accumulation of internal energy will be greatly accelerated. But Yi Yang didn't intend to take away the spiritual veins. It was the property of the orphanage. It could protect the children of the orphanage from growing up healthily. What he valued was the treasure in the depths of the spiritual veins. The qi-nourishing jade that Shi Yuhu had given him before was formed in the depths of a small spiritual vein. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. "Is that Mr. Yang Yi?" "I'm Yin Qingqing," a serious male said. Yi Yang almost said that. "I'm Yi Yang. You typed the wrong person." Mai didn't change her face for a long time and almost forgot the name Yang Yi. He changed his voice. "It's me. What's the matter with Master Yin?" "About the upcoming Shangjing City Martial Arts Hall Arrangement Conference." Yin Chengqing said, "Please tell me the address, Xiaohong, and I'll come find you." Yi Yang nodded. "I'm going to the welfare home in Shenan District soon. Let's meet there." "It is good." On the other side, Shenan District Welfare Institute. Su Qingyin had already arrived here early. She has always been a kind-hearted person, and whenever she has time, she will come back to help clean the orphanage. But when she came back this time, she noticed the gloom in the orphanage. "Aunt Zhao, what's the matter? Where's the old dean?" Su Qingyin asked someone. "It's all good work done by Cheng Guanping. He's going to sell the land of the welfare home. And Lao Zhao is so angry that he is still lying in the hospital." Aunt Zhao's face burst into sadness. "He also told us to hurry up. Go away. Don't delay him making money." When Su Qingyin heard this, she was furious. She knew that Chen Guanping. It is said that he also grew up in the welfare center and later returned to the welfare center to become the vice president. But this man is mean and snobbish. He didn't treat these children as human beings in the early days, and now he has actually started the idea of the land of the orphanage. Moreover, she heard from President Yang that there may be a spiritual vein deep underground in the welfare home, which is very precious and can protect the children from all diseases. She immediately reacted. Chen Guanping must be playing the idea of this spiritual vein. "Where's Chen Guanping? I want to find his theory," Su Qingyin said angrily. Aunt Zhao sighed. "If you guessed correctly, Chen Guanping should have brought a group of gangsters to chase us. Old people, children, they will all be kicked out. Chen Guanping, wants money. Qingyin, you better go back. Those little gangsters claim to be from the black-clothed sect. All of them are warriors of the 5th or 6th rank. You can't beat them. Among the children coming out of the orphanage, you are the most promising. Don't suffer like this for us." Aunt Zhao patted Su Qingyin on the shoulder and persuaded bitterly. Su Qingyin wanted to say that the most promising person was not me, but Yi Yang. But before she could say anything, an uninvited guest came. Walking in the forefront is Chen Guanping, the vice president of the welfare home. He is in his 30s, tall, and his face is even a little handsome, except for his lips that look mean. Behind him, 6 youths followed, all dressed in black. "Aunt Zhao, why are you still here? Didn't I already tell you to leave the orphanage soon?" Chen Guanping smiled when he saw Aunt Zhao. "Yo, Qingyin, why did you come back from the academy? Do you want to see the old dean? He's sick. You can't see him for the time being." Chen Guanping saw Su Qingyin again and smiled genially. Su Qingyin looked at him quietly. She could see that there was malice under that genial face. "Students of Shangjing College?" The people headed by Haiyaman frowned. President Chen, who didn't mention this. Chen Guanping laughed. "Qi Wei, he's just an ordinary student. It's not in the way. If she stops her, she will drive away together without leaving any obvious scars. Qi Wei nodded. He has been in this industry for a long time, and he has done many times to beat people without leaving scars. Get out of the way, or I'll fight you together. He walked straight to Su Qingyan and looked at her condescendingly. Su Qingyan looked at him without fear, even if this young man's body training is far beyond her 7th rank. Interesting, don't let it? Qi Wei laughed and was about to throw it off with a slap. Stop me. An old voice suddenly sounded. Then everyone saw that a thin figure in a security uniform came out of the guard booth, pointed his crutches here, and roared with all his strength. Oldly, are you planning to get involved even when you are old? Shen Guanping glanced at him and said coldly, White-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf. I shouldn't have let Lao Zhao raise you in the first place. Lao Li roared. After roaring, a violent cough immediately squeezed out of his throat. Obviously, his body was very weak. Hey, Lao Li, don't speak loudly if you're not in good health. If I make you angry on the spot, wouldn't I have to pay for the medical bills? Shen Guanping laughed. Qi Wei, hurry up, don't waste time. He continued. Qi Wei nodded and grabbed Su Qingyan's shoulder mercilessly. Su Qingyan was startled and quickly retreated, but her speed was not comparable to that of a 7th-order martial artist. The shoulder was immediately grabbed, and a huge force suddenly came. Go away. Qi Wei snorted coldly and was about to throw Su Qingyan out. Stop. A voice suddenly sounded. Naturally, it was Yang. However, he is now facing a change of face, and has become the appearance of Yang Yi. Su Qingyan followed the reputation and suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Yang? Who are you? Qi Wei didn't let go, stared at Yang, and said solemnly. He smelled a hint of danger from this young man, but he wasn't sure what the other party's cultivation was, and he didn't want to get into trouble. My name is Yang Yi, and I have a relationship with this girl. Yang pointed at Su Qingyan and said lightly, Then take her away. Qi Wei stared at Yang for a while, then let go of Su Qingyan. He takes money to do things and doesn't want to get into more trouble. Su Qingyan said anxiously, Mr. Yang, save this orphanage. Damn, you are courting death. Qi Wei said angrily. My surname is Yang. I don't know what your identity is, but I'm going to do things for others when I receive money. I advise you not to get involved. Qi Wei turned to Yang again and stared fiercely. Yang laughed. I also have a relationship with this orphanage. You're also courting death, aren't you? Qi Wei roared. Yang waved his hand. Looking for death? No, you're looking for death. Huh? You dare talk to us like this? You're really fat. Qi Wei laughed angrily. Dare to ask what your cultivation is? Chevron _left. I'm afraid to scare you to death. Yang said seriously. I'm an internal force warrior. Su Qingyan was also proud at the moment. Yes, Mr. Yang is an internal force warrior. I advise you to leave quickly, so as not to suffer from flesh and blood. The 6 people in the black-clothed door froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! NEI Gene martial artist. You're such a young NEI Gene chicken, huh? What are you pretending to be? Do you know what inner strength is? Our black-clothed sect's eldest brother, Tiger, only stepped into the realm of inner strength when he was 40 years old. So what kind of thing are you? Ha ha ha, laughing at me. If he is an internal force martial artist, then am I a master of internal energy? Shen Guanping also smiled meanly. Mr. Yang, don't act too hard. It will kill people. Qi Wei crossed his hips and smiled. I suspected you were really powerful at first, but now I think you're just pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Yang didn't react yet, but Su Qingyan blushed. Mr. Yang is really an internal force warrior. You. Even Aunt Zhao came over. Qingyan, isn't this person a liar? Oldly coughed lightly, but said to Yang, Son, you want to help us, I accept this, but you should take advantage of now. Take Qingyan and leave quickly. It's too late. What I hate most about Qi Wei is when others act in front of me. Qi Wei sneered, Brothers, hammer him. The 6 people from the black-clothed door made a sound in unison, and they were about to rush over. Yang frowned. This time I originally planned to visit the old dean and donate some money to the orphanage by the way to repair the facilities. As a result, the mood was destroyed. If you fight with people like you might even break things in the orphanage. It's really annoying. The figures of the 6 people in the black-clothed door rapidly enlarged in their pupils, and Yi Yang stood with his hands hanging down, not even bothering to block. Bang, bang, bang. 6 punches hit Yi Yang all over the body, one after another. Hiss! Everyone, including Qi Wei, felt the huge anti-vibration force coming from their arms. It's almost like being hit on a steel plate. What monster! It's over, it's my turn. The 6 people were about to rub their hands when they suddenly heard Yi Yang's cold voice. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 figures were blasted out at the same time, and they all spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and instantly wilted. Qi Wei was not beaten out, because his wrist was directly grabbed by Yi Yang. It's like being clamped by iron pliers. Let go of me, Qi Wei said in horror. Hey, let it go. Yi Yang directly swung Qi Wei at 360 degrees and threw it directly at the pool of the orphanage. Qi Wei directly inserted it like a javelin, without even splashing water. Dead silence. Su Qingyan looked adored. Aunt Zhao and Old Li were dumbfounded, and Chen Guangping was dumbfounded. Chen Guangping knew very well what the 6 people from Haimen were. One is 7th order, and the rest are all 6th order. Even if the 9th order warrior comes, it will suffer. But in front of this young man, he has no ability to resist. Could it be that he didn't brag before? He was really an internal force warrior? Chen Guangping seemed to remember something and quickly dialed someone's phone. Qi Wei, don't be afraid. I've already invited Brother Hu to come over. After nodding to the phone a few times, Chen Guangping put away his phone and sneered. Qi Wei suddenly jumped up. Yes, I still have Brother Tiger on my head. Yi Yang frowned. Who is Brother Hu? Qi Wei walked up to Yi Yang and laughed. You know what you're afraid of now? I admit that you are very strong, but you are so young. At most you are just getting started with inner strength. But our brother Hu has already become weak in internal strength. You can't even hold 10 rounds in front of him. Yi Yang smiled lightly. His inner strength was small. His 9 revolutions forging breath exercise has been transforming breath into internal energy, and this morning he has entered the realm of Deshang. In addition, he still has Golden Bell cover and Wandering Bagwazang, and his inner strength is Xiaoqing in front of him, so it shouldn't last for 1 round. Yi Yang nodded and said lightly, Your boss is awesome, but it's not that you are awesome. Were you pretending to be in front of me? Qi Wei. He seemed to be right at all. Yi Yang picked it up for him and put it under his ass. The human flesh chair feels pretty good. Yi Yang weighed it and nodded slightly. Xiao Su, do you want to come and try? He coughed lightly and invited Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan's face flushed, but she still stepped forward to try it. Qi Wei, who was treated as a chair, was already full of shame. When Brother Tiger comes, I must kill you, I must kill you. 10 minutes later, an arrogant Hummer rushed directly into the orphanage. A man with a cigarette jumped down. He looked only in his early 30s. He was wearing a tight army green elastic vest, but his muscles were perfectly brought out. Brother Tiger, Qi Wei, who was treated as a human flesh chair, screamed miserably. Brother Hu, you are finally here. Chen Guangping also said excitedly. His voice was full of grievances and tears, like a modern doe. Brother Hu didn't look at Qi Wei, but looked at Yi Yang seriously, and then blew a smoke ring. Boy, aren't you from Shangjing? Brother Hu said coldly. When you come to Shangjing, you have to abide by the rules here. Chen Guangping also sneered. Those who don't follow the rules will either get out or die. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I haven't heard any rules when I first arrived. Otherwise you can tell me. What are the rules? Brother Hu frowned. You deliberately pretended to be confused by trying to understand with me, didn't you? In the entire Shernan district, apart from Lu Hong, the owner of the Lu Pavilion, and Yin Qingqing, the owner of the Yin Pavilion, my words are the rules. Brother Tiger beckoned, and the younger brother ran over holding a humidor, and handed over a Zippo lighter by the way. If you don't understand, I'll call you until you understand. After he finished speaking, he first lit the cigar, heated it for a while, and then cut off the cap of the cigar cutter. I've already said this guy should understand, right? It's better to do business with peace as the most precious thing, so why fight and kill? Pei Hu is also in his 40s. I want to do business to make money for my retirement, and I don't want to fight anymore. Lao Tzu bought the orphanage for the sake of this spiritual vein and the enjoyment of the rest of his life. Of course, if this guy doesn't know how to lift up, then I don't mind letting him know what Neijing Xiaoqing is like. Peihu nodded in satisfaction and began to puff and puff comfortably. Yi Yang frowned. So you have 2 more on your head? It seems that you're not very good. Cough, cough, cough. Peihu let out a violent cough. Damn, boy. Do you have the guts to say it again? The boy in black who handed the cigar was furious. Peihu's face was gloomy. He reached out his hand to shut him up and stared at Yi Yang with a pair of tiger eyes. Peihu, haven't touched it for a long time. You are very good, and it gave me the idea of doing again. Yi Yang waved his hand. Is it called Peihu? Since I'm here, the rules of Shernan District will have to be changed in the future. Peihu laughed in anger. Oh, I like to hear. What rules do you have? Yi Yang touched his fist. I see. Whoever has the bigger fist is the better one. This is my new rule. Peihu stared at him for a while, then burst out laughing. Okay, I like this new rule. I'll tell you now, whose fist is bigger. Peihu took a deep breath, took a big step, and smashed it with one punch. The punches are like tigers going down a mountain, domineering and fierce. Qi Wei exclaimed excitedly. This is Boss Pei, whose tiger-shaped fist. Yang Yi, you are dead. Chen Guangping also had a cold smile on his face. At the beginning, Pei who defeated the boss of another gang in Shernan District with his tiger-shaped fist, so that in that battle, he set foot on the level of inner strength warrior. This is Pei Hu's lore. Obviously, he was really angered by this Yang Yi, and wanted to kill the chicken and set an example. However, Yi Yang didn't move, as if shocked by the punch. Pei Hu's face was even more proud. It seems that this kid is really just a beginner of internal strength, and he has only shown a little strength, and he is completely intimidated. Old Li, Aunt Zhao, and the staff of the welfare home couldn't bear to look directly. A half-old child couldn't help but said, "Why doesn't that big brother stop him?" Old Li sighed, but was speechless. Su Qingyin's face showed anxiety, and she even wanted to step up to help. Mr. Yang, get out of the way. But Yi Yang turned his head and smiled slightly. Hide? He can't hurt me in the slightest. Boy, do you still have to show your strength in front of a woman when you are about to die? Pei Hu's face was full of sneer. In a matter of seconds, the domineering and fierce fist was already present. Qi Wei, Chen Guangping, and the 5 black-clothed boys who were beaten by Yi Yang and vomited blood all grinned, as if he had seen Yi Yang vomiting 3 liters of blood, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But they were wrong. Yi Yang also punched, and between square inches, the last one came first. Boom! The 2 fists slammed together suddenly. The next moment, Pei Hu flew out directly, and in midair, the entire right arm was soft and collapsed. Obviously, it was useless. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Yi Yang wiped his fist on Qi Wei's body and said with a smile, "My fist is big. I have the final say, understand?" The audience was silent. No one dared to speak. Pei Hu turned over and stood up, his face pale and sweaty. This guy is too scary. Qi Wei opened his mouth and looked up at Yi Yang, unable to speak. Chen Guangping couldn't wait to slap his own mouth. Even the boss of Haiyamen, Pei Hu, lost. Who can beat this guy? Boy, I advise you not to be too arrogant. You are an outsider after all. Outsiders are not welcome in Shernan District. What if you're stronger than me? Lu Heng, Yin Chengqing are stronger. They will beat you to the ground and beg for mercy. Pei Hu took a deep breath. His eyes were indifferent, and he regained the momentum of the old black-clothed door boss. Come on, go and invite the 2 pavilion owners. Let this foreign kid know that the sky is high. Yes, said the cigar box boy. No, I'm right here. A solemn voice sounded from the door of the orphanage. Pei Hu's face showed joy. How could he not recognize this voice? It was Yin Qingqing, the owner of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Museum. Before Pei Hu became a martial artist of internal strength, Yin Chengqing was already well known, and he was in the south of the city. According to some gossip, Yin Chengqing's cultivation level has even reached the inner strength, and he, Pei Hu, was in his 40s and barely managed to climb to the level of inner strength. In this realm, Peihu estimated that he had no hope. But it's not a piece of cake to kill you in seconds if you have a great internal energy. Peihu took 3 steps and took 2 steps to come to Yin Chengqing. Master Yin, you are one of the most powerful people in our field. You have to judge me. I received money from the black-clothed door to do errands, but in the middle of the way, a Cheng Yao Jin came out. He didn't say anything about the person who hit me, and he even said that he wanted to change the rules here. I got angry as soon as I heard it. What is this? How can such a voice appear in a beautiful society? I went up to reason with him on the spot, and it ended in a close defeat. Master Yin, you must take action and severely suppress this son's arrogance. Yi Yang, who was sitting on Qi Wei, smiled faintly. Su Qingyin is not happy. What does it mean to end in a loss? You were clearly crushed by Mr. Yang. Okay? This man is really shameless. Yin Qingqing, who heard Peihu's words, didn't speak. When he saw Yi Yang, he strode towards Yi Yang. Peihu looked at him with a wild smile on his face. Master Yin really knows the righteousness. People who don't understand the rules must be repaired. We must not let someone like him spoil the atmosphere of our Shurnin district. Peihu quickly followed. Master Yin. Su Qingyin raised her head and glanced at Yin Chengqing and shouted timidly. Peihu was stunned for a moment. Master Yin, this child knows you. Let me just say this girl looks beautiful and has good aptitude, so she is definitely not an ordinary person. He wiped his sweat secretly, but luckily he didn't do anything to this girl. Deanly and all the staff couldn't help but take a step back. This is the master of the martial arts hall with great internal strength. Even if he just stands here, it will cause great pressure invisibly. Chen Guanping bravely stepped forward and said coldly, Master Yin, this son beat up the members of the black-clothed door for no reason and maliciously destroyed the facilities of my orphanage. Please do us justice. Su Qingyin widened her beautiful eyes after hearing this. Chen Guanping's hat is really a set of buttons. Yin Chengqing looked directly at Yi Yang, then nodded. To slap it out. Snapped. Chen Guanping is also a 4th and 5th-order martial artist. How could he bear such strength? His body was directly pulled out and fell to the ground, with a big tooth flying out of his mouth. Even if he was half sitting up, Venus kept popping up in front of his eyes. Peihu sucked in a breath of cold air and said cautiously, Master Yin, who are you? Yin Chengqing looked back at him with cold eyes. Old Pei, don't mess with people who shouldn't be messed with. Mr. Yang, you have already stood at the pinnacle of the inner strength martial artist. You can't afford it. After Yin Chengqing finished speaking, Peihu was cold all over. The pinnacle of inner strength warriors. No wonder this kid looked cynical and fearless from start to finish. Co-authoring is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Peihu secretly glanced at Yi Yang and quickly lost his smile. Mr. Yang, you don't remember villains. Don't take me to heart. Yi Yang looked at him with a half-smile. Then you have to take some practical action. Peihu gritted his teeth and said, we don't want the money for the welfare home. Not only that, we are responsible for the renovation of the facilities destroyed by the welfare home. Yi Yang was expressionless. What else? Peihu gritted his teeth and said, the safety of the orphanage is guaranteed by my black-clothed door, and in the future, the welfare institution will be maintained by my black-clothed door. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you are very sensible. Haha, Mr. Yang is joking. This is what Xiaohu should do. Peihu nodded and bowed. Yi Yang gave him a strange look. This guy is in his 40s, and he actually calls himself a little tiger in front of him. Oldly next to him, and all the staff were dumbfounded. What? Is our Shernan Welfare Institute out of crisis? Who is this Mr. Yang? It's so awesome. Mr. Yang, please accept me. Oldly tremblingly came to Yi Yang and was about to bow. Yi Yang didn't dare to accept it, so he quickly helped Lao Li up, so he gave up the idea of bowing. Mr. Yang, please come with me. We will talk in detail in the car. When Yin Chengqing saw that the two had finished speaking, he stepped forward and said sincerely. Yi Yang nodded and got into the car. What Yin Chengqing wanted to talk to Yi Yang about was very simple. It is to invite him to participate in the rehearsal meeting in a few days. At that time, all the major martial arts halls in Shangjing will gather on Wuguan Street, Shurnin District. This time, The top 10 martial arts halls in Shangjing will be decided. This is the same as the 4 famous schools in China. It is an honor and a golden sign. Although it is tiring to fight for this brand, it has to be fought every few years. But this year, the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall really can't come up with anyone, so Yi Yang can only be invited. Yi Yang refused at first, but Yin Chengqing directly took out a bank card of 300,000 yuan, and Yi Yang nodded and accepted it, and said that I would definitely help you win the title of the #1 martial arts academy in Shanghai. Yi Yang didn't lie, and soon he would become the pinnacle of internal strength, enough to look down on the vast majority of warriors. And what he lacks the most right now is money, because it takes a lot of money to upgrade anything. Yin Chengqing gave a wry smile, only taking Yi Yang as a joke. He only hoped that the signboard could be kept. The conversation between the two only took more than 20 minutes, and then Yin Chengqing drove away. When Yi Yang came down, Peihu stepped forward and asked for warmth again, and then he took people away. The boss has softened, and Qi Wei, the younger brother, has nothing to say, so he can only honestly apologize to Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded like an old senior and left quickly without returning to the orphanage. Of course, he didn't really leave, but took a different path, removed the disguise on his face, and returned to his original appearance. In a welfare home, only the security guard Lao Li, a group of employees, Chen Guanping, and Su Qingyan were left. Su Qingyan muttered while helping to organize. Yi Yang's guy hadn't appeared yet, so he was mad at her. Chen Guanping sat alone on the ground, and suddenly burst into laughter, his voice harsh. "And Zhao, let's throw it out for him." Su Qingyan frowned. "I'm the vice president of Shernan Welfare Institute." Chen Guanping restrained his laughter and stared at the two of them. "Why did you throw me out?" Su Qingyan said unceremoniously, "You betrayed the welfare of the orphanage for your own selfishness. Just because of this, you're not worthy of being the vice president." Chen Guanping sneered, "Yes, I'm not worthy. But who are you? Can you resign me?" Su Qingyan was dumbfounded. Chen Guanping is indeed unworthy to continue to be the vice president. But after Su Qingyan left the orphanage, she was an outsider, and she was not qualified to point fingers at Chen Guanping. "My old Li is from the orphanage. I will resign you on the spot." Lao Li pointed at his nose and scolded. Chen Guanping laughed. "You are a security guard. What do you say? And even if you were the dean, of course you can resign me. But when we signed the contract, the old dean said that he would pay me 7,000 yuan a month. Even if you resign me, will you still have to pay off your salary? I've already figured it out. The total is 186,900 Chinese dollars. After erasing the fraction, the orphanage only needs to pay me back 180,000. Chevron_left. Lao Li almost fainted when he heard this number. Su Qingyan also roared angrily. 180,000? Why don't you go grab it? Chen Guanping patted the dirt on his clothes and said with a smile, "I, Chen Guanping, are going through the legal process now. No matter who is here, I have a reason. Don't forget, the strongest in China is not a martial arts hall, nor a gang, but an official government and a government ministry. I'll give you 10 days. If you don't reach the 180,000, we'll see you in court." He didn't say a word. This spiritual vein under the orphanage is destined to belong to him. Chen Guanping resumed the way he held Jiju at the beginning. Yes, he did fail, but he had already found a way back for himself, and while the old dean was angry, he stole the contract. No one knows more than he how much money is still on the books of the welfare home. This number was the last straw that broke the Shernan Welfare Institute. Chen Guanping, you are a scum. Deliberately wait for Mr. Yang, the owner of the museum, and the others to leave before you speak. You are a scum who bullies the soft and fears the hard. Su Qingyan was already out of anger. Chen Guanping laughed. That's true. I, Chen Guanping, are bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. But what can you do with me? Su Qingyan rushed up and wanted to beat him. I advise you to be rational. All your use of force against me will be regarded as a violation of the rules of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A martial artist can't use force against ordinary people. You, a student, should know better than me, right? Chen Guanping smiled coldly. Su Qingyan stopped her fists abruptly. Ha ha ha. I'll be back in 10 days. Either give me 180,000 Chinese dollars or get me out of the Shernan Welfare Institute. Chen Guangping waved his hand and turned to leave. And many more. A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Yang? Su Qingyan originally thought it was Mr. Yang who had returned, but when she saw Yi Yang, she pouted. He's here, and nothing can change. Little Leaf, are you back? The old dean forced a smile. I heard everything. Yi Yang put down his bulging school bag and said coldly. Chen Guangping folded his hands and said with a smile, Oh? You are the tail of the crane from Shangjing College. Do you also want to get involved? What kind of thing are you? Poor ghosts and wastewood? He laughed. Yi Yang looked at this mean face calmly. Aren't you Chen Guangping addicted to money? Then I'll hit you in the face with money. Yi Yang said coldly, On behalf of the orphanage, I will dismiss you today. Chen Guangping was stunned for a while, holding his stomach and laughing loudly. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. This guy, late for a crucial moment, is here now, but he is talking stupid things. Old Li helped his forehead helplessly. He almost watched Yi Yang grow up. Yi Yang is good at everything, but he is a little bit speechless. Yi Yang, I really want to know, who gave you the courage to say such a thing? Liang Jing. Before Chen Guangping could finish speaking, Yi Yang opened his school bag and smashed the 200,000 cash in the guy's face. This stack, when I was 4 years old, you deliberately kicked my job over. Bang. This stack, when you were 7 years old, you tore up my paintings. Bang. This stack. Yi Yang's strength is very great. Even if it is a 10,000 yuan banknote, it hurts to hit his face. The total is 200,000 yuan, and the extra 20,000 yuan will be given to you by me. Yi Yang coldly looked at Chen Guangping with a blue nose and a swollen face. Now get out. Chen, my back path was cut off like this, cut off by a poor ghost who went out of an orphanage. How could he get 200,000? Chen Guangping took a deep breath and picked up the money one by one. Yi Yang, I will be back. This spiritual vein, I am determined to get it. Yi Yang frowned. Qingyan beat him. Chen Guangping's face panicked. He turned his head and left. He left without the slightest dignity. Yi Yang turned around. Lao Li, Su Qingyan, all the employees, and the children of the welfare home all looked at him with shock and curiosity. Xiaoya, where did you get so much money? Don't do anything against the law. Old Li was silent for a long time before he asked tentatively. Su Qingyan's face was complicated. Grandpa Li, Yi Yang can make alchemy now, but I didn't expect him to spend so much money at one time. Small idea. If he dares to come in the future, I will continue to throw money at him. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes again. Bah, who would believe it? You can only refine beast blood pills now, and you are not an alchemist. In order to celebrate the orphanage's overcoming this difficult time, I'll treat you as a guest. Please have a good meal. Yi Yang smiled at the children again. Oh, brother Yi Yang is the best. Wow, it's delicious. I want to eat Yindu roast duck, I want to eat crystal elbow, and I want... The children were all excited when they heard the delicious food. But before that, I have to pick up the old dean first. Yi Yang said seriously. When he talked about the old dean, the others immediately stopped talking and bowed their heads. Old Zhao, it may not last for a month. Lao Li was silent for a while before he said. Aunt Zhao's eyes dimmed. After Chen Guangping's anger, all the old illnesses in the past also occurred together. Lao Zhao. Yi Yang frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Go to the hospital now. Su Qingyan turned around and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and quickly said, I'll go with you. Grandpa Li, you stay with everyone to take care of the orphanage, lest that scumbag Chen Guangping come back and destroy it. Lao Li nodded seriously. Yi Yang and Su Qingyan rushed to the Municipal People's Hospital. Yi Yang was really anxious. The old dean could almost be regarded as his biggest benefactor in the past 10 years. Without him, he might not even be able to enter the gate of Shangjing Academy. This time, when I returned to the orphanage and brought so much money, Yi Yang also wanted to let the old dean know that he was no longer the useless little guy he used to be. You can also contribute to the welfare home. Su Qingyan peeked at his face from time to time. Her complexion was inexplicable. It was from the day of his second-grade assessment that Yi Yang became more and more powerful, so powerful that it was hard to look up to. Shouldn't he have a crush on him? Su Qingyan felt a little feverish. But Mr. Yang Yi seems to be more handsome and powerful. The host has gained the favor of women. Basic Flirting Girl and Basic Disguise are merged and upgraded to Thousand Faces technique, which will automatically reach full level. Thousand Faces greatly improve the appearance and can change the appearance at will. Is not easy to be seen through the anxious Yang has no reason to hear such a sentence. Hey, what's the situation? He glanced at Su Qingyan beside him with a strange expression. Su Qingyan also glanced at Yang, her face flushed. How do you feel that he is so much more handsome than before? Is it an illusion? Chevron_left. On the premise of paying an extra 100 yuan, the two arrived at the Municipal People's Hospital more than 10 minutes earlier. Yang, what can you do for a disease that other doctors can't cure? Su Qingyan had wanted to ask for a long time, but now she finally couldn't help it. Yang shook his head. I saw the old dean get sick several times when I was a child, and at that time, I thought that the old dean was not sick. Now that I've learned a lot, I finally found out that the pathology exposed by the old dean is an illusion. In fact, he was parasitized by some dirty things. Parasite? Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened. Having learned about animal breeding, she naturally knows a lot about spirit beasts. Aura revives, causing biological mutation. Many parasites naturally also change. Yang didn't say that she hadn't thought of it yet. Based on her knowledge, she speculated carefully that the old dean really seemed to be parasitized. Resurrection of spiritual energy. Modern medical skills have gradually become weak. If the doctors of the hospital still treat the old director according to the methods of Western medicine, not only will they not be able to get rid of the disease, but they will even stimulate that thing. Even if it's me then. Yang took a deep breath. Let's go. We'll find the old dean right away. Okay. Su Qingyan's face was serious. At the same time, in front of the ward of the old director Zhao Weigua, 3 nurses walked in, surrounded by a young and handsome doctor. Entering with them were television reporters and photographers holding microphones. The reporter with a good face said to the camera, "Today we have the honor to meet Zhou Zhihao, the youngest attending doctor of the Municipal People's Hospital." This Dr. Zhou returned from studying in Millikan, but at the age of 25, he was nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award and is known as a rising star in the medical field of China. It is said that his attainments in internal medicine have surpassed his mentor. And recently, an elderly patient with suspected miscellaneous diseases appeared in Municipal People's Hospital, leaving many veteran doctors with nowhere to start. We may be able to see Dr. Zhou's rejuvenation today. The reporter obviously admired Dr. Zhou very much, with admiration in his tone. The small ward was almost full of people, but everyone consciously made room for Zhou Zhihao. Dr. Zhou, it is said that this old man's illness has left many gold medal doctors at a loss. How you plan to deal with it this time? The reporter squeezed in front of Zhou Zhihao and said coquettishly. Zhou Zhihao's face was stern. He was handsome and had long been accustomed to the sight of women. The patient is 72 years old and has a history of stomach atrophy, kidney failure, and many other medical conditions. This time, his condition was ferocious, with clinical manifestations of fever, lack of energy, vomiting, severe muscle weakness, and generalized lymphadenopathy. Therefore, I think the cause of the patient's illness should be the recently rampant type A virus. This virus is very troublesome to deal with, but my mentor has dealt with similar cases in Millikan and has developed new drugs, so I can guarantee that this patient's condition will never deteriorate. Zhou Zhihao said seriously. The nurses clapped their hands. Dr. Zhou is amazing. Wow, I didn't expect Millikan to have developed a new targeted drug. The reporter covered his mouth and exclaimed. Zhou Zhihao nodded. Okay, please go out. I'm going to take medicine for this patient. It's confidential, so I can't shoot. The reporter expressed understanding. After all, Millikan has just been developed. If you use that medicine, you really hurt him. Yi Yang squeezed the crowd away and said coldly. Zhou Zhihao frowned. Who are you? Before Yi Yang could speak, the nurses started chatting. Who are you? How do you talk to Dr. Zhou? This is a new drug developed by Dr. Zhou's mentor. How could it possibly harm this old man? Yes, This gentleman, please don't disturb the normal medical process, okay? Otherwise, if there's a medical accident, you will be responsible. The nurses still saved Yi Yang's face and didn't scold him directly. This old man's name is Zhao Weigua. He is the director of the orphanage, and he grew up watching me. Yi Yang said coldly, I'm here to save him. Please get out of the way immediately. Don't delay the most. Good healing time. Once the parasite enters the depths of the body, things will be very difficult. He was in a hurry, because he had already seen the crawling of the 3 corpse worms. The host sees the micro-knowledge, transcendent vision, upgrades, heavenly eye, and the level is automatically full. Heavenly eye, you can see the body from within, and you can see 1,000 miles from a distance. When this voice appeared, Yi Yang's eyes flickered. He immediately saw every meridian, every muscle, and every bone of the old Dean. He could see the vibrating resonance of his internal organs and the rush of blood. You can also see the 3 corpse worms that are constantly swimming in the blood vessels and meridians. After the aura was revived, even the parasites turned into essences. Didn't it say that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, it is not allowed to become a fine? Zhou Zhihao laughed in anger. Parasites? It's better for laymen not to talk nonsense. This is obviously a kind of epidemic virus invading the brain. I tell you, if you delay a few more minutes, the patient's brain will be completely invaded by the virus. No medicine will be of any use at that time. What's wrong with you? Dr. Zhou can even be said to be the most powerful doctor in our hospital. He knows very well how to treat him. Even if you have a close relationship with this patient, you can't interfere with the normal treatment process. Dr. Zhou is a top student who graduated from Millikan and was nominated for the Lasker Medical Research Award. He will definitely be able to heal this old man. You can rest assured. Go away quickly, or I'll call someone. The nurses also shouted and stood up in front of Yi Yang with their small chests. Yi Yang is also anxious. I don't care what kind of top student you are, a graduate of Millikan, what kind of medical research award you are. After the recovery of the spiritual energy, the world has undergone great changes. However, in the field of medicine, many people are still clinging to stereotypes, and a group of people represented by modern Western medicine completely look down on traditional Chinese medicine. Obviously, Dr. Zhou Zhihao, who graduated from the prestigious Millikan School, is one of them. Get out of the way. Yi Yang reached in with both hands unceremoniously and pushed the 2 little nurses away. Are you going to let it go? He said coldly. Okay, I don't care. Zhou Zhihao sneered and walked away with his arms in his arms. I want to see, what ability do you have? Zhou Zhihao was obviously also agitated. He is super talented and has been smooth sailing since he was a child. Who would dare to talk to him like that? Well, since you have to do it yourself, you can do it yourself. Killing someone has nothing to do with me. Zhou Zhihao. Yi Yang walked straight to Zhao Weigua and said solemnly, disinfecting pliers. Su Qingyan grabbed the disinfection forceps from a nurse's tray and handed them over. The little nurse was about to stop him when Zhou Zhihao sneered and waved his hand. But Dr. Zhou, this way. Won't there be a doctor-patient accident? The little nurse hesitated. Zhou Zhihao pointed to the monitor in the corner. This person is a relative of the patient. He forced himself to come, so we can't blame him. Zhou Zhihao, are the most annoying to these people who like to take care of themselves. He sneered. Yi Yang opened his eyes and immediately saw the 3 corpse worms that were still swimming in the blood vessels. At this moment, it was coming out of the meridian of the thigh, and it was moving quickly towards the heart. Yi Yang's technique was very fast, and the disinfection forceps plunged into the thigh of the old Dean, and blood spurted out immediately. The little nurse exclaimed. She has been working in the hospital for several years, and it is obvious at a glance that Yi Yang has directly pierced the artery in her thigh. Are you crazy? Such bloodshed is killing people. Quick, give the patient a blood transfusion. Yi Yang said calmly. Feed the animal blood pill to the Dean. Su Qingyan quickly took out the beast blood pill that Yi Yang had given her long ago and fed it into the mouth of the old Dean. The effect of the animal blood pill is to stimulate the whole body's qi and blood. Then everyone saw that the blood splattered more violently. The TV reporter was almost taken aback. Are you murdering or saving people? The scene was a little out of control. The relatives of the patient may be eager to save people's lives. They even picked up the sterilizing forceps and went in a battle. And he also fed the patient a medicinal pill, which should be a $10,000 animal blood pill on the market. The female reporter took a few deep breaths before reorganizing her words. Zhou Zhihao raised his brows. As an admirer of modern Western medicine, he naturally knew about animal blood pills and other medicinal herbs. Of course, he himself despised these things. In his opinion, these things are just high-level healthcare products. As long as modern medicine wants to do it, it can be made. Moreover, he knew that his mentor was participating in an important project in Milliken that would soon introduce a similar drug. But with so much blood loss, I'll see how you end up. Zhou Zhihao sneered while hugging his arms. What kind of parasites are there? I think you are the one who delayed the treatment. At this rate of blood loss, at most 10 minutes, the patient will die from organ failure. Yang suddenly stopped. What if it's really a parasite? Zhou Zhihao said coldly. If the cause is really a parasite, Zhou Zhihao resign on the spot. The female reporter also said at this time, Dr. Zhou is very confident in his medical skills and firmly believes that the cause is a type A epidemic virus. But this young man always insists that the cause is a parasite. Is he playing an axe in the class? Come on, let's ask the cameraman who he is willing to believe. The cameraman smiled. One is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university in Milliken, nominated for a medical research award, and the other, sorry, he seems to be wearing the school uniform of Shangjing College. This is really nothing. Comparability. Haha, it seems that our camera eldest brother is also very candid. The female reporter was about to continue when an exclamation suddenly came from behind. It's actually a bug. Wow, that's disgusting. Everyone could see that the pliers in Yi Yang's hand slammed fiercely, picking out a 3-corpse worm that was 5 centimeters long and had a vicious shape. Dr. Zhou, please resign now. Yang said coldly. Everyone could not help but take a few steps back. This is the first time I have seen such a large parasite. Some even vomited. But Zhou Zhihao has dealt with parasites. In his college course at Milliken, the best one he learned was parasitology. In his eyes, these things are the same as the mice and rabbits used in medical experiments. This is Toxoplasma gondii? But why did it grow so big? Zhou Zhihao was stunned for a moment and said, The spiritual energy is full. The human beings become stronger and stronger, and the parasites will naturally change. Yang asked Su Qingyan to feed the old dean another hemostasis pill, and at the same time needed another hemostasis pill and sprinkled it on the wound. The blood spurt was soon stopped. Compared to this, Dr. Zhou, shouldn't you honor the agreement you made a few minutes ago? Yang half smiled. Zhou Zhihao is worthy of being a top student. His face changed slightly, and he said, Parasites may exist in the human body, but the cause is not necessarily it. There is absolutely no problem with the new medicine that the instructor gave me. Even without you, this patient's symptoms will be cured soon. Yang sneered. Ordinary 3-corpse worms are micron scale, and this 3-corpse worms are directly multiplied by 10,000 times. You still say that the cause is not necessarily it? Also take the new medicine to cure the disease? I have. Heavenly Eye. I can see at a glance what the ingredients of your broken medicine are. Not only can this thing not suppress the 3 corpses, but it will greatly stimulate it. Yang said lightly, Okay, then you use the new medicine on this bug and see what happens. Zhou Zhihao raised his eyebrows. Okay. After speaking, he picked up the medicinal liquid in the brown glass bottle and poured it on the body of the 3-corpse worms carefully. In full view, the camera brother also brought the camera a little closer. The following content may cause discomfort to viewers and friends. The female reporter took a deep breath and smiled helplessly. The 3-corpse worms suddenly rolled and twisted in pain, curled up into a spherical shape, and a large amount of mucus was secreted. Zhou Zhihao's face showed joy, and sure enough, the new medicine given to him by his tutor was worthy of the name. Don't worry. Yang sneered. The next moment, the 3 corpses actually stopped rolling, and its body suddenly swelled, and even a hard cuticle appeared on its head. This bottle of new medicine not only failed to kill the 3 corpses, but made them even more vicious. The 3 corpse worms shook their heads and were about to slip away. It has been stimulated by spiritual energy, flesh and blood, and new medicines, and it has completely survived without the human body. With a flick of Yi Yang's hand, the disinfection forceps firmly inserted the 3 corpse worms into the treatment tray. The host throws out the disinfection pliers, turns on the basic imperial shot, and automatically reaches the full level. Dr. Zhou, your new medicine is really powerful. If the old dean really took it, what would happen? You should have seen it too? Yi Yang said coldly. Zhou Jihao's cheeks were flushed, and he had nothing to say. The female reporter and cameraman, as well as a group of young nurses, all stared blankly. Yi Yang was right. If Zhou Jihao really used this medicine, it would cause an extremely serious medical accident, and his future would be completely cold. Xiaoya, why are you here? What's wrong with me? The old dean woke up and saw Yi Yang with a look of surprise. Yi Yang patted the old dean reassuringly. Old dean, you should rest first. I have completely solved your illness for you. Zhao Weiguan nodded suspiciously. President Zhao, let's go back to eat. Su Qingyan ran over to support Zhao Weiguan. The 3 went straight away. The female reporter looked at Yi Yang's back, and her eyes seemed to be splendid. An amazing development has taken place. The second-year students of Shangjing College not only pointed out the patient's cause in one sentence, but even successfully performed an operation with medicinal pills. And the new medicine that Dr. Zhou brought from Millikan had the opposite effect. This makes us have to ponder, after the recovery of the spiritual energy, who will stand at the peak of the times in medicine and alchemy. Let's wait and see. The female reporter glanced at Zhou Jihao with a gloomy face, sighed, and left with the photographer. The nurses didn't want to disturb Zhou Jihao. He was the only one left in the ward. Zhou Jihao took a deep breath and took out his mobile phone. Housekeeper, help me find out some of the students with the most powerful alchemy skills in Shangjing College. And help me tell my tutor that there is a big problem with his new medicine. After explaining these things, Zhou Jihao slowly recovered his expression. Whoever you are, we will meet again. I will try my best to prove that medical skills will never be outdated. Going retro alchemy blindly is the real dross. On the other side, Yi Yang and the 3 quickly returned to the orphanage. President Zhao is back. Dean, how is your physical condition, Dean? Isn't it serious? As soon as the 3 of them came back, everyone gathered around. The employees and the children came up to greet them. Although Zhao Weiguan's face was still slightly pale, his cause had been eradicated by Yi Yang, and he only needed to take 1 animal blood pill every day, and his body would naturally get better. As for the beast blood pill, Yi Yang has a lot. My health doesn't matter. What's important is the welfare home. What about the black-clothed door? Did you come to ask for trouble? And what about Chen Guanping? Did that guy? When Zhao Weiguan mentioned Chen Guanping, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The latter was actually one of the children he valued most back then. As a result, Chen Guanping not only failed to benefit the welfare home, but also wanted to embezzle the assets of the welfare home. Old Li laughed and said, Old Zhao, you can secretly have fun in the future. Our orphanage, we have overcome this crisis. Not only that, but Peihu, the boss of the black-clothed door, patted his chest to ensure the safety of the orphanage, and said that he will be responsible for all the future infrastructure work of the orphanage. Hey, Zhao Weiguan couldn't slow down a bit. How could a dignified boss, an internal force warrior, protect an orphanage? What about Chen Guanping? He's probably going to threaten the orphanage with his salary. Zhao Weiguan said again. Old Li laughed even more. Don't mention Chen Guanping. That guy asked the orphanage to take out 180,000 Chinese dollars. Or he would go to the government and sue us. As a result, I was smashed in the face by Xiaoya with 200,000 Chinese coins. One by one, I was smashed hard. Oh, I look good. Zhao Weiguan almost lost his temper after hearing this. Take money to smash people in the face? It is estimated that Yi Yang can think of this kind of idea. Xiaoya, it's not easy for you to make some money. Don't spend money like this in the future. Zhao Wei was sighed. Yi Yang chuckled. Old Dean, I'm an alchemist now. This money is just a trivial matter. I will give you an animal blood pill every day in the future. After you eat it, your body will gradually improve. Okay, since the old Dean is back, let's go to dinner. Celebrate the victory of the orphanage. Yi Yang smiled at everyone. Okay. The children jumped up happily one by one. Zhao Weiguo was stunned at first, then couldn't help but feel relieved. Yi Yang really grew up. Su Qingyan looked at this scene. Her eyes suddenly became wet. A few hours later, the group from the orphanage came directly to Taifeng Restaurant in Shenan, which is also one of the most high-end restaurants in Shangjing. Everyone sat down at a large round table, and Yi Yang called the waiter directly. Crystal Elbow, Yindu roast duck, Westlake vinegar fish, Filong soup, Dompa pork, steamed preserved meat, and these, all of them. Yi Yang pointed at the menu and said nothing. Zhao Wei was said quickly, Xiaoya, don't order something too expensive. Yi Yang waved his hand. It's okay, I'll treat you today. You can eat. Everyone can eat. The waiter smiled and took down all requests. The children cheered because all the names that Yi Yang reported were their favorite food. Brother Yi Yang, when I grow up, I must marry you. A little girl with pink makeup and jade sculpted her courage. Yi Yang touched his nose and laughed. Soon, the fragrant and hot dishes were delivered one after another. Wow, it looks delicious. The little girl who showed her love to Yi Yang exclaimed. Sister waiter, what is this dish called? The little girl pointed to a dish and asked. The waiter smiled kindly and said, This dish is flying dragon soup, which is very nourishing to the body. Flying dragon soup? It's amazing. Then, Brother Yi Yang, do you know how flying dragon soup is made? Why is it called flying dragon soup? The little girl asked Yi Yang again. Yi Yang smiled mysteriously. I won't know until I taste it. I can guess the raw materials and production techniques just by tasting the dishes in this world. Although the waiter was still smiling, he couldn't help but pouted. That is, in front of children, can you brag? The flying dragon soup is made by the most powerful chef in our restaurant, and this is his secret recipe, which is completely different from the popular flying dragon soup recipe. But this is not a bad thing, and the waiter just wants to spit. But some people don't think so. Hee, just you. How can you taste the ingredients and craftsmanship of Filong soup in one bite? Just blow it. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s suddenly opened her mouth to speak. This flying dragon soup is made by the top chef Zhang of Taifeng Restaurant. We have eaten it all over the country, and even after eating the flying dragon soup for a month in a row, we still can't taste the taste in it. The woman spoke rudely. Stop talking. The young man sitting opposite him scolded softly and immediately closed his eyes slightly, still reminiscing about that sip of flying dragon soup. But his tone was also full of pride. Oh, who are you? Yi Yang smiled faintly. We are Yindu Diners, a famous food blogger. He is my boyfriend Wang Jin, and I am Lu Jing. The woman raised her head and said loudly, Hey, they are actually Yindu Diners? They are very famous food bloggers on the Geelong platform. The number of fans exceeds 3 million. Hearing this voice, a young man gasped and said softly, Really Yindu Diners? I've been following them on Geelong. They haven't posted a blog for a long time. I didn't expect that they would be drinking Filong soup in Beijing. Quick, take a photo in the past. The young men and women were a little excited and went over to take pictures. I have to say that these two Yindu Diners, both talented and beautiful, have given birth to a good skin, and they have attracted a lot of fans for them. After signing a few business cards for the excited fans, Lu Jing looked at Yi Yang's side and laughed again. This friend, you should try it. We also want to know if you're interested in Filong soup. Your own understanding. Her tone sounded very kind, but in fact, she wanted Yi Yang to lose face in front of so many people. The two of them are food bloggers who have eaten all over the country, and they can't tell the general outline of Filong soup. Yi Yang is an unknown person. What can he do? Yi Yang smiled lightly and took a sip of the soup. Well, this soup is very fresh. Other than that, I don't feel anything. You can't even tell if it's seafood or poultry for the first time. The host tastes the food. Basic tasting upgrades the brand skill Great Gourmet and automatically reaches the full level. In an instant, Yi Yang had a lot of knowledge about gastronomy and nutrition at home and abroad. Yi Yang took another bite. This time, it's different. The main ingredient of Feilong soup is chicken. What's different is that the ingredients used in this bowl of Feilong soup are very picky. They're all 1-month-old chickens. Flying dragon soup is about not adding any ingredients, but this soup does the opposite, adding many unusual seasonings. Yi Yang talked eloquently, quite a bit of a gourmet demeanor. Wow, what he said is true. Flying dragon soup is really made of these things? Why can't I eat it at all? A diner exclaimed excitedly. I don't know. Hurry up and take a photo. I'm afraid I'm going to meet a great guy today. Wow. I met Yindu diners first, and now I met someone who is very knowledgeable about food. I'm really lucky today. Diners took pictures. Lu Jing couldn't help frowning. This guy actually said something. Who knows if what you said is right? Why don't you ask Chef Zhang to judge? She suddenly laughed. The waiter nodded. Chef Zhang once said that if a customer tells the craft of flying dragon soup, he will definitely come out and thank him. Soon, Chef Zhang, who was tall and sturdy, walked out. He was full of joy at first, but when he knew that it was the student Yi Yang who taught the craft of flying dragon soup, he was a little disappointed. That's right, but I thought I was a fellow man, but I didn't expect to be a student. Chef Zhang said disappointedly. Yi Yang frowned. This Chef Zhang is a bit arrogant, looks down on students, but he didn't bother to care. Anyway, he didn't come here specifically to discuss food with this chef. This flying dragon soup is very nourishing. I want to order another for the old dean. Yi Yang said lightly. Chef Zhang waved his hand. Sorry, only 1 serving per table. When he's done, he's leaving. Yi Yang frowned. Didn't the couple of Yindu diners have 2 copies of flying dragon soup on their table? Xiaoya, it's all right. It's just a flying dragon soup. Isn't it the same for me to eat a beast blood pill that you made every day? Zhao Wei was said quickly. Lu Jing pouted. You guys are really rich, and you eat an animal blood pill every day, Although Wang Jin did not speak, there was a trace of contempt on his face. Medicine pills are very expensive, and not ordinary people can afford. Not only them, but many people in the restaurant shook their heads when they heard this, thinking that Zhao Wei was bragging in order to save Yi Yang's face. Yi Yang sneered. This Feilong soup is of poor quality and tastes like chewing wax. I'll make you something better when I go back. He was right. After upgrading the skill, great gourmet, this bowl of flying dragon soup tasted like chewing wax in his mouth. Once the taste comes up, it will be raised. Zhao Weiguan nodded in relief. After going through the previous events, he believed everything Yi Yang said. But this word fell on the ears of other diners, and it was definitely no less than a depth bomb. What? You said that Feilong soup tastes like chewing wax? This is the top dish in Tai Fong restaurant. This kid is really arrogant to actually say such a thing. I really don't know how high the sky is. Oomph. Do you know who covers Tai Fong restaurant? It's Mr. Zhang from the Lu Group. It is estimated that Mr. Zhang is coming soon at this point. Don't leave if you have the ability. The diners shouted angrily, and several even threatened. They often drink flying dragon soup here, and they have published many of their praises on the internet. Yi Yang said that Feilong soup was unpalatable. Didn't he just beat them in the face? Chef Zhang's face darkened instantly. Flying dragon soup is my favorite dish. It is definitely a first-class delicacy. You actually said it tasted like chewing wax. This is a humiliation to a chef who has been cooking for decades. Yang looked strange. Mr. Zhang from the Lu Group? Will it be so coincidental? Yo, it's so lively here today. An elegant figure strode in and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang, I'm in a good mood today. 1 Feilong soup is not enough. I want 2. It's really Mr. Zhang. Wow, Mr. Zhang from the Lu Group. He really came to drink Feilong soup. The diners were shocked. Zhang Jishidan, a medical doctor, has his own opinions on how to cook food, plus a pair of elegant and handsome skin. He is considered a first-class celebrity in Shangjing, and many people know him. The 2 of Yindu's diners couldn't help but cast their gazes. Chef Zhang was overjoyed, but his face showed an embarrassed look. Mr. Zhang, I don't want to make Feilong soup today. Everyone please come back. Why? Zhang Jishir was stunned for a moment. Many diners also frowned, and some people who just walked in a Typhoon restaurant were even more upset. When I first came, you told me to go back. Chef Zhang sighed and said nothing. Lu Jing also pretended to sigh. Hey, didn't this classmate's words hurt Chef Zhang's heart? You said that the Filong soup tasted like chewing wax, and also said that it would be better to make it after going back. Everyone thinks Filong soup is delicious, but you think it tastes like chewing wax. You are amazing. Lu Jing pointed at Yi Yang and sneered. Zhang Jishu frowned. Because he turned his back to him, he didn't know it was Yi Yang. This classmate, Chef Zhang of Typhoon Restaurant, has been immersed in cooking for many years. He is most proud of Flying Dragon Soup. Even if this dish is called a delicacy, it is not an exaggeration. Zhang Jishu said seriously, why do you say it tastes like chewing wax? Yi Yang turned around and said lightly, I said it tasted like chewing wax, and raised my hand. If I tell the truth, I'm afraid this Chef Zhang can't bear it. Zhang Jishu was stunned when he saw his face clearly and didn't say a word for a while. Wang Jin suddenly stood up. Shut up. I won't allow people like you to slander such a delicacy casually. Zhang's Filong soup is not only popular in the capital, but also famous in Hangzhou. All the people of Hangzhou recognize Filong soup so highly, and Mr. Zhang Jishu also gives it a high evaluation, but your nonsense is not slandering. What is it? Wang Jin sneered. It is because of the talents of you that the food industry is so smoky. The diners nodded in succession, and they were also quite displeased with Yi Yang's words, but they were too lazy to say it. Now that Wang Jin said it, they naturally supported him. Lu Jing also said coldly at the moment, let's not say anything else. We Hindu diners have always regarded Mr. Zhang Jishu as a big man in the food industry. Is there something wrong with his mouth? It's a bit harsher, what are you? What qualifications do you have to comment on this piece of Filong soup? You even said just now that you're an alchemist, and you have to refine an elixir for the old man beside you every day. I just want to say hee. It's good to have such a heart, but not to mention what accomplishments you can achieve in alchemy at your current age. As far as I know, many alchemists often fail to refine a single pill a day. In the end, you're just bragging. Including the comments on Filong soup, it's all nonsense. Lu Jingkai did not believe that such a young boy could be an alchemist. Although she didn't know much about the alchemy world, all the powerful alchemists she met were old men with white hair. As for those young alchemists, the success rate of alchemy is almost horribly low. For a time, the whole Typhoon restaurant was full of emotions, all targeting Yi Yang. Su Qingyin panicked a little, not knowing what to do. At this time, everyone heard Zhang Jishu speak, Master Yi. Yi Yang didn't care about him, but accepted Zhang Jishu's salute quite calmly. Chevron_left. Zhang Jishu is a very trustworthy person. When he said that he would recognize Yi Yang as a teacher, he would always respect Yi Yang as Master Yi. What did Mr. Zhang just say? Did I hear it right? Holding the grass. Zhang Jishu called this young Master Yi. He was regarded as a teacher. Everyone who heard these two words showed disbelief. Wang Jin and Lu Jing were even more stunned. Zhang Jishu actually called Yi Yang the Master Yi? Does Yi Yang really have a high status? Zhang Jishu then said earnestly, Master Yi, I don't know if the vitality pill is still available. On behalf of the Lu Group, I am willing to buy it at a price of 500,000 Chinese coins. Hiss! In the restaurant, there were bursts of cold air. The eyes of the two Hindu diners turned red instantly. 500,000 Chinese dollars. Although after the recovery of the spiritual energy, prices have risen a lot again, but 500,000 Chinese dollars is definitely a big number. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jishu actually spent 500,000 yuan to buy an elixir. Is this young man so arrogant? This time, the eyes of many people looking at Yi Yang changed. The staff of the welfare home opened their eyes even more. Zhao Weigua also covered his chest with a look of disbelief. It turns out that what Yi Yang said before is true. He is really already an alchemist, and he still looks very powerful. His expression became gratified again. The child had really grown up. There's no rush about the life pill. Yi Yang said lightly. Zhang Jishu nodded and said again, then why does Master Yi say that Zhang's Filong soup tastes like chewing wax? I personally think it is still very delicious, and it can be regarded as a delicacy. Yi Yang shook his head. The so-called delicacy, full of spiritual energy, fragrant lips and teeth, and endless aftertastes. Zhang's Feilong soup doesn't have half of it. The expression on Chef Zhang's face was almost unbearable. Mr. Yi, you are very accomplished in alchemy, maybe very powerful, but this is cooking. You are not qualified to judge. Chef Zhang said sharply. Every word Yi Yang commented on Feilong Tang was hitting him hard in the face, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Yi Yang said coldly, Feilong soup is really nourishing, but people who drink Feilong soup for a long time will become lethargic, and drinking too much will cause harm to the body. If I'm not mistaken, do you often have abdominal pain and bleeding when you urinate? Chef Zhang, who was about to blast Yi Yang directly out, was stunned for a moment, with a look of embarrassment on his face, because what Yi Yang said was exactly the same as his symptoms. The diners were shocked. What? Drinking Feilong Tang will still cause problems with your body? Yi Yang waved his hand. I mean drinking 3 or more bowls a day. Chef Zhang is a chef. He tastes a lot of flying dragon soup every day, so he drinks a very large amount. The diners are quiet now. We'll be fine. Chef Zhang gritted his teeth. Mr. Yi, I apologize for what I said before. Can you help me? If this goes on, I may not be able to cook anymore. He had to take back what he had said before. Compared with face, your body and future are more important. Zhang Jishir also pricked up his ears, and he was also curious about Yi Yang. A few days ago, I saw Yi Yang's terrifying skills in Dan Dao, but I didn't expect to see Yi Yang's culinary accomplishments now. This young man, he is more and more unable to guess. It's natural and easy to help you, but I don't like the 2 people who just talked. Yi Yang said lightly. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's expressions changed immediately. They are not fools. The 2 people Yi Yang said were referring to them. Wang Jin said in a deep voice, Chef Zhang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Feilong soup is a delicacy in the world. How can it happen that you eat too much and your body gets sick? Chef Zhang took a deep breath. Security, invite them both out. Standing at the door of the restaurant, the 2 fifth-order warriors immediately stepped forward and invited the 2 out with no expression. Wang Jin and Lu Jing's faces were ashen, and this time they had lost all face. We'll reveal what's going on here in a while. Zhang's Feilong soup is a dish that makes a name for itself. Lu Jing took a deep breath and dropped the harsh words. Yi Yang said lightly, of course you can break the news, but the consequences are absolutely unbearable for you. In 5 hours at most, your fans will quit in large numbers. You will also lose a lot of lists of restaurant promotion articles, and your reputation will drop to freezing point. Wang Jin's face froze. What this guy said is heartbreaking. Lu Jing laughed even more angrily. Haha, we have a large number of our fans who have withdrawn from the customs. You can continue to pretend. I see how long you can pretend. The surname is Zhang. Just wait. Soon, the reputation of your Typhoon restaurant will completely collapse. After the 2 finished speaking, they left immediately. Chef Zhang was anxious. Yi Yang said lightly, you can go after them. Chef Zhang's face froze. He heard the indifference in Yi Yang's tone, and quickly said, the 2 of them deliberately slandered Mr. Yi. How could I go and invite them back? I'm just worried about the reputation of my dish. Move the stove out. Yi Yang waved his hand. Your worry is unnecessary. Soon, an open space was taken out of the center of Typhoon restaurant. The stove was moved out, and the ingredients were ready. The diners were surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors, and they were very curious. How could such a half-year-old boy make a more delicious flying dragon soup? People from the orphanage also gathered around, and everyone was a little worried, especially the old director, Zhao Weiguo. After all, Yi Yang did so many things in order to order more Feilong soup for him. Isn't this guy pretending? To be honest, when I was his age, I couldn't even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I don't think so. Even Zhang Jishir calls him Master Yi. This young man is very confident. Chef Zhang came to Zhang Jishir cautiously. Mr. Zhang, is this Mr. Yi really? Zhang Jishir shrugged. Master Yi is indeed very accomplished in the way of alchemy, and he can even create his own alchemy recipes, but I have never seen him in terms of cooking. Chef Zhang sighed and said no more. This Yang was honored as Master Yi by Zhang Jishur, and his achievements in the future must be very high, and he couldn't afford to offend him. He just pretended that nothing happened today. Hey, Yindu diners have really posted a blog. They severely condemned Zhang's Feilong soup in Typhoon restaurant. They almost didn't write Zhang's Feilong soup as something that pigs and dogs don't eat. Wow. Fans turn black. I didn't expect them to be slapped backwards. It's not a human being. TSK. The fans of Yindu diners all started to support and criticize Typhoon restaurant. The popularity of Zhang's Feilong soup suddenly increased, but it was basically all cursing words. Here's a sentence. I will never go to Typhoon restaurant again. What the hell? A bunch of words followed, basically saying that I would never go to Typhoon restaurant again. Many people habitually swipe the old waves, and after a while, they swipe the blog posts of Yindu diners. These two obviously don't like to remember overnight revenge, and they blogged as soon as they left. And the fans of Yindu diners are not bad. Some people even directly found the online store of Typhoon restaurant and directly brushed the praise from 9:8 to 4 o'clock. Not only that, Wang Jin and Liu Jingsheng were afraid that the online public opinion caused by this incident would not be large enough, and even spent money to buy a large number of Navy soldiers, specifically attacking the reputation of Zhang's Feilong soup and crazily criticizing bad reviews. When Chef Zhang heard these voices, the corners of his mouth twitched and he didn't speak, but his heart was bleeding all the time. This is the reputation he has accumulated over the past 10 years. It collapsed so fast. Under everyone's attention, Yang came to the ingredients, glanced at it, and frowned. The host selects the ingredients. Basic tasting upgrades the brand skills, plant spectrum, animal spectrum, and the level is automatically full. In an instant, all the ingredients were in front of his eyes. Freshness, aura, fullness. Yang frowned again. The aura of these ingredients is simply outrageously low. Forget it. Let's do it. Yang picked the ingredients with the least loss of spiritual energy and put them in the pot directly. The host starts to cook the Reiki Flying Dragon soup, and the basic cooking is upgraded to 5-star chef, and the level is automatically full. The host uses a kitchen knife to process the ingredients, activates the basic knife technique, and automatically reaches the full level. The host ignites an open flame, and Fire Element Affinity is upgraded to Fire Element Spiritual Root, which will automatically reach full level. Everyone present was hard to forget what they saw. Clean and sharp knives. Weighing pot with flowing water. There are also traces of it, looming and looming, the wonderful aroma of greedy worms. Shocked. Hold the grass and take a photo. It's too awesome. Surprised, this kitchen knife is too fast. I have never seen such a fast knife skill in my life. Diners took photos one after another and posted them on Old Wave. But this is not the end. The moment Yang lifted the lid of the pot, the smell of meat enveloped everyone in it. Instantly intoxicated, Yang smiled lightly. These spiritual meals are supposed to be richer in spiritual energy than ordinary meals, and it would be strange if they were not attractive. If you really want to compare, Lingshan is like a Chinese painting in an art gallery with high-end atmosphere, while ordinary meals are shoddy comics. Even the printing has errors and omissions. Yi, Mr. Yi, if you can you give me the first bite? Chef Zhang's voice trembled. When Yang showed his superb sword skills, he knew that he was wrong. Yang must be very skilled in cooking. When the tangy aroma appeared, Chef Zhang knew that he had lost completely. This kind of flying dragon soup is many times more than his. If you really compare, your own flying dragon soup is the garbage that should be eaten by dogs. WTF? Yang nodded. Chef Zhang took a deep breath, forcibly stopped his trembling arm, scooped up a spoonful of flying dragon soup, and took a sip. Hiss! The feast on the tip of the tongue, the carnival in the esophagus, and even the soul will be fluttering. After drinking this sip of flying dragon soup, Chef Zhang actually burst into tears and fell to the ground with his face covered. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to Mr. Yi just now. I, Zhang Song, don't deserve to be a chef. Everyone opened their eyes wide and scrambled to squeeze forward just to take a sip of this superb flying dragon soup. Many people even took photos for the first time and uploaded them to platforms such as Geelong to share the food. Typhoon Restaurant has a chef-level guest and makes the best flying dragon soup. The best flying dragon soup. It feels like a fairy. Come and come. It's too awesome. All the sword skills and pots are unparalleled. This kind of flying dragon soup is simply the best in the world. A large number of blog posts instantly washed away the posts of fans of Yendu diners. Zhang Song was very grateful and gave a big gift. From now on, Mr. Yi, you will be my teacher of Zhang Song's reconstruction. Typhoon Restaurant will respect you as a supreme VIP guest, and you will be free of orders forever. Mr. Yi, if you have any other requests, please let me know. Since the flying dragon soup is ready, it's time for me to leave. Yi Yang waved his hand. He didn't care about that. About your hidden illness. It is actually caused by the entry of toxins into the body. The way of cooking and the way of pills are similar in the beginning, but in the end, they both end in the same way. When you taste the dishes, you can actually taste the medicinal herbs. After eating the medicinal herbs, there will be erysipelas, and the dishes will naturally be the same. According to my recipe, you will be fine soon. The recipe for this superb flying dragon soup is also given to you. Yi Yang waved his hand. Yi Shi Da's kindness, I will never forget it. Zhang Song took a deep breath and was extremely respectful. Yi Yang nodded and left Typhoon Restaurant with the rest of the orphanage. It wasn't until Yi Yang's figure disappeared into the crowd of people on the street that Zhang Jishir patted his head suddenly. I was so fascinated by this superb Filong soup that I forgot to tell Master Yi about the vitality pill. Zhang Jishir said angrily. Zhang Song said gratefully, Mr. Zhang, since Mr. Yi left the recipe for the best flying dragon soup, why don't I make a pot of it? Would you like to taste it? All right. Zhang Jishir nodded. Diners couldn't help but move their index fingers. The large number of blog posts on the old waves made many pedestrians flock to it. Some people came here after seeing the blog posts of Yendu diners, wanted to see if this Typhoon Restaurant is as bad as the blog posts. Some people saw the blog posts that other diners did not hesitate to praise and also wanted to come and try it. The flow of people in Typhoon Restaurant not only did not drop, but skyrocketed. On the other hand, Wang Jin and Lu Jing sat down in a coffee shop after posting a blog post instigating fans to buy Navy to attack Typhoon Restaurant. Especially Lu Jing, with a vicious smile on her face. Ajin, with the number of our fans and the Navy that bought $1,000, wouldn't it be easy to make a Typhoon Restaurant stinky? That Zhang Song dares to drive us out directly, he must bear the burden. This consequence. She looked at her phone and sneered. A faint smile appeared on Wang Jin's face. The two happily ordered a latte. This kind of manipulation of public opinion and strategizing on the internet feels really good. Typhoon Restaurant has been operating word of mouth for 10 years, right? It took 10 years to get a score of 9 o'clock. As a result, it only takes one day for this score to drop below 5 points. This is the power of a big V. With the movement of a finger and a few lines of text, it is enough to instantly collapse the reputation of a restaurant. The corner of Lu Jing's mouth was full of smiles, and just now, she made another order. A total of 5 newly opened restaurants in Hanjiang City are asking them to write a blog post that attracts people. The highest one directly asks for 30,000 yuan. Of course, Lu Jing took it all in. That's right, big versus with many fans do whatever they want. We Hindu diners went to taste Filong's soup, but Zhang Song's money was confiscated from you. It was purely to taste the food, but you drove us out. If that's the case, don't blame me, Lu Jing, for being disrespectful. The phone vibrated suddenly. Wang Jin picked it up and looked at it, frowning. Shout, Jing, the order just now. Master Shan has withdrawn himself. Lu Jing was stunned for a moment. Impossible. Before she could finish speaking, the phone vibrated 4 times in a row. Wang Jin's face suddenly turned ugly. The remaining 4 orders have also been withdrawn. Lu Jing's face was ashen. Impossible. Our fans are close to 1 million. How could they? Wang Jin opened up the old waves, and blog posts rushed his face. All are condemning Yindu diners. In order to attack Typhoon Restaurant, Yindu's diners will do whatever they can, instigating fans and buying Navy troops. And their behavior is extremely bad. Typhoon Restaurant's best Filong soup attracts a large number of customers, and the peak flow of people jumps to the first place in Hangzhou. At the same time, there are a large number of fans turning around and turning black. I didn't expect you to be such a diners of Yindu, and you're out of customs. Hee hee, it's really unscrupulous for money. Two trash people, see you again. Their number of fans has plummeted from 1 million, and now there are only 700,000 left, and it is still decreasing. No wonder the 5 restaurants in Hanjiang City have all returned their orders. These lists add up to more than 100,000 Chinese coins. Lu Jing fainted directly, and Wang Jin gritted his teeth in hatred. Yiyang. The next day, Yiyang came to the academy on time. He held an ethereal spar in his hand and kept playing with it. This is what he dug out in the underground of the welfare home last night. He originally thought that the appearance of Peiyuan Lingyu was not bad, but unexpectedly, a piece of mustard seed ethereal crystal was dug up. This thing is the main ingredient for refining mustard seeds. And the mustard seed treasure has opened up a small portable space that can carry many items. But to refine this treasure, it is estimated that it has to be upgraded to ancient refiner. It seems that I have to put the refining course on the agenda and refine my mustard seed treasure as soon as possible. In the morning, it was a beast breeding class. The incident of the beasts in the Spirit Beast Hill had a great impact, so this class was held in the classroom. Yeon glanced at it. Lu Quan actually sat in his seat obediently today and didn't come over to ask for trouble, but there was a man wearing a mask beside him, and his eyes were slightly fierce. He didn't bother to pay attention to such a small person as Lu Quan. He sat down in his seat and heard other people talking. Some people were talking about the beasts in Spirit Beast Hill, because the martial artist teachers of the academy have gone to surround and kill the beasts, so the martial artist class has to stop for a day or two. Others are discussing what happened on the old waves. Hey, did you watch the old waves yesterday? Yindu Diners and Typhoon Restaurant are arguing. Of course I did. Hey, I used to be a fan of all diners. I didn't expect them to be such people. They instigated fans not to talk about it, but also bought a sailor. I really felt that I was blind before. I also heard that Typhoon Restaurant has now launched the best flying dragon soup, limited to 100 copies per day, while stocks last. It is said that it is delicious. Let's try it after school, isn't it? I've tried Chef Zhang's Filong soup, and it's just generally delicious. You are behind. It is said that an expert appeared in Typhoon Restaurant yesterday and made the best flying dragon soup on the spot. Stunned everyone. Besides, even Zhang Jishir called him a teacher. Hold the grass. Zhang Jishir calls him a teacher? It seems that this expert is really tall. I must try this superb flying dragon soup. Students, you talk to me and talk hotly. Su Qingyan also came over at this time and smiled teasingly. Don't you want to tell them that the master is actually you? Yang looked strange. I said, will they believe it? Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and smiled. Yes, those who haven't seen it with their own eyes will never believe that Yi Yang is so proficient in cooking at such a young age that he can cook such a delicacy in the world. It is said that Tang Xiener also knows your strength, and she is expected to come to class today. Su Qingyan suddenly bit her red lips. She must have come to challenge you. Chevron underscore left. Yang laughed. Fight me? I'm afraid she will cry. Su Qingyan chuckled. You can blow it. Tang Xiener is amazing. It is said that she has already entered the entrance of inner strength. Getting started with inner strength? Tang Xiener was only 18 years old, and she was definitely one of the most arrogant girls in the world to reach this level. But Yang was only thinking about one thing now. Fight with Master Innate Jin. Only in this way can his skills continue to be upgraded. With Tang Xiener's strength, he is really not very interested. This scene was watched by Lu Quan. He couldn't help sneering. Young Master Yi is really getting more and more powerful. You don't even care about fairy goddesses, Tang Xian? His voice was deliberately made louder, and the others stopped talking all of a sudden, all quietly watching here, eating melons. Watch the fun, who doesn't like it? Yang said lightly, Only Master in EI Gene is qualified to let me take action. Lu Quan almost didn't laugh. The students in the class also frowned without a trace. Are you too pretentious? Lu Quan sneered. Oh, in this case, isn't my cousin Lu Wei not qualified to let you take action? Yi Yang nodded. Introduction to Internal Energy, it's really not worth my shot. I asked Yin Chengqing at the orphanage before. This Lu Wei is 25 years old, and he is just getting started with inner strength. To be honest, this power is really unnerving. Cousin, you see, this Yi Yang has no one, and doesn't take you seriously at all. Lu Quan made a look of righteous indignation and said to the man wearing a mask beside him. The young man stood up slowly, took off his mask, and took off his clothes. On his chest, a blue and white wave was embroidered. His stature is surprisingly strong. Even his arms are thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. Blue and white waves. Songlong Martial Arts Hall. He's Lu Quan's cousin, Lu Wei. Damn it, he's actually sitting next to him. Everyone exclaimed. In the beginning, I thought it was normal for young people to win or lose bets. Although a Qi and blood pill is precious, it is not a big deal. But now I've changed my mind. I'm going to beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. Introduction to Internal Strength is not worthy of your shot. It seems that you must be very strong, maybe even stronger than my father. Lu Wei looked directly at Yi Yang from a height and said coldly. Su Qingyin shouted, Lu Quan lost the Qi and blood pill to Yi Yang. Do you still want to take it back? Are you people in Songlong martial arts so unbelievable? Lu Wei's mouth twitched. I don't know what other people are like, but I, Lu Wei, are like this. Besides, who said that the original bet was a Qi and blood pill? It was obviously a Qi nourishing pill. He continued. Yi Yang forcibly took a third-order pill from my cousin. As his cousin, I must seek justice for him. Lu Wei sneered. Su Qingyin's eyes widened when she heard it. God, there are such arrogant and domineering people in this world. The students in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone knows that the bet indicates that it is a second-order medicinal pill Qi and blood pill, and it is abruptly told you that it is a third-order medicinal pill to nourish Qi. Qi Yang Dan is an elixir that can gradually cultivate inner strength. This thing is twice as expensive as the fire control pill of the same grade. When Lu Wei said these words, it was obvious that he had made up his mind to tear a large piece of meat from Yi Yang. Yi Yang hit my cousin and stole my Qi and blood pill, which is like hitting me in the face. If I, Lu Wei, don't fight back and take back the medicinal pills, how can I still run rampant in this Shernan district in the future? Then where do I put Lu Wei's face? Su Qingyin immediately said angrily, Lu Wei, this is Shangjing College, not your family's Songlong Martial Arts Academy. I warn you, don't do anything wrong. Lu Wei pointed to his badge. Open your eyes and take a closer look. I'm a martial artist teacher temporarily hired by the college. I'm just evaluating Yang. What's wrong? After he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned hideous again. Besides, even if I do something wrong, who can stop me? Didn't all the inner strength warriors of Shangjing Academy go out to surround and kill that fierce beast? Su Qingyin suddenly lost his temper. Yes, all the internal strength warriors have left, and Lu Wei may be the only person in the academy with internal strength realm. Under normal circumstances, he could hang up and beat all the students. After saying this, Lu Wei's expression became more comfortable again. I'll give you one last chance. Take out 500,000 Chinese coins, kowtow to me again, and I'll spare you. Yi Yang smiled. Even if your father is here, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. As for you, you really don't have the qualifications to let me shoot. Yi Yang is telling the truth. Not to mention the complete suppression of the internal energy realm. Even if Yi Yang is only a ninth-order martial artist, he can use his powerful body and exercises to grind this Lu Wei to death. Instead of wasting time fighting with such people, it is better to read more books on the three major subjects and upgrade more skills. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes. It seems that Yi Yang always likes to brag recently, but she always felt that Yi Yang was not bragging. He seemed to be really confident. As for the other students in the classroom, some pouted and some sneered. Basically, he didn't take Yi Yang's words seriously, He just thought he was pretending to be mysterious to frighten Lu Wei away. What did you say? Lu Wei's eyes narrowed. His arrogance was threatening. You are a mere student. Are you qualified to say such things in front of me? I know that you're already a ninth-order martial artist. Maybe you have learned a few fists, but so what? In front of Tsanglong Fist, what are you? I'm not afraid to tell you that my Tsanglong Martial Arts Academy is so powerful because the Tang group is still standing behind it. This is a big group that spans several cities just like the Shun and Lu groups. Oh, an ignorant person like you probably doesn't know the Tang family yet, right? Then let me tell you, the Tang family is the Tang family that has great connections with Yindu Tang Lingyan Pavilion. Tang Xian'er is the eldest lady of the Tang family. Now tell me, do you dare to say such a thing? After Lu Wei finished speaking, he looked directly into Yi Yang's eyes and said coldly. Yi Yang smiled lightly. This Lu Wei probably didn't want to have a conflict in the academy. It was not enough to press him with his own realm, and he had to use the backstage of the Tsanglong Martial Arts Academy to press him. Yi Yang, let me tell you, unless Miss Tang Xian'er personally says to protect you, no one could save you. Lu Quan even sneered aside. Yi Yang, I don't need my protection, but I don't want someone to cause trouble in the name of the Tang family. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, there's a refreshing and light aroma, not fragrant, but it has an intoxicating charm. Before the person arrives, the fragrance arrives first. Everyone was shocked. They all saw that a slim figure appeared at the door of the classroom. Who else could it be if it wasn't Tang Xian'er? He was wearing a blue shirt, long black hair, and eyes that were as clear as water. Fairy. Really a fairy. It is not an exaggeration to use the angels descended to earth to evaluate. Chevron_left. Su Qingyan looked at Tang Xian'er. Admiration involuntarily rose in her heart. Tang Xian'er's charm is too great, so that others can't even be jealous. They will only feel ashamed. Tang, Miss Tang. Lu Wei stammered and swallowed the words he was going to insult Yi Yang just now. Tang Xian'er stretched her long legs and came to stand 3 meters in front of Lu Wei. She seemed to keep a deliberate distance from everyone, neither cold nor close. Leave the academy now. I don't want to repeat what I said. Tang Xian'er glanced at him and said lightly. Lu Wei lowered his head and dared not speak, but Lu Quan stuck his neck and said, "But Miss Tang." A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Tang Xian'er, and Lu Quan was thrown out without seeing what he did. Yi Yang raised his brows. This figure is definitely a powerful inner strength master, and should be Tang Xian'er's personal bodyguard. Lu Wei couldn't help but said, "Miss Tang, is that so for a mere student?" Tang Xian'er said lightly, "I'm here today to discuss martial arts with Yi Yang. I don't care about your entanglement with Yi Yang, but I don't want Tang's reputation to be ruined by you." Lu Wei was not stupid either. He immediately understood what she meant. "Yi Yang, you can't move today. I'm going to fight him." "Okay, then I'll wait for Miss Tang outside the academy." Lu Wei nodded and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Yang. "Humph, just let you be proud for a while. I heard that you got 1,000 points in the assessment a few days ago, breaking the academy's record." Tang Xian'er looked directly at Yi Yang and smiled. Yi Yang nodded slightly. "I'm very pleased that my table mates can have such a big change. I will press my strength to the peak of the realm of body refining. Let's try it out in a game." Tang Xian'er said seriously, "You can get 1,000 points in the assessment, which proves that you are definitely not a crane tail. How about it? Do you agree?" Yi Yang nodded. Yes, but it can't be in vain, right?" Tang Xian'er was stunned for a moment. After hearing this sentence, her goodwill towards Yi Yang dropped a lot. "Do you want money or pills or treasures and cubs of spirit beasts?" she said lightly. Yi Yang shook his head and pointed to the figure behind Tang Xian'er. "I want to be punched by this master of internal strength." Tang Xian'er, the inner strength master behind her, is even more. "Young man, is your brain afraid of water?" When others put forward conditions, all of them open their mouths and ask for money, status, and treasures on the ground. What about you? You want to beg for a beating. Is your brain broken? Tang Xian'er took a deep breath. "Are you sure?" Yi Yang nodded confidently, "Of course." "Aunt Ning, are you willing?" she asked the master, naging behind her again. "Yes." The same cold voice came out. "Okay, let's go to the gym." The two soon came to the gym. The sensational news quickly spread throughout the academy. What? The goddess has come to the academy. Stunned, Goddess Tang is actually discussing martial arts with Yi Yang in the 2nd grade. The gym, go and see. I don't care who Yi Yang is, I just want to see Goddess Tang. Almost 2/3 of the entire academy gathered in the gym just to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Wow, the goddess is so beautiful. If she could be my girlfriend, she would be willing to shorten her life by 50 years. Come on, Tang Xian'er is the arrogant daughter of the sky in every aspect. Wherever others see you, you can pull a few down. Chevron_left. Who is this Yi Yang? He looks a little handsome. Ah, I remembered, this person seems to have annoyed a vice president of a martial artist during the assessment. I don't know if it's true or not. Nonsense. I heard that this person got 1,000 points in the assessment, but he was made trouble by the deputy chief teacher. In the end, chief teacher, she went out and fired the deputy chief teacher on the spot. 1,000 points? You're not kidding me, are you? Is this the result of a human assessment? The stadium was full of people, and everyone was discussing enthusiastically. Most of the eyes were focused on Tang Xian'er, but some people, either through gossip or hearsay, heard some rumors about Yi Yang. In the center of the venue, Tang Xian'er had already put on a navy blue outfit. I'm practicing Ling Yan step and revolving fingers in the body refinement realm, so be careful. Tang Xian'er bowed slightly to show her respect for her opponent. Yi Yang touched his nose, slightly embarrassed. I am practicing in the realm of body training. Farmer's 3-fist. Tang Xian'er was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The name of this move is fun, so let's get started. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the elegant and agile pace and stabbed with a fluttering finger. Wrap your fingers softly. It looks like a colorful butterfly flying, elegant and weak, but there are thousands of murderous intentions hidden. Even if the refined steel is refined, it can't match the softness of the fingers. Yi Yang's eyes condensed, and in his eyes, jade fingers that were getting closer and closer immediately appeared. This fingering seems light, but it contains a lot of changes. This kind of martial arts is the most restrained for the most simple and simple exercises. She only needs to rely on this kind of martial arts, and she can almost leapfrog the challenge. Wow, that's the Tang family's rubbing fingers, right? It's said to be a high-grade martial arts. TSK. We can only start learning martial arts when we reach the realm of inner strength. In comparison, a person like Tang Xian'er is a real strong person, and he has already started to learn the realm of body refining. How can he not be strong? I also heard that Senior Wei Yihui once fought Tang Xian'er with the strength of the peak of body refining, and the result was that he was defeated by this round finger soft. The famous martial arts have different names. I think this Yi Yang is cool. Many experienced or well-informed students cried out and looked excited. Yi Yang's expression was also stern. The fierce farmer's 3 punches could no longer be used, and he immediately planned to use the walking bagua palm. The host observes the high-grade fingering martial arts, and the basic fist palm upgrades the branch skill, kegong around the fingers softly, and the level is automatically full. Kegong around your fingers softly. 100 smelted pure steel should also be turned into a softness around your fingers. Effect. This exercise is especially restraining the martial arts that are so hard and simple. Even the master of internal strength cannot be spared. In Yi Yang's mind, there were dozens of variations of Jiro and how to deal with it. Hey, he looked intently again, and it was still the same way around the finger, but it was no longer turbulent. The murderous intention was hidden, but it was exposed and full of loopholes. If you really want to use an analogy, the former Zoatsura was like a top assassin. In a crowd, he wanted to kill you, and you didn't even notice his killing intent, but now he is like a botched sneak attack with a knife. All exposed. High-grade martial arts. It can also be broken. Yi Yang smiled lightly and stabbed with 1 finger in front of everyone's eyes. Ring your fingers softly on the ring fingering. Grip the grass. He's crazy. He's actually hard on the front. Chevron_left. Zoatara is most restrained by the tough and simple martial arts, but he is still tough. TSK. Goddess Tang is still strong. The students couldn't help booing. The next moment, everyone saw that Tang Xian'er's complexion suddenly changed, and she turned her fingers softly from attack to defense, protecting her chest. At the same time, Yi Yang's swift finger directly broke through her defense. Hey, slap in the face. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he have the upper hand at the same level? The onlookers could not help but take a deep breath. How could you be able to decipher Ruzuru so easily? Tang Xian'er gave him a serious look for the first time and suddenly smiled like a flower. Let's continue. Now, I'm going to use my body technique. Her steps suddenly became erratic, and a thin layer of smoke seemed to rise in her steps, which was incomprehensible. Ling Yanbu. The host observes the high-grade movement technique, and the Lingbo Weibu is upgraded to the Lingbo Lingyanbu, which will automatically reach the full level. Essential Lingyan steps. The steps are indistinct like Lingyan. Effect can greatly evade normal attacks of Master Neijing and below. Yang looks strange. I seem to be stealing other people's martial arts in person now. Moreover, stealing to learn is stealing, and it has been upgraded by the way. Yang coughed lightly. Tang Xian'er, you are absolutely no match for me in terms of body skills. We still can't compare. The movement method is different from the fist and palm, and there is no reservation at all. Once it is displayed, it will shock a lot of people. Tang Xian'er frowned. Since childhood, there are not many people who have spoken to me like this. I don't believe it. When the students heard this, they almost didn't make a fuss. Am I right? This kid said that Goddess Tang couldn't compare to him. I know Ling Yanbu. It's higher than the rank of Ruzuru. It's the unspoken secret of Yindu Tang Lingyan Pavilion. This guy is really arrogant, but he was lucky enough to beat Tang Xian'er in fingering, and now he has made an inch, saying that his movement is absolutely stable. Huh. A student who was quite jealous of Yi Yang snorted coldly. Yi Yang touched his nose. Okay, then. His footsteps made a mistake, and an afterimage was pulled out in an instant. Between the steps, the same layer of smoke rises in layers. Judgment. Tang Xian'er was stunned and stopped immediately. I lost. Her tone was a little unwilling. All the students took a deep breath, not to mention using the ring finger method to break the softness of the fingers. But now he can still display a movement technique that is even more advanced than Ling Yanbu. What kind of monster is this Yi Yang? I will fulfill my promise. Aunt Ning, please hit him, don't hurt him. He may. Tang Xian'er said quickly, afraid that Aunt Ning was not serious. Aunt Ning nodded. I understand how useful this child is to the Tang family. Yi Yang shook his head. Please do your best. If this Aunt Ning is not willing to go all out, it is very likely that it will not be determined to take effect. Then he will be beaten in vain. Aunt Ning was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? I'm in the hall, and you might lose your life with one palm. Yi Yang said lightly, not to mention the master of the hall. I can barely catch the palm of the master of the room. Come on. Aunt Ning frowned, really arrogant. She slapped Yi Yang's chest directly. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Lu Quan sneaked into the gym through the back door. Lu Wei's heart is itching. He can't wait to take care of Yi Yang. So, he immediately saw the scene where Aunt Ning slapped Yi Yang with her palm. Could it be that this kid hates Tang Xian'er's bodyguard? Chevron underscore left. This is a good thing. Best to slap him to death. Boy, what's going on? He laughed, picked up a student, and asked. It seems that Yi Yang asked for it himself. He wants to be slapped by that master of internal strength. Of course, the student knew the young master of the Songlong Martial Arts Hall and immediately replied in a low voice. Huh, there are people like this? Ha ha. It seems that Yi Yang is really out of his mind. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment. Lu Quan said coldly, I don't think he can bear his cousin's anger, so he deliberately let Miss Tang's bodyguard slap him, preferably seriously, so that he can deceive Miss Tang and escape his cousin. It's gone. Lu Wei suddenly realized, so that's the case? This Yi Yang really has a good brain? Huh? Then the next moment his laughter stopped abruptly, because he saw that Yi Yang took Aunt Ning's palm with one hand and retreated 5 or 6 meters. The host was attacked by the fist and palm of the master of the hall, and the King Kong cover was upgraded to King Kong's indestructible body, which automatically reached the full level. Vajra body is indestructible. The body is like a Vajra, and the strength is like 9 bulls. Even a master of the transformation realm can't hurt the host in the slightest. Effect: increases strength by 10,000 kilograms, is completely immune to common poisons, and ignores normal attacks from Masters of Transfiguration and below. The host is injured and bleeds. Basic self-healing upgrades Chang Chun Gong, and it automatically reaches full level. Chang Chun Gong. Chang Chun will not be destroyed, and it will continue to grow. Effect: greatly increases blood recovery and trauma recovery. Yiyang raised his brows. His body was finally upgraded. It was a worthwhile trip. The upgrade of his self-healing ability was beyond his expectations, but it was a good thing to be able to upgrade. Yiyang was still immersed in the joy of upgrading his skills, but everyone present was stunned. Aunt Ning, the initiator, even touched her hand and sensed her inner strength. That's right, he is the master of the hall, and he just hit the palm with all his strength. Why is this kid still alive and kicking? And it looks more alive than before. And his wound, why is it so small? Even if the wound is small, why does it recover so quickly? Are you a monster? The classmates were also fascinated on the spot. What the hell? A ninth-order martial artist took the palm of Master Neijing head-on, only coughing up blood a little, almost unscathed. What kind of player are you? Lu Quan swallowed. He really wanted to expel Yi Yang from the academy, and he really hated Yi Yang for slapping him in the face 3 and 4 times before. But he's not a fool. Yi Yang can actually take the palm of Master Neijing head-on. How strong is he? Don't talk about ninth-order warriors. Do you think I'm stupid, Lu Quan? Cousin, this Yi Yang. Lu Quan's voice trembled. Lu Wei also swallowed. Cousin, it's not that I won't help you. I can't afford to offend such a person. A qi and blood pill is only 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. If you don't want it, you don't want it. It's better to provoke people like this less. Even if it's my dad, I wouldn't dare to say that I would take Master Neijing's palm directly. Lu Wei completely dismissed the idea of targeting Yi Yang. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to go back half an hour and slap that guy who said all kinds of cruel words into a few big mouths. Damn, what cruel words are you saying? Are you courting death? This Yi Yang is so strong. Wouldn't it be over if he said it earlier? He has to pretend to be weak. Lu Wei said angrily. Lu Quan said weakly, Cousin, you won't believe what he said. Lu Wei was stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. Yes, he really won't believe it. Chevron_left. Let's go. Let's go. Don't mess with such people. The two of them came arrogantly and walked away with their tails between their tails. With Yi Yang's extraordinary vision, he could of course see the two of them. It's just that a 9th-level body training has not been placed in his eyes, and he has never regarded Lu Wei as a strong enemy. Yi Yang, can I invite you to work in the Tang group after graduation? Tang Xian'er looked at him again, smiling like a flower. The classmates in the gym were screaming and screaming. It's cold. The goddess actually threw an olive branch to a boy. Aunt Ning was also slightly startled. This was the first time she saw Tang Xian'er raising the idea of soliciting others. Yi Yang laughed and shook his head gently. You underestimated me. Goodbye, Miss Tang. He didn't stop for much, just left, leaving Tang Xian'er and Aunt Ning to look at each other. Miss Tang, this is the first time I've seen someone who rejected you. Aunt Ning covered her mouth and smiled. Tang Xian'er also smiled slightly. Maybe I underestimated him. However, his accomplishments in martial arts are indeed very high. Perhaps Ling Yanbu's recovery can help him. Yi Yang, who had left the gym, avoided everyone, brought his black dog, and came directly to Mo Danju. I'm not in the mood for class. Only by reading a book can I adjust my mood like this. Mo Danxing has collected a lot of classics here, and Yang has successfully upgraded the refiner to high-level refiner. When he was in the gym before, the dog had been kept in a cage, but now at Madanju, it can be regarded as liberating his nature and spreading joy everywhere. However, it didn't take long for it to be happy, and it started yelling at the door. 3 figures pushed open the door and entered. Walking in the forefront was the animal husbandry teacher Shui Wei, and behind her was a tall and handsome man with a very cold face, and behind the man was a girl with pink makeup and jade cut, a little arrogant. Shui Wei was carrying a cage in her hand, and the cage was covered with a layer of black cloth. Ah, Yi Yang, you are indeed here. Seeing Yi Yang, Shui Wei's eyes lit up. I have a 6th order cub here. It has a very strange disease. I want you to take a look. After going through the jewel dog incident last time, she has regarded Yi Yang as an expert in intractable diseases. Junior sister, is the expert you're talking about such a child? The man frowned. I thought we were here to ask old Mo for help. The girl behind him even pouted. It doesn't look like I'm a few years older than me. So how did you become an expert in animal breeding? Shui Wei smiled embarrassedly. Yi Yang, this is my senior brother's son, Pingyu, and this is my junior sister, Zheng Yue. Senior brother's son, Yu Wei, this is my student at Shanjing College, Yi Yang. This sentence was addressed to the two of them. What? He's senior sister's student? Zheng Yue's expression became even more disdainful. Xiao Wei, this sixth-order cub is very important to me. Don't treat it as a child's play. Sun Pingyu frowned deeply. Their idea is simple. None of your teachers have been able to solve this cub's illness, yet you still hand it over to your students? Are you kidding us? Shui Wei hurriedly said, don't make subjective assumptions for the first time. The jewel dog that Master didn't treat was treated by Yi Yang. Look, it's still alive and well. When Xiao He, the jewel dog who was enjoying himself in the alchemy room, saw Shui Wei, he immediately barked a few times, jumped directly into the latter's arms, and arched towards the towering chest. Shui Wei's face flushed, and she quickly took it away. The girl Zheng Yue pouted. I thought of that too, but that old stubborn elder Shui wouldn't listen to me. Sun Pingyu glared at her fiercely, and the girl did not continue to speak. He coughed lightly, sorted out his words, and said, perhaps your student is indeed quick-witted and can find jewel dog symptoms at the first time and prescribe the right medicine. But that doesn't mean he can see the red-maned bear's illness at a glance. After all, the jewel dog is only fourth order, and my little bear is sixth order. If it weren't for a sudden illness on the road, I wouldn't go to the doctor in a hurry. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well return to the Spirit Beast Mountain to find a master to solve it. After Sun Pingyu finished speaking, he was about to leave. Yi Yang frowned and did not hold back. He has already read the advanced animal breeding theory, and the symptoms of the red-maned bear can be seen at a glance. The muscles of its right hind leg were atrophied, and if someone else were to treat it, it would definitely take a lot of medicine. But Yi Yang only needed to use a few vital pills, combined with the animal blood pill, to completely heal the red-maned bear. If this Sun Pingyu had a better attitude, he could give some pointers. But I don't care about your attitude. It's not my spirit beast anyway. At this time, a few more figures pushed in the door, and the internal force that came towards him almost didn't scare the dog to pee. Where's Mr. Mo? Where's Mr. Mo? Quickly invite him out to heal teacher phone. A martial artist rushed in and shouted anxiously. Immediately afterwards, Shiyu walked in with an injured martial artist teacher on his back. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. Mr. Mo is not here. When he came, he saw a note left on the alchemy platform. Mo Danxing said that he went to Yindu to attend the paper conference. Then what should I do? If there is too much blood, Lao Feng's arm will be useless. The martial artist teacher was furious. Yin also rushed in at this time. Mr. Mo is not here. Is Yi Yang there? Yi Yang, who is Yi Yang? The martial artist was stunned for a moment. Yang Yan's eyes brightened when he saw Yi Yang. Yi Yang, quick, use your vitality pill to save Lao Feng. He said quickly. It is good. Yi Yang nodded and asked others to put teacher Feng on the bed in the lounge, and immediately began to treat the wound. Dean, can this child do it? At first, the martial artist teacher looked like it was wrong. Yang Yin nodded confidently. Don't worry. Yi Yang is a genius in alchemy, and the vitality pill he deployed will definitely restore Lao Feng. It's just a pity for us spirit beasts. Shui Wei hurriedly said, did something go wrong during the capture of Namping Mountain's beasts? Yang Yin showed a heartache. That fierce beast is very cunning. It can hide its aura. In fact, it is a seventh order. Our spirit beasts were sent out to look for traces of the beasts, and most of the casualties were lost. Old Feng, who was alone, almost lost his life. Shui Wei froze in her heart. Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yue's expressions also changed. In this situation, they were embarrassed to leave directly. President Yang, we are the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain. Please bring the injured spirit beast over, and we can treat it on your behalf. then it couldn't be better. Yang Yin was overjoyed. But when these spirit beasts were brought in front of the two, they immediately got into trouble. Almost all of these spirit beasts were dripping with blood, and their flesh was torn apart. If it is placed in the spirit beast mountain, such a spirit beast does not need to be healed at all, because instead of spending a lot of resources on healing, it is better to cultivate a new cub. Chevron_left. The two were helpless. Shui Wei was doing her best to relieve the pain of these spirit beasts, and this was the only thing she could do. Yang Yin glanced at the two of them and shook his head without a trace. Okay, are there any other injured teachers? Yi Yang crushed the vitality pill and placed it on Teacher Feng's arm, then fed him a few qi and blood pills, and said directly, that's it. Children, don't make a mistake. Human life is more important than the sky. The martial artist frowned at the beginning. Shi Yuhu came directly to Teacher Feng, and he saw the recovery speed on the latter's arm at a glance. If you don't believe Yi Yang, look at it yourself. Shi Yuhu tore off his clothes 3 or 2 times, revealing his strong and sturdy back. Yi Yang, help me deal with it. Yi Yang leaned over and saw that there were more than a dozen claw marks behind him. Quickly help him apply the vitality pill. Teachers just crush the vitality pill and apply it to the wound, and then take a few qi and blood pills. Yi Yang saw that other people also had scars of varying degrees, and immediately divided the vitality pill into everyone's hands. Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yuwei's eyes were straight. How could such a big scar heal so quickly? What kind of magic medicine is that vitality pill? How come never heard of it before? Okay, I'll deal with the injuries of these spirit beasts. Yi Yang didn't stop for a moment. His fingertips directly touched the wound of a spirit beast, and its wound was green, obviously poisonous. Yi Yang, be careful. Shi Yuhu's pupil shrank, and he quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. The host touches the rot, activates rot resistance, and automatically reaches the full level. Shi Yuhu knows better than anyone the power of the rotten poison at the tip of the beast's claws. If it is a body-refining martial artist like Yi Yang, I am afraid that the fingers will be completely corroded in more than a minute. What's the matter, Chief Teacher Shi? Yi Yang looked at the green poison on his fingertips and asked in doubt. Shi Yuhu shook off his hand and walked away expressionlessly. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? Is it safe from poison? Lousy Bai is worried. Yi Yang did the same, crushed the vitality pill and applied it to the wounds of these spirit beasts, and fed them the beast blood pill at the same time. For some spirit beasts with deep poisoning, he also specially made a pot of anti-corruption pills for them to take. After a while, all spirit beasts, all martial artist teachers, healed, live and live. Hiss! Both Sun Pingyu and Zheng Yuwei took a deep breath. In fact, they have been gasping for air since the vitality pill took effect. No way, this medicine pill is too awesome. Have you seen the recovery speed visible to the naked eye? So he is no longer a 4th-order medicinal pill, but a 4th-order magic medicine. By the way, I still don't know why the two from Ling Beast Mountain came to Shanjing College. Yang Yin said. Sun Pingyu hurriedly said, President Yang, we were ordered by our teacher to collect spirit beast samples from all over Hanzhou. We were going to Nanping Mountain, but halfway through, my red-maned bear suddenly had a problem. He couldn't talk anymore. We can't say that we looked down on Yi Yang, so we didn't let him heal the red-maned bear. Why is this kid so awesome? A few pills go down, and it will heal quickly. If I had known it was so powerful, I would definitely treat the bear to you. Zheng Yue next to her was even more faltered and speechless. Just now, she was the one who looked down on Yi Yang the most. Unexpectedly, as soon as the front foot finished speaking, the back foot Yi Yang healed so many people in front of him. And by the way, he also healed the spirit beasts. Chevron_left. How shrewd is Yang Yin? He immediately guessed what the two of them didn't say. He snorted immediately. Hee, I looked down on Yi Yang, so I didn't want him to be healed, did you? The two looked even more embarrassed. Zheng Yue was a little embarrassed and said stubbornly, then who would have expected him to be so young and so proficient in alchemy and medicine? And senior brother Sun was right before, even if he can heal the jewel dog and so many spirit beasts. Their highest grade is the 4th or 5th rank, and the red-maned bear is 6th order. so I don't believe he can heal sixth-order spirit beasts. I estimate that only by returning to the sect and asking the elders can they be healed. Zheng Yue pouted and turned her face to one side. A wry smile appeared on Sun Pingyu's face. Because his junior sister is the daughter of the mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain, she has developed an arrogant temperament since she was a child. The more Yang Yin said that, the more Zheng Yue refused to admit that Yi Yang could heal sixth-order cubs. Shui Wei also sighed. If I can heal, what should you say? You say that I can heal the sixth order at most, but certainly not the seventh order? Yi Yang chuckled lightly. Zheng Yue choked for a moment and became angry with shame. Miss Ben is not that kind of person. If he can really heal, I'll give you this book. After she finished speaking, she took out an ancient book with a yellow cover from her arms. Sun Pingyu's complexion suddenly changed, and even Yi Yang's complexion did not change so much after saving so many people and spirit beasts. Yue, this book can't be gambled. Shui Wei was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Yue, if you really lose, I'm afraid the mountain master will break your butt. When Zheng Yue heard Shui Wei's words, her little buttocks twitched, but she still stuck her neck and said, no way. I don't believe this guy can cure Little Bear. Besides, what if it is exported? It is full of ancient texts. He can't understand it, and the magic formula of our Spirit Beast Mountain will not be spread. At most, let Dad beat me up, and then let him take it back from this guy. Anyway, I don't believe this guy can cure the bear. Zheng Yue said angrily. How about it? Yi Yang, do you dare? Yi Yang smiled lightly. You gave me a magic formula for nothing, so what else am I afraid of? Wait, Yue took out the bet. What about yours? Sun Pingyu's eyes suddenly rolled, and he said, I think you're still a student, so I guess there is nothing of value. So let's just use the formula of the vitality pill. As a bet, how? Yi Yang glanced at him and smiled. The formula of Vitality Dan is as beautiful as you think. This is a self-created recipe, not to mention the entire Hangzhou, even the entire China. Only Yi Yang can refine it. However, this business without capital and huge profits can indeed be done. When Yang Yin heard Sun Pingyu's words, he quickly gave Yi Yang a wink, telling him not to take this bet. He couldn't be more clear about the value of the Vitality Pill. Mo Danxing went to Yindu to attend the paper conference. One was the improved formula paper of Beast Blood Pill, and the other was the formula paper of Vitality Pill. These two papers are blockbusters that can shock the entire alchemy world. If you apply for a patent from the Ministry of Government, Yi Yang will almost have an amulet, which is an amulet that has been sealed by the Ministry of Government. You can't let the Spirit Beast Mountain be fooled. Yi Yang smiled confidently at him and immediately said, I'll take this bet. Chevron underscore left. Yang Yin slapped his forehead, and it was over. Sun Pingyu did not expect Yi Yang to be so straightforward and nodded embarrassingly. He naturally knew the value of the self-created pill recipe. If he really compared it, the value of the self-created pill recipe was obviously more than that of the Spirit Beast Mountain. But since Yi Yang agreed, then the advantage can't be excluded. Then let's start. If you can't completely heal Little Bear within 3 hours, you will be considered a failure. Zheng Yue said while holding her arms. Yi Yang frowned. Zheng Yue thought the time was too short and said again, then 5 hours. No, 3 hours is too long. I only need half an hour. Yi Yang said lightly. Everyone around me said. Yang Yin was shocked. Are you really confident or fake? Half an hour? What is half an hour enough for? Yi Yang opened the cage directly, and a half-human tall bear with red mane looked at him suspiciously. Its right hind leg is in a state of atrophy and necrosis, which is like a pocket version compared to its left hind leg. I'd like to see how you deal with this first step in contacting red-maned bears. Sun Pingyu clasped his arms and watched with cold eyes. The red-maned bear is a spirit beast with a violent temperament and a desire to attack. If Yi Yang touches it directly, he is likely to be attacked by it. Then he heard Yi Yang whisper, Little Bear, I'm here to help you heal. Everyone stayed for a second, madly complaining in my heart. Why are you coaxing children? Yang Yin even forcibly held back his smile. Zheng Yue curled her lips contemptuously. If this is the case, then my spirit beast mountain will have already become the #1 sect in the world. Then everyone saw that the red-maned bear hesitated for a while, then stretched out his small paw and placed it on Yi Yang's palm. Sun Pingyu. Zheng Yue? Could it be that Yi Yang can really communicate with spirit beasts? Communicate like coaxing a child. Sun Pingyu saw that Yi Yang was going to directly touch the red-maned bear's right hind leg again, and couldn't help but reminded, I advise you not to touch it directly. The little bear has a cold poison in his leg. The consequences of direct contact with toxins are terrifying. Sun Pingyu took several detoxification pills to relieve it. Yi Yang didn't seem to hear it, so he picked up his right back leg, checked it carefully, and frowned slightly. The host comes into contact with cold poison and stagnant poison, activates cold poison resistance and stagnation poison resistance, and automatically reaches full level. Sun Pingyu raised his eyebrows. What kind of physique is this Yi Yang? Is it okay to directly contact the cold poison? It's not just cold poison, but also stagnant poison. Yi Yang said without turning his head, Please help me fetch alderroot, ling flower, mushuzi. Sun Pingyu was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized with a black face that Yi Yang was calling him. Damn, I won't be able to cure the little bear later. You will feel better. Yi Yang got the medicinal materials, slapped the Xuanwu furnace, and started alchemy directly. After a while, an elixir with a strange fragrance came out of the furnace. What kind of pill is this? I haven't seen it before. Yang Yin was stunned for a moment. I created it myself, the universal antidote pill. Yi Yang said lightly, feeding it directly to the little bear, and then ordered the 2 vitality pills to be taken orally and applied externally. Hey, is it another self-created medicinal pill? Yang Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Zheng Yue curled her lips in disdain. Just blow it up and create your own elixir. Yi Yang chuckled. Okay, just wait. Son, Yi Yang, please take Xiaoxiong seriously. If the disease worsens, I will never forgive you in the face of junior sister Shui. He snapped. Yi Yang picked up the kettle, brewed a pot of dahongpo, and greeted everyone to come and drink tea, and then slowly said, Are you blind? Sun Pingyu's eyes widened. He was about to get angry, but Zheng Yue grabbed his sleeve. Senior brother Yu, Xiaoxiong seems to be really starting to recover. Zheng Yue's voice was not only small, but she was about to cry, because she has seen that the right hind leg of the red-maned bear is really recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without this, you can heal the 6th-order spirit beast. If you really export the spirit beast mountain magic art, you will definitely be beaten if you go back. Thinking of this, Zheng Yue's little but felt a pain again. Miss Zheng, should you fulfill the agreement? Yi Yang took a sip of the dahongpo and said with a chuckle, Is it possible you want to breach the contract? Yang Yin saw the embarrassment of the two and even laughed. Ling Beast Mountain has always been famous in China for paying attention to promises and agreements. I believe that the two will never breach the contract. Yang Yin and Yi Yang sang together, and instantly lifted Sun Pingyu to the point where it was difficult to ride a tiger. Cheating? In this alchemy room, there are more than a dozen internal strength warriors. You dare to cheat? Keep promises? After I go back, I am afraid that my grades will be deducted. Not only that, but Sun Pingyu feels that he will get the same treatment as Zheng Yue. He was severely beaten on his butt. Zheng Yue snorted softly at this time. I'll get it to you. I don't believe you can understand it. Wait for me, and soon Dad will send someone to get the magic back. She fiercely shoved the spirit beast, Mountain Faju, into Yi Yang's arms, turned around and left. Yi Yang smiled slightly and opened it directly. The host reads ancient texts, basic language, upgrades, ancient literature scholar, and the level is automatically full. The real secret of controlling beasts. Yi Yang's eyes lit up and muttered. The host reads the ancient beast breeding books, advanced beast breeding, upgrades, ancient beast breeding, and a level is automatically full. Immediately, a large amount of knowledge about the evolution and variation of spiritual beasts in ancient times flooded into his mind. And Zheng Yue, who were just about to go out, almost missed hitting the door when they heard the 4 words from Yi Yang's mouth. He, he actually really understands. Zheng Yue was like seeing a ghost. Sun Pingyu sighed. Yue, this time we really got into a big disaster, but I still can't get the magic back. Junior sister Yue, I hope to see you next time at the Spirit Bee ceremony at the mountain gate. He turned around again. Shui Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The two carried the red-maned bear and left. Yiyang moved his gaze to Xiao He, the jeweled dog who was biting at the sofa, as if he wanted to see the latter's flesh, meridians, and bones clearly. The dog whimpered, just like encountering the peerless beast at the top of the food chain, and suddenly fell down and didn't even dare to breathe. It turns out that, just by looking at it, I actually saw 3 or 4 evolutionary routes. Beast breeding is also an avenue. Yiyang murmured. Yang Yin could see that he must have seen some doorway in the Spirit Beast Mountain Law, so he didn't want to disturb him, and he was about to leave with the other martial artist teachers. But these teachers did not leave immediately, but came to Yiyang one after another. Student Yiyang, you rescued my old Feng's arm. From now on, in Beijing, you can do whatever you want. Chevron underscore left. Despite the difference between teachers and students, Mr. Feng did not have the slightest pretense of being a teacher, but made a promise very sincerely. The other teachers also nodded, and some who were healed by Yi Yang bowed slightly. Yang Yin watched from his side. In this way, Yi Yang's status among the teachers has almost reached a very high level, which is actually a good thing for Yi Yang. Yi Yang accepted these gratitude calmly. Then the teachers left. Senior brother, with the temper of the mountain master, will it embarrass Yi Yang? Shui Wei said to Shi Yuhu, who was the last to leave. Shi Yuhu said lightly, there must be difficulties. It depends on whether Yi Yang can survive. After all, this trick is actually a trick that Yi Yang deliberately gambled from Zheng Yue. Senior brother, don't you want to see the mountain master? Shui Wei said again. Shi Yuhu left without saying a word. Yi Yang, I really thank you today. I owe you a favor. If you have any requests in the future, feel free to ask me. Shui Wei said to Yi Yang again. She was already very beautiful, and now she is even more beautiful when she smiles. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Really? Then I need a lot of materials unique to the animal breeding department. Shui Wei, is it still human on the spot? The names of the materials jumped out of his mouth, and Shui Wei's face showed surprise. She has studied animal breeding for many years and has successfully bred a large number of spirit beast cubs. Yi Yang just said casually, and she heard that Yi Yang was planning to cultivate this jewel dog. But these materials are a bit too imaginative, and they're also too expensive, adding up to more than 300,000 Chinese dollars. Shui Wei couldn't help but said, Yi Yang, Silver Bell is cold, not suitable for jewel dogs, and this moose Susie. Mr. Shui, I said that I can directly promote Xiao He to the 9th Order. Do you believe it? Yi Yang suddenly laughed softly. Shui Wei was stunned. Her first reaction was disbelief. But Yi Yang's tone was full of unquestionable confidence, as if what he said was the simplest thing. Okay, I'll go get it for you. I don't have much Moose Susie there, but Mr. Mo should have it here. Shui Wei took a deep breath and said seriously. After a while, all the materials are ready. The dog sat on the alchemy table obediently according to Yi Yang's instructions, shivering. 500 grams of silver bell flowers are ground into powder. 600 grams of musu seeds are burned at high temperature to remove the shell. 2 kilograms of macrophage blood, the inner core of a 4th order spirit beast. Add water to still. Yi Yang's hands are flying, his eyes are bright and electric, and his expression is meticulous. Having upgraded the ancient method of animal breeding, he seemed to have become a collection of ancient animal breeding masters and ancestors at this moment. He can see the defects and advantages of the jewel dog's growth at a glance, and can see the path suitable for its growth at a glance. He can also formulate the most perfect growth path according to the character of each spirit beast. It is not difficult to soar directly from the 4th rank to the 9th rank. Shui Wei, who was next to him, was almost stunned. In a trance, she even recognized Yi Yang as her master, Elder Shui Feng from Spirit Beast Mountain. This is really the state of beast breeders who have been immersed in the way of animal breeding for many years. Eat them all. Yang took a deep breath and said seriously to Xiaohei. The dog barked twice, without questioning Yi Yang's words, and ate all the things he had prepared in a few big bites. Ow! After eating, Xiaohei suddenly screamed, and even rolled on the alchemy platform, as if he had swallowed a piece of ice that was 10,000 years old, and it seemed like there was fire burning in his stomach. Painful. Shuewei was in a hurry. Is it going to be okay? Yi Yang said seriously to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, hold on. Xiaohei whimpered a few times. It understood Yi Yang's words and tried to hold back his voice. Sound does reduce pain, but it also dissipates power. More than 10 minutes later, the jewel dog fell limply on the alchemy platform, and its smooth fur was even soaked with sweat. However, the aura around it has risen by several levels. Shuewei took out the beads she was carrying and approached Xiaohei. The effect of this bead is very simple, to detect the spiritual level of the spirit beast. This is a special product made by Ling Beast Mountain after the recovery of spiritual energy. Basically, every animal husbandry teacher in the country has one. The beads flickered, and 5 sun-like marks quickly appeared on the surface. Tier 5. Shuewei opened her eyes. Evolution is not over yet. At most 4 days, it can become the 9th order. Yang smiled slightly. Shuewei looked at the dog who had fallen into a sweet dream with a look of disbelief. 10 minutes ago, this jewel dog was still 4th order. Now it has actually become a 5th order cub. Yang, don't reveal this matter. In the future competition between the 4 famous schools, in the field of animal breeding, Xiaohei will be our trump card. Shuewei looked directly into Yi Yang's eyes and said seriously. Yi Yang nodded. Of course he wouldn't reveal it, because the 9th order is not the limit he planned for Xiaohei. However, the inner alchemy of high-level spirit beasts is not so good. Sometimes even if you have money, you can't buy it. This matter has to be put aside first. Okay, it's getting dark. It's time for me to go home. Shuewei picked up her bag and was about to leave, but she seemed to remember something and said, it's better not to go to the block over Namping Mountain. That fierce beast was injured, and it is likely to go down the mountain at night. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, there's still beasts on Namping Mountain. The beast that was seriously injured by Dean Yang and the others was a 7th order one. Okay, Teacher Shui. Yi Yang was already thinking about how to deal with the 7th order beast. Leaving the school, Yi Yang called for a taxi. Master, Namping Mountain. He said directly. The middle-aged master in the driver's seat trembled. Son, where are you going? I heard that there was a beast there. I also heard that a family in Nanping community was eaten up by the beasts. Scary. Master doubled the car money. Yi Yang directly stuffed $200 in. Hey, let's go. The master put the remaining half of the sentence back in his stomach and started the car immediately. Child, what are you doing at Namping Mountain this evening? Although I can send you to where, I'll tell you the truth, it's really dangerous. The middle-aged master couldn't help but said. Yi Yang held the dog in his arms and rubbed his stomach to help it digest and said casually, I'll kill that beast. He looked at the rear-view mirror, and the words Ge Guoping were written on the badge on the master's chest. After hearing this, Ge Guoping almost threw the steering wheel out of his hand. I wipe you, a student of Shanjing College, told me to kill beasts. My child, I heard that the teachers of Shanjing College failed to surround and kill the beasts. You are a student. Ge Guoping didn't say it too harshly. Yi Yang smiled lightly, non-committal. When he was refining medicine for Guzi just now, his inner strength had already broken through to the peak of inner strength. If the analogy comes, it is the level of the 7th order adult spiritual beast. Chevron underscore left. But the beast was seriously injured by the teachers of the academy. Yi Yang came to Namping Mountain this time, not to see the scenery. Seeing that Yi Yang could not be persuaded, Ge Guoping brought the topic back to animal breeding. Your spirit beast is a 4th order jewel dog, right? Master Ge said. Yi Yang was slightly surprised that the driver master knew all about it. Seeing his surprise, Ge Guoping said slightly, my daughter Ge Xiao, who just entered the academy this year, her favorite thing is animal breeding. Now that she has finished reading that advanced theory, she whispers in my ear every day, of course I know a little bit. Yi Yang nodded lightly. It was amazing to be able to read the advanced animal breeding theory in the first grade. Ge Guoping said again. Xiao Xiao admires Shen Lin Feng from the third grade very much. She said that Shen Lin Feng may be the best animal breeding talent in the academy. Hey, little classmate, do you know Shen Lin Feng? Shen Lin Feng? Yiyang smiled lightly. This guy hasn't come to trouble him recently. He did not think that Shen Lin Feng had given up. On the contrary, Shen Lin Feng is saving, waiting for an opportunity, and increasing his capital. The next time he makes a move, it must be a stormy attack. Is it Shen Lin Feng? My relationship with him is a deadly grudge. Yiyang said lightly. Ge Guoping. His right hand was wiped with sweat. Do children nowadays speak so bluntly? More than 20 minutes later, Yiyang got off the car at the foot of Nanping Mountain. He was about to take a step when Xiao He shouted at the flower bed next to him. There is a spirit beast approaching. Yiyang narrowed his eyes. Immediately after that, he saw 3 majestic giant wolves walking out of the grass. When Ge Guoping saw this scene, his soul was dying, but he still shouted at the first time, "Get on the bus! Get on the bus!" Yiyang carefully looked at the giant wolf at the head, suddenly smiled, and walked up to meet the giant wolves. Ge Guoping's pupils suddenly tightened. Holding the grass, is this child dying? Ge Guoping gritted his teeth, got out of the car, grabbed Yiyang, and was about to run. But he found he couldn't pull Yiyang at all. This young man is like a hill. Not only can he not pull it, he is still dragging himself forward. Master Ge, don't be afraid. I know this wolf. Yiyang chuckled lightly. Ge Guoping cried out miserably, I believe in you. Let me go. Let me go. I shouldn't have come to save you. Oh, the blood-toothed wolves were almost on his face, and Ge Guoping could even smell the blood in the mouths of these giant wolves. Xiao Xiao, I can't go back this time. You must study hard in school, wife. In fact, I hid my private money behind your back in my unused leather shoes. He seemed to give up when he resisted. His face was pale, and he muttered to himself, explaining the future. Ge Guoping had even closed his eyes and gave up struggling. Then nothing happened. He couldn't help but opened his eyes and immediately saw that the biggest wolf whimpered and rubbed his head against Yiyang, as if I was a loyal dog, and complimented me. Ge Guoping. He was stunned for a while before jumping up suddenly. I am actually not afraid. When Master Ge said this, his legs were still shaking. Yiyang laughed in his heart. Master Ge, can I trouble you to wait for me here for an hour? I'm afraid it's too late to get a taxi here. Yiyang smiled. Ge Guoping's legs were still trembling. He refused to stay for anything and immediately shook his head. No, Xiao Xiao is still waiting at home. Yiyang stuffed 100 yuan over. I think it's better to wait. Master Ge was a little moved. Yiyang stuffed another 100 yuan. Master Ge got back into the car. I can wait for you here, but I can only wait for you for an hour. It's really not peaceful here in Nanping District. Except for the beasts, the security is not very good. An hour is enough. Yiyang looked at Nanping Mountain and then followed the giant wolves into the night. Ge Guoping shrank his neck and rolled up the car window. The 3 blood-toothed wolves ran wildly in front, followed by Xiao He, who was less than a third of their size, followed by Yiyang. In a few minutes, Yiyang had run all the way to the halfway up the mountain, but he didn't even breathe. His physical strength has been strengthened enough to tear apart tigers and leopards. Of course, this word has become outdated after the renaissance of spiritual energy. Humans are getting stronger, and tigers and leopards are naturally getting stronger. Human blood? The biggest blood-toothed wolf stopped in front of a pool of blood. Yiyang sniffed and was stunned for a moment. There's movement over there. Yiyang carefully distinguished the sound in the night wind, locked in a direction immediately, and quickly chased away. Soon he saw a petite figure walking with difficulty. Zheng Yue? Yiyang was stunned for a moment. He followed quickly. It's you? Zheng Yue also discovered him at the first time. But after all, she exported a book of Spirit Beast Mountain's true secrets. She didn't have a good impression of Yiyang, and her tone was even colder at the moment. Nanping Mountain is very dangerous. You are too weak. Leave quickly. Zheng Yue's wound was still bleeding. She frowned. Yiyang handed over a vitality pill. Where's Sun Pingyu? Are you separated? Zheng Yue hesitated for a while, but took it over, crushed the vitality pill, and applied it to the wound. The flesh and blood near the wound quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After experiencing herself, she truly understood the powerful medicinal power of this medicinal pill. Hearing this, she suddenly lowered her head and burst into tears. "Blame me. I heard from my father that the blood of the toothy wolf is the best in the middle of the night. So as soon as I left Shanjing College, I encouraged Senior Brother Yu to come to Namping Mountain to collect samples, but I was surrounded by a group of toothy wolves, and Senior Brother Yu protected me. Came out, and the road was washed away." Yiyang couldn't help frowning. No one knew the habits of these beasts in Namping Mountain better than him. Like the blood-toothed wolf, the tyrannical wolf is the two most ferocious beasts in Namping Mountain. However, the former prefer to fight alone, and their individual strength is stronger, and they rarely hunt in groups like blood-toothed wolves. Whoa! The head wolf walked up to Yiyang and barked a few times. Zheng Yue's eyelids jumped, and she was shocked before she said, "Ugh, you actually tamed a blood-toothed wolf." Yiyang nodded. "The alpha wolf told me just now that those fang-toothed wolves were controlled by the strongest beasts in Namping Mountain. I'm afraid Sun Pingyu is more fortunate than good. Let's go and save him." Zheng Yue seemed to have heard something incredible. "Rescue? Do you use your head to help? I'm going to rescue Senior Brother Yu, but I can't bring your oil bottle with me. You gave me a vitality pill just now, so I would advise you to leave quickly." Zheng Yue reprimanded sharply. Yiyang frowned. This woman is really proud. "I am the peak of inner strength," Yiyang said lightly. Zheng Yue seemed to have heard a joke. "Don't make fun of it. Senior Brother Yu is the master of inner strength." Chevron_left. "Be careful." Yiyang's eyes froze, and his fists slammed out. The next moment, a toothy wolf that jumped out of the grass was beaten and flew out. Its skull was even dented eerily, apparently dead. Zheng Yue was speechless. No matter how you say it, Typhoon Fong is still in the 4th rank. Yiyang can kill Typhoon Fong so easily with one punch, and his strength is definitely not low. "Okay, then you follow behind Miss Ben, and don't be rude," Zheng Yue said helplessly. Yiyang was amused in his heart, and gestured to Blood Fong Boss, who whimpered and left quickly. Zheng Yue took out a chipmunk from her pocket. The mouse chirped a few times, and ran quickly towards the front. "Follow," she whispered. Yiyang was amazed. This chipmunk seems to be very good at tracking breath. It should be a spirit beast meticulously cultivated by Spirit Beast Mountain. Soon, the two came to a cave, and there was a giant tiger lying dozing at the entrance of the cave, not participating in the battle. Sun Pingyu was surrounded by a dozen or so toothy wolves, but he was unable to break through. He slashed a toothy wolf with his saber, screaming inwardly. This time, it was a mistake to go to Namping Mountain to collect samples late at night. Originally thought that the fierce beast was seriously injured and should not be dispatched. With the state of his inner strength, it is not a problem to deal with other spirit beasts. Who knows? This fierce beast is so terrifying. It also controls a large group of toothy wolves under its command. The tyrannical wolf found the traces of the two of them and immediately surrounded him. The adult spirit beast he brought out had almost no resistance and was quickly killed, and this fierce beast was probably drawn out. At this moment, the fierce beast looked at him as if he were looking at food. The human flesh and blood that contains spiritual energy is a great supplement to a beast like it. But it was still late at night, so I couldn't ask for help at all. "Are you going to die here?" Fortunately, Yue escaped. Yiyang stood at the top of the tree and looked at the battle situation. The knowledge of ancient beast breeding began to flip in his mind, and he quickly learned the information of this fierce beast. Golden-eyed tiger, 7th order, not low in wisdom, and huge in strength. Looking at this, it should have activated a certain atavistic bloodline under the tide of spiritual energy and also controlled a large group of low-level spirit beasts. Yiyang rubbed his chin and nodded. It doesn't matter if you don't have a brainless brute force monster. The most fearful thing is to have a brain. No wonder this guy was able to escape from the siege of the academy teacher. Sun Pingyu's physical strength dropped significantly, and several Fong wolves seized the flaw and swarmed up, and they were about to pounce on his vitals. Zheng Yue exclaimed, pulling out her sword and rushing up. Yi Yang threw it behind him, but instead of retreating, he stepped on the ground, his inner strength burst out, and he approached like a cannonball. The host has a very strong burst of speed, and the basic leg technique upgrades the ghost foot of the King of Hell, and it automatically reaches the full level. Ghost feet of the King of Hell. King of Hell told you to die at the 3rd watch, and never leave anyone to the 5th watch. Yi Yang, are you dying? Come back soon. Zheng Yue froze for a moment and roared. This is about my spirit beast mountain. It has nothing to do with you. You come back to me. Yi Yang was in the air, but he still had time to look back and smile, making Zheng Yue's teeth itchy. His legs stepped out of the ghost feet of the King of Hell, and the surging force exploded, directly killing those few toothy wolves. The stench of hot blood splashed Sun Pingyu all over. Sun Pingyu's eyes widened. Is this Yi Yang so powerful? Zheng Yue was also stunned. Chevron_left. Yi Yang, is it really the peak of inner strength? Otherwise, it is impossible to be so arrogant, and it will kill a few toothy wolves with one kick. Roar! Seeing that another living person joined the battle, the compatriots were killed, and the raging wolves became more violent. The wolves that surrounded Sun Pingyu directly divided more than 20 heads and besieged Yi Yang together. The pressure on Sun Pingyu's side plummeted, but the hearts of the two were even more tugged. Yi Yang was surrounded by wolves in order to save them. If he died, the two would feel guilty for a lifetime. Don't look at Zheng Yue being a bit arrogant, but her heart is still very kind. Zheng Yue gritted her teeth and rushed over with her sword in hand. Yi Yang shouted loudly, "Don't come here and hold me back." A metal tube slipped out of his sleeve, and every time he swung it out, it would set off a storm of blood and rain, and every time he swiped, a wolf with fangs would be beaten out screaming. The host waved the plumber's wrench, opened the basic Qi, and automatically reached the full level. Yi Yang slapped these toothy wolves with ease, and he couldn't help pulling the corners of his mouth when he heard this voice. It turns out that this pipe clamp is a strange weapon. In the eyes of Sun Pingyu and the others, Yi Yang seemed to be a rock, and the Fong wolves were like an increasingly turbulent tide. The tide slapped and roared countless times, but the reef still stood tall. Sun Pingyu's eyes were even a little wet. Yi Yang, hurry up! His spirit was shocked, and he slashed the toothy wolf in front of him with a few swords, highlighting the surrounding and roaring. Zheng Yue also shouted loudly, "Yi Yang, senior brother, you is safe. Let's leave now. Otherwise, it will be too late when the beast catches up." Yi Yang glanced back in confusion. Go? Why do you want to go? I came today to kill this beast. Zheng Yue blushed with anger at his words, and was speechless for a long time. Sun Pingyu smiled bitterly. Yi Yang, stop joking. That beast is a 7th-order beast, and even if it gets injured, it's not something you and I can deal with. Let's hurry up and leave now. It will be too late if you don't leave. Roar! Just as Sun Pingyu was about to continue speaking, the giant tiger suddenly raised its head to the sky with a roar of a tiger, and the sound shook the mountains and forests, startling a flurry of birds. It's over. The beast is awake. Zheng Yue's face was pale. I was hurt by this guy with a hole in his head. Sun Pingyu's face became even more anxious. The fierce beast is here. Yi Yang, hurry up. Yi Yang chopped down the last toothy wolf and said casually, "There's a taxi waiting at the foot of the mountain. You all go first. I will kill this golden-eyed tiger and follow." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the entrance of the cave with such big strides. Zheng Yue stomped her feet in anger. She saw that Yi Yang killed several wolves with one kick and rescued Sun Pingyu from water and fire, and originally she had a good impression of the latter. Now, those good feelings are gone. Dead people don't deserve good feelings. In her eyes, Yi Yang has become a person with little strength who likes to be brave. Now, he is about to lose his life for his stubborn character. Senior brother Yu. Zheng Yue bit her cherry lips lightly. Sun Pingyu hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. No, Yi Yang saved me. I have to help him, but Yue, you are different from me, You are the daughter of the mountain master and the next successor to my spirit beast mountain. You can't die here. Chevron_left. Namping Mountain and go to Shangjing College for help. Sun Pingyu pulled out the blood-stained sword, took a deep breath, and chased Yi Yang's back. Zheng Yue saw the battle between heaven and man several times, and finally decided to go to Shangjing Academy for help. Senior brother, you must hold on. I'll be right back. On the other side, Yi Yang had come to the cave where the golden-eyed tiger was entrenched. The huge, fierce beast stared at him with a pair of tiger eyes. It has to be said that the visual impact of a seventh-order adult beast is indeed great. It is more than 2 meters high, and its body length is 5 meters. As soon as the fleshy palms stomped, the half-ton body swooped in. The bloody mouth was biting straight towards Yi Yang's neck. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I'm afraid you won't dare to go. His footsteps suddenly became ghostly and shadowy, and the misty, smoky steps were displayed in an instant. This is a master-level movement technique of internal strength, and it immediately avoids the bite of the giant tiger. Immediately afterwards, his wrists shook continuously, and 5 or 6 palms were printed on the waist of the giant tiger. Swimming Bagua palm. The giant tiger flicked its tail in pain, but it couldn't touch Yi Yang at all. This is also the essence of the walking body Bagwazang, which is like a maggot on the tarsus, unable to break free. Your body is also very hard. Yi Yang took a few palms, but couldn't help frowning. The giant tiger roared wildly and slapped its paws fiercely. Yi Yang dodged again. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his eyes had already opened. The eyes of the sky swept over the giant tiger's body, but did not see a few weak points. The host tries to observe the enemy's flaws with the eyes of the sky. Heavenly Eye is upgraded to Wisdom Eye, and the level is automatically full. In an instant, the world changed. It's as if everything is in order. Now look at the giant tiger again. All the weaknesses of the latter's whole body are exposed in front of Yi Yang's eyes. The left front leg was injured a year ago. The right ear was pecked by a giant bird. The abdomen was injured by Chief Teacher Shi. The back was burned with fire by Dean Yang. Wherever his eyes looked, Yi Yang could immediately tell what kind of injury the giant tiger had suffered based on the pattern of hair growth and the shape of the scar. Right here, Yi Yang took a deep breath, and the pipe wrench stabbed at a tricky angle, directly stabbing into the knee of the giant tiger's right hind leg. Roar! The giant tiger roared miserably. This is the place where it was hit the hardest by the teachers of the academy. It was originally hidden very deeply, but now Yi Yang saw through it at a glance and broke it with a pipe wrench. In an instant, the blood flowed like a stream. The giant tiger roared and rushed forward with all its strength. At this time, Sun Pingyu just arrived. When he saw the scene, his eyes were split, and he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Yi Yang hides subconsciously. However, the giant tiger used this power to grab onto the tree and jumped out more than 10 meters in an instant, intending to escape. Sun Pingyu was stunned for a moment. Why are you a dignified 7th-order beast running away? But anyway, it's a good thing. Yi Yang, hurry up, let's run now. Sun Pingyu rushed over and grabbed Yi Yang's hand and was about to run. Then he found out. I can't even pull Yi Yang. Run? Can you run? Yi Yang ignored Sun Pingyu, but sneered and let out a scream. His scream was like a signal. The sound of wild beasts rushing suddenly sounded in the surrounding forest. Ouch! The pack of wolves, howling in the sky. In the area of Nanping Mountain, the blood-toothed wolves are the most numerous, with more than 100 heads. Chevron_left. Sun Pingyu's face instantly paled. Holding the grass, all the blood-toothed wolves in Nanping Mountain came running over. It's over. This vicious beast can not only control the tyrannical wolf, but also the blood-toothed wolf. I should have thought of it. No. Yi Yang, follow me, we must kill them. Sun Pingyu took a deep breath, turned his back to Yi Yang, drew out his sword, and was murderous. Yi Yang listened to his words with a strange expression. The giant tiger is back. Sun Pingyu's face froze. Really? The giant tiger is back. It's back with a horde of blood-fang wolves. A particularly gigantic blood-toothed wolf headed straight towards Yi Yang. his eyes seeming to choose someone to devour. Sun Pingyu's eyes froze, and he dodged in front of Yiyang. He took a deep breath. Yiyang, you saved my life. I, Sun Pingyu, are not the kind of person who likes to owe favors, and now I will return favors to you. The strange look on Yiyang's face became heavier. In Sun Pingyu's tense and serious eyes, the blood-toothed wolf came to Yiyang and then rubbed his head against Yiyang, as if asking for credit. Sun Pingyu. Yiyang touched its head. Good job. I'll give you a name later. The Bloodfang Alpha Wolf was even more excited, and the frequency of his tail wagging was like a small motor. Brother Sun, in fact, this blood-toothed wolf has been tamed by me, Yiyang said seriously. Sun Pingyu suddenly had the urge to cover his face. Damn, my feelings just now were brewing in vain. Yiyang raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately said to the blood-toothed wolves, Kill. More than 100 blood-toothed wolves roared and charged towards the giant tiger one after another. Even if they can only tear off a small piece of flesh and blood from the giant tiger each time. But if more than 100 heads come together, even if you were a giant dragon, I will bite it for you. The giant tiger finally died. Even if it is extremely cunning, it even escaped the siege of more than a dozen college teachers. In its huge tiger eyes, this full of unwillingness is reflected. If it could speak human words, it would definitely scream up to the sky. How could these more than 100 blood-toothed wolves in Nanping Mountain become your people? The host kills a 7th-order beast, activates the basic suffocation, and automatically reaches the full level. Basic suffocation. The suffocating suffocation, and the beasts are overwhelmed. Effect. It will form a great shock to the creatures whose strength is lower than itself. Yiyang shook his head. This skill is not very useful, where the 7th-order inner core is more affordable. He took a few steps forward and dug out the inner alchemy in the head of the golden-eyed tiger, and the tiger's eyes were fed to Lanya. Lanya was the name he gave to Bloodfang Alfred. You'll be the boss of Nanping Mountain in the future. Don't hurt anyone, you know? Yiyang touched Lanya's head. Lanya nodded obediently and tamely. The frequency of the tail flicking was faster. Yiyang suspected that it would be able to go to the sky with a propeller. Sun Pingyu, an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, seriously doubted whether he had fallen into an illusion. But the huge skeleton on the ground with only the head left, and the head was cut open, reminded him that all this was true. A 7th-order vicious beast, a vicious beast with a dangling forehead and a golden eye, and a vicious beast comparable to the pinnacle of internal strength, died in the hands of a 2nd-year student of Shanjing College. A few minutes ago, I shouted loudly to protect him and to repay this favor on the spot. Sun Pingyu's face was very red. To be honest, when a master introduced himself to the object, his face was not as red as it is now. Let's just wait here. In the evening, it is estimated that there is no taxi in Nanping District. Yiyang casually found a stone and sat down. More than 100 blood-toothed wolves scattered and merged into the forest. Since then, without this 7th-order beast, Lanya is the boss of Nanping Mountain. Although, its grade is a bit shabby. Sun Pingyu found a stone pier and sat down without speaking. He wanted to say it, but couldn't even say a fart. Yiyang gave him a great shock. My dignified inner disciples of the first sect of Hanzhou, Spirit Beast Mountain, are all trapped in the siege of the Fangs. And you, a 2nd-year student at Shanjing College, not only cut down the entire Fang wolves alone, but also called the entire Nanping Mountain Blood Fang wolves and turned the former overlord of Nanping Mountain alive. If Yiyang is a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain and can make such a feat, I am afraid that he will be promoted to the true disciple the next day, and the Mountain Master will personally teach the complete sect of true art. You, the peak of internal energy? After hesitating for a while, Sun Pingyu couldn't help but ask. Yiyang nodded. There was nothing to hide. Sun Pingyu stopped talking again. People are more popular than dead people. It was only when he was 26 that his inner strength was perfected. This kid looked like he was just an adult, yet his inner strength was at its peak. With this kind of cultivation speed, I really can't keep up. After the 2 sentences were finished, the scene fell into embarrassment again. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, and Yiyang soon heard the voices of many people rushing towards him. Senior brother, I came here with the teachers from the academy. Where are you? Zheng Yui's anxious voice sounded in the forest. Sun Pingyu's face was overjoyed, and he hurriedly shouted. Soon, the academy teachers also rushed over. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the teachers were all asleep, but when they heard that Yiyang was in danger in order to save Sun Pingyu, they all turned over. Not to mention Yiyang's talent. Just talking about Yiyang's kindness for treating their injuries not long ago, they must come. Shi Yuhu rushed to the front. He was very panicked. This is the truth. Especially when he saw the toothy wolf who died tragically along the way. He panicked even more. These giant wolves died in different shapes. Some are beaten to death by fists, some are kicked to death, and some are beaten to death by blunt weapons. Most importantly, kill them all in one hit. This is very wrong. In addition to cultivating beasts, the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain practice swordsmanship the most. And Yiyang has only shown boxing skills so far. Could it be that there is a super expert in this Namping Mountain? So Shi Yuhu was very panicked. Instead, he was not worried about those beasts, but more worried about that unknown person attacking Yiyang. Because of this, when he saw Yiyang for the first time, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and slapped him hard. You'll be fine. Fortunately, the beast must have sensed our aura and ran away. Teacher Feng nodded and was about to continue. Then he saw the huge skeleton in the middle of the clearing, and that huge, hideous tiger head. Dead. Yang Yan, who arrived after him, was also stunned. He clearly remembered every inch of fur, every pattern on this golden-eyed tiger. But now, this 7th-order fierce beast, which is comparable to a peak internal force warrior, is lying quietly in front of him, and only one skeleton remains. Zheng Yue also screamed in fright. How did you die? Yang Yin tentatively said, Sun Pingyu, did you kill this giant tiger? Sun Pingyu sighed and said helplessly, Yiyang killed it. Although everyone has such a guess in their hearts, it still feels a little unreal when Sun Pingyu said himself. Shi Yuhu knows exactly what Yiyang's cultivation is, because he just sent a piece of qi-nourishing jade to Yiyang not long ago, hoping that the latter can find his sense of qi as soon as possible and cultivate his inner strength. But now it seems that this student not only has internal energy, but also that his cultivation base has reached a very high level. Tell me honestly, what is your cultivation base now? Shi Yuhu asked seriously. Peak of inner strength. There was another breath of cold air. They have no doubts. If Yiyang didn't have the cultivation level of a golden-eyed tiger, it would be impossible to kill him. It's not that the teachers have never seen a genius, but it's the first time they've seen such a monstrous genius. You are hiding it from me. Shi Yuhu complained a little. Good. I hope to go to Beijing Academy. Yang Yin suddenly burst out laughing. He hadn't laughed like this in a long time. If Yiyang's self-created vitality pill in Madanju brought him a glimmer of light before, then the strength that Yiyang has shown now makes him see the hope of victory, become the pinnacle of inner strength in the 2nd grade. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, what other college students can keep up with? Let's go down a mountain. Shi Yuhu also laughed out loud and hugged Yiyang's shoulders, not like a teacher or student, but like 2 friends. Zheng Yue and Sun Pingyu looked at each other and smiled and followed. At the foot of the mountain, Master Ji's taxi was still parked there. This middle-aged man was obviously very trustworthy. Even though there were only more than 2 minutes left before the 1-hour appointment, he did not leave early. Seeing a large group of people coming down the mountain, Ge Guoping hurriedly stepped forward. Seeing that Yiyang was safe and sound, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It's okay. Seeing that the teacher of the academy was also here, Ge Guoping couldn't help showing a bit of the majesty of an elder. You kids said something is wrong. You insisted that you want to kill the beast. Fortunately, I didn't put my own life in it. Otherwise, wouldn't your family be heartbroken? Look, these teachers in the academy are all here to save you. In the middle of the night, don't you feel ashamed to make a move for you, a student? And killing beasts, it's not bad if the beast didn't eat you. Ge Guoping became more and more angry, as if he regarded Yi Yang as his daughter. He really dislikes this kind of contempt for life. But the more Ge Guoping said, the weirder the faces of everyone present. In the end, it was Shi Yuhu who broke the deadlock with a light cough. Master, I know that there must be goods to be delivered at this time. Please help us call a small truck to transport the skeleton of the beast back. I will give you an extra 500 yuan. After Shi Yuhu finished speaking, he pointed back. Ge Guoping nodded and looked behind him subconsciously. Hiss! He was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground without his legs. What is holding the grass? Is it the beast that ravages Nanping Mountain and eats people? The teachers are still amazing. They actually killed this beast. It's amazing. This is a big disaster for Nanping District. Ge Guoping was a little excited again. Before, his neighbor's family was taken away by this vicious beast at night. His home is in Nanping District, and the family can feel at ease when the beast is dead. Shi Yuhu coughed lightly. Master, you are mistaken. In fact, this beast was killed by Yi Yang, the little classmate. Ge Guoping was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? How could this? A man-eating beast be killed by a student? Really? Ge Guoping hesitated. Shi Yuhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it any good for me to lie to you? Hiss! Ge Guoping sucked in a breath. Yang Yin pulled Shi Yuhu to a corner. Yuhu, I will go to the martial arts class in class 3 tomorrow. Yang Yin said directly. Shi Yuhu immediately guessed what he was thinking. I know Director Yang, you plan to open a small kitchen for Yi Yang, right? Tell him about the attributes of internal energy? Yes. Yang Yin showed a relieved expression on his face. Shi Yuhu also sighed. I'm afraid this kid will soon be promoted to master of internal strength faster than me. Haha, Yuhu, don't belittle yourself. Blame Yi Yang's talent for being too evil. Even our teachers are jealous. More than 20 minutes later, Yi Yang returned to his rental house. The dog has been biting at the corner of his clothes, just wanted to eat the 7th order inner alchemy. Yi Yang rubbed his chin and thought a question. This inner alchemy, you can also use the talent of take a stone to gold to level up, right? The host is trying to upgrade the 7th order inner alchemy, and the money needed is 1.1 million Chinese coins. Yi Yang silently suppressed his thought. I'm still very short of money. Don't worry, when the medicinal power in your body is fully stimulated, I will feed you this inner alchemy. Yi Yang touched the dog's chin and smiled. The next day, the alarm clock woke him up. Sleep well. Yi Yang stretched his back. Today is the day Yin Changqing said of the hall arrangement meeting. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. If the master of internal energy can appear at the conference, then his skills can be upgraded again. Let's go to school first. Yi Yang hurried to Shangjing College and checked his inner strength on the way. After reaching the peak of Neijing, the 9 revolutions breathing exercise also slowed down. It would take at least 10 days to break through to the master of Neijing simply by relying on this skill. Therefore, Yi Yang felt that he had to find an opportunity to observe Master Neijing's method of exercise. If I remember correctly, this morning was a martial arts class. According to the progress of the course, it should be time to talk about finding qi. Yi Yang nodded slightly and walked into the classroom. In the classroom, discussions were in full swing at the moment, and Yi Yang was completely unaware of Yi Yang's approach. The pavilion meeting. This is a grand event in Beijing. After the martial arts get out of class is over, let's watch it together. A boy with freckles exclaimed excitedly. I heard that the level of the martial arts halls this time is very high. It should be a battle between dragons and tigers, which is very eye-catching. Well, the Chomping Martial Arts Hall, which has recently risen, is also very strong. This time a conference is very interesting. I think the next meeting can actually be skipped, and I will watch it after the next meeting when the technology is more advanced. Lu Quan, who had just entered the classroom at the moment, heard them talking and said suddenly, What is a meeting in the hall, and what is a meeting in the hall? A girl couldn't help asking. Not only her, but some boys also showed puzzled expressions. Brother Quan, your cousin is from the Songlong Martial Arts Academy. He must know a lot more. Tell us about it. A boy said. Lu Quan coughed lightly and said slightly, There are more than 50 martial arts halls in the entire Shanjing city. If they were to fight together, it would take a long time to fight, so the Ministry of Government issued such a regulation. Chevron_left. First of all, each district will decide the first place, and this is the meeting. Then the top martial arts gyms in all districts will start the round-robin competition, and only the 10 martial arts gyms with the highest points can win the title of the top 10 martial arts gyms in Shanghai. Wow, is the competition system so complicated? Brother Quan is amazing, the boy exclaimed. Lu Quan's mouth was modest, but he was actually very proud. His eyes swept over Yi Yang's side involuntarily, wanting to see Yi Yang's reaction. But he was disappointed. Yi Yang was expressionless and had no reaction. Lu Quan sneered in his heart. After going back yesterday, cousin Lu Wei told his father Lu Heng about this. Lu Heng immediately said that a second-year student would never catch a punch from Master Neijing. This Yang should be carrying some powerful body protection treasure. Speaking of this, Lu Heng's eyes even changed a bit. What rank is the protective treasure that can allow a 9th-rank warrior to resist the palm of the Master of Neijing? At least Lu Heng, as the owner of the Tsangla Martial Arts Hall, does not have such treasures for body protection. Why does he have Yi Yang? Lu Quan was not without envy in his heart, but also gloated at the misfortune. Yi Yang's body-protecting treasure had already been spotted by Lu Heng. This kid, he can't jump around for too long. Okay, students, let's go to class. A figure suddenly stepped into the classroom with a heavy voice. Everyone was stunned for a second, because this voice was completely different from Shi Yuhu. Yi Yang was also slightly taken aback. The person who came this time was actually Vice President Yang Yin. Yang Yin chuckled lightly. His eyes stayed on Yi Yang for a moment and pretended to scold. Can I give you a martial arts class? Just like to listen to the lectures by Chief Teacher Shi? In this class, we will search for the sense of qi. By the way, I will tell you about the cultivation of inner strength and the changes in the attributes of inner strength. Yi Yang smiled knowingly when he heard this. He had already guessed Yang Yin's thoughts. Yang Yin is a master of internal energy. From the peak of internal energy to enter the ranks of masters in the hall, what he needs is not only a large amount of internal energy, but also needs to make his own internal energy appear attributes. For example, Yang Yin himself, his body is more friendly to the fire attribute aura, so his internal energy gave birth to the fire attribute, which is called fire energy. Fire energy is a type of internal energy of the 5 elements. In addition to these 5, there are also some inherently strange attributes, such as ice energy, thunder energy, dark energy, poison energy, and so on. For other students, talking about the internal strength attribute is just to open up their knowledge in advance. But for Yi Yang, this is the road to the master of internal strength. Close your eyes, adjust your breathing, 3 long and 1 short. After hundreds of times, your body will be emptied. At this time, the small glowing dots around you are the sense of qi you can find. You can try it yourself. After narrating the history after the recovery of spiritual energy, Yang Yin returned to the topic. The students all closed their eyes and started looking. The 3-length and 1 short breathing method is not precious. This method is called the breathing method. It was developed by experts from the Ministry of Government and can be accessed by many people. The search for the sense of qi can be done at any stage of the body refinement realm. Some wealthy families, even at the beginning of the child's birth, help him find a sense of qi, and the achievements in the future will naturally be greater. I feel it, dozens of glowing little dots. Hey, I only have a few. I don't feel it at all. I found a sense of breath. Some people are happy, and some are worried. Lu Quan suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. I found hundreds of qi senses. Chevron_left. Immediately, there were many envious eyes on him. Qi sense is equivalent to inner strength qualification. The better the aptitude, the higher the achievement in the future. Yang Yin nodded slightly. Although Lu Quan had a bad personality, his cultivation aptitude was still good. Su Qingyin, what about you? Have you found your breath? He walked over to Su Qingyin and asked kindly. Su Qingyin bit her lip. President Yang, there are too many. I can't count. Hiss. Her voice was low, but people around her could still hear her. Those classmates who didn't feel the gas of fart wanted to cry without tears. Sure enough, people are more popular than dead people. Luquan's laughter came to an abrupt end. Compared to the number of others, he was very low. Yang Yin was very gratified. The air was like sesame seeds, densely packed, and Su Qingyin could reach the realm of master Neijing without hindrance in the future. Yang, how are you? Yang Yin walked over to Yang and asked softly. Yang blinked, similar to Su Qingyin. Cut! Yang Yin's majesty was placed here, and no one dared to sneer at him directly. But there are still many people showing contempt. Yu Yang's body refining realm is high, but physical aptitude and inner strength aptitude are not the same thing. A high body training does not mean that the internal energy will be high in the future. Su Qingyin can't count the number of qi senses, and you can't even count them. Why don't you go to heaven? Can two geniuses appear in a class at the same time? Yi Yang didn't tell the truth. His sense of aura is like a star, and every sense of aura exudes a dazzling light, as if illuminating the entire universe. But he was too lazy to fight. He is at the peak of his inner strength. These people haven't cultivated his inner strength yet, so there's no need to compete with these people for whose inner strength is more powerful. Next, I will tell you about the attributes of inner strength. Man is the spirit of all things, and the body is in contact with all kinds of spiritual qi, and naturally a body that prefers the 5 elements of spiritual qi appears. For example, I have a body that is inclined towards fire attribute aura, so when I was promoted to master, my internal energy became fire energy. If you want to do this, you still need a lot of medicinal pills to support, that is, medicinal pills such as the fire pill and the water pill. I'll show everyone luck. After Yang Yin finished speaking, he directly sat down and used his inner strength. His clothes stirred up, and an unintentional wind suddenly formed. The host observes Master Neijing's exercise. 9 revolutions forging breathing is upgraded to Innate Qi Method, and it will automatically reach full level. Congenital One Qi Method. Congenital One Qi. The universe is reversed. Effect. Every breath creates an inner strength. Yi Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt that the inner strength in his body was formed more than 10 times faster. Originally, it took 9 breaths to form an inner force, but now, every breath can create an inner force. He made a rough calculation, and it only takes half a day for his inner strength to be comparable to that of a new master. Yang Yin let out a low voice and clasped his hands to the center suddenly, and in an instant, a crimson flame flower suddenly appeared. Wow! The students in the audience exclaimed. The host observes the operation of fire energy. Innate Qi Method upgrades the branch skill, Hunyuan Jin, and automatically reaches full level. Hunyuan Jin. Forge the internal energy of Hunyuan and become a supreme spiritual body. Effect. The internal energy of the 5 elements is combined into the internal energy of Hunyuan, and the power is greatly enhanced. Yi Yang's face rose with surprise. Sure enough, the system never let me down. However, the price of tempering the inner strength of the primordial yuan is also frighteningly high. Yi Yang needs to refine all the 5 types of medicinal pills, such as Yuhudan, and all of them must be upgraded to the 5th rank or above. Chevron underscore left. Ring ring. The get out of class bell rang. That's it for this class. Yang Yin chuckled lightly. On the Marshall Hall Street, there's going to be the next hall meeting. You can go and have a look. It's good for you. Su Qingyin came over immediately. Yi Yang, shall we go together? I have always supported the master of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall. Okay. Yi Yang nodded. Soon, everyone from the 3rd class in the 2nd year arrived at Wuguan Street one after another. It used to be very prosperous here. People came and went, and today it is even more bustling. On the square in the center of Wuguan Street, many square arenas have been temporarily built. The ring in the center is the largest, and behind the ring is the place where the big figures in Beijing sit. In other small arenas, some men have already started to compete, and various moves have been thrown out, which won a round of applause. Where have the students ever seen such a bloody scene? They exclaimed every time they saw it. Yang lost interest after just watching it for a while. Huaquan embroidered legs, not worth mentioning. These people are all famous warriors in Shangjing City. Don't, young master, you look down on them? Lu Quan sneered when he caught a glimpse of his movements. Yang frowned slightly. Why did this guy start again? Wasn't the shock last time enough? He gave Lu Quan a cold look. Go away. Lu Quan showed anger and was about to refute when he suddenly met his eyes and suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave and lost his temper. Humph. Wait for uncle to come. See if I won't kill you. Lu Quan hurriedly walked a few steps away, sneering in the gap of the crowd. Wow, here they come. An exclamation suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, Yang saw that a large number of imposing figures stepped onto the ring and took their seats. Yang Yin is the master of inner strength, and he is also among them. TSK, Li Xuanjin, the head of the political department, is here. It seems that this conference is indeed a battle between dragons and tigers. Someone next to Yi Yang said with emotion. Yi Yang squinted his eyes lightly. The person in the middle of the stand, Siswen Wen, looked a little refined, but he did his part and sat in the middle position. This person should be the head of the political department. And the old man Lu Yinshan of the Lu Group, the chairman of Shan Guanxing of Shun Group, and the Tang family Tang, Chueshua Tang family. TSK. These are the big guys who will shake the capital every time they stomp their feet. The others seemed extremely excited and said enthusiastically. Yang was also very excited. If these people show one or two hands in front of him, I am afraid that his strength can soar in a very short time. But at the realm of the master, the moves are not easily revealed. Otherwise, what if the enemy discovers the flaws? Yang, the people from the martial arts hall are here. Su Qingyin seemed to notice something and pointed in one direction. Yi Yang looked at the reputation. The three majestic gym owners walked quickly, followed by the elite backbone of their respective martial arts gyms. In addition to Songlong and Wing Chun in Shernan District, there's also a newly emerging Chongping Martial Arts Hall, and they will also come to compete for the first place. Would you like to make a bet? Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall will definitely lose this time. Lu Quan approached again and sneered. He knew that for this victory, his uncle had spent a lot of money to invite a martial artist from another state with a peak of internal strength. On the other hand, in Wing Chun, Yin Chengqing himself was only a master of internal strength. Therefore, Wing Chun will definitely be defeated. He deliberately raised his voice so loud that everyone around him could hear it. But few people objected, because they thought so too. Compared. In addition, Songlong Fist is known for its ferocity, Wing Chun is very likely to be shaved off. That is, all three battles will be lost. This gamble doesn't really make sense. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy is planning to give him a baby again? What if Wing Chun wins? He said lightly. Lu Quan sneered. If Wing Chun wins, I will kneel down in front of the whole school and slap me 10 times. But if Wing Chun loses? Greed flashed in his eyes. Give me the cub of the spirit beast beside you. The value of a fourth-order spirit beast cub is astonishingly large. Su Qingyin was afraid that Yi Yang would be aroused, and quickly said, Yi Yang, don't promise him. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Okay, I promise. 10 slaps must be loud and clear. Qingyin, I'm going to the toilet. After he finished speaking, he left the crowd. Lu Quan sneered for a while, but for some reason, seeing Yi Yang's promise so simply, he panicked. It shouldn't be. Why should you panic when things are so stable? Yi Yang is also a fool, but he actually agreed. When he thought that he could get a fourth-order cub without any effort, Lu Quan was so excited that he almost jumped up and the panic flew to the sky. Yi Yang circled around a few times and came to a place where no one was there. He wiped it casually and changed into Yang Ye's face, striding into the crowd. Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall, why aren't your people even together? Lu Yinshan in the stands frowned. Yin Chengqing bit his head and said, perhaps the traffic jam on the road is late. Lu Heng laughed. Shun Guanxing took a sip of pu'er and said with a chuckle, Master Yin, don't do this kind of thing again, otherwise I have the right to directly sentence the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall to abstain. Lu Yinshan slammed on the armrest. Fart. You have the right to fart, which requires a vote from all of us. Shen Guanqing chuckled. Master Lu, don't be so irritable. In the ring, Lu Hong suddenly lowered his voice and laughed. Yin Chengqing, let me tell you the truth. I've already broken through to the peak of my inner strength. Yin Chengqing's pupils shrank. Moreover, I also invited a foreign aide from Jiangzhou, who is also the pinnacle of internal strength. Master Yin, you are a smart person. Do you want to continue fighting? If you really continue to fight, it's a trivial matter to lose an arm or a leg. I'm afraid that your Wing Chun martial arts hall will kill someone. Lu Heng's eyes suddenly became cruel. Yin Chengqing was trembling with anger. You? Ha ha. Master Yin really can't be joking. Lu Hong suddenly laughed again and stepped forward and patted Yin Chengqing's shoulder. We're in a good relationship. How could I kill him? Under the stage, in the area of the Wing Chun martial arts hall, Su Qingyin came here while surprised that Yi Yang had gone to the toilet and disappeared. She asked curiously, Sister Hong, where is the foreign aide invited by the owner of the Yin Pavilion? Hasn't it come yet? The serious-looking little lowly Yin Ziqiang clenched her fists. That Yang Yi is really unreliable. He can't be afraid, right? What a bastard. Sister Hong smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang doesn't look like a timid person. Maybe something really happened on the road. The first battle is Songlong and Chongping, so we should be able to delay it for a while. In the stands, Li Xuanjin slowly got up and said lightly, 3 martial arts gyms, 2 battles, 3 games. In the order of the previous draw. In the first battle, Songlong Martial Arts Hall will face Chongping Martial Arts Hall. After he finished speaking, he sat down. Chevronner's score left. The audience under the stage is gearing up to wait and see. The strength of Chongping Wu Wan is also quite good. Although it is not as good as Songlong, it is also worth seeing. Especially the owner of Chongping, Li Chongxiao. This bald man is a fierce man. When I was only a 9th rank warrior, I went to Namping Mountain alone for 10 days and 10 nights without any food. When he came out, he had already stepped into the ranks of the inner strength warrior. Such bravery and talent are beyond the reach of many people. Such a character, even if he is slightly inferior to Lu Hong, must have a wonderful battle. A total of 6 people from both sides jumped onto the ring together, and each performed a martial artist salute. Lu Hong smiled with deep meaning in his eyes. Li Chongxiao also showed his big white teeth. Immediately afterwards, the referee blew the whistle. I Chongping admit defeat. Li Chongxiao grinned, directly cupped his hands, and led people to step down. The audience under the stage. I'm Chao Nima. The big guys in the stands had different expressions. Liu Yinshan was stunned and immediately became furious. There was always a faint smile on Shen Guanqing's face. Tang Shueishue was an old man with an expressionless face. Li Xuanjin narrowed his eyes, and his eyes wandered over the 3 people in front of him. He knew that this was a 3-man game. Under the ring, Yin Chengqing was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Songlong and Chongping have already colluded. In the next match, Chongping fights Wing Chun. Songlong already has an overwhelming advantage, but they still think it is not safe enough, and they have to use Chongping Martial Arts Hall to consume Wing Chun's stamina. Extremely vicious. But Mr. Yang hasn't arrived yet. Once again, thinking about the bigwigs standing behind each family, Yin Chengqing is even more numerous. He was originally very strange. Chongping Yuan was unknown. How could he suddenly emerge in a month or 2? Now it seems that it is the Shun family and the Tang family's joint move against the Lu family. The first fight made the audience's teeth itch. It's useless to shout loudly, and I can only have greater expectations for the second game. But the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall has been slow to come on stage. As time went on, the voices of doubts grew louder and louder. What's going on at the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall? Why hasn't the 3rd person arrived yet? Are we going to fight after we leave the hall? Hey, you don't know yet. The 3rd person is usually an invited foreign aide, but Yin Chengqing's foreign aide is probably afraid. That's right. In the face of 2 peaks of internal strength, everyone should be afraid. Even Pei Hu, who was standing behind Yin Chengqing, couldn't help but say, Master Yin, Mr. Yang. Yin Chengqing reprimanded in a low voice, Mr. Yang will definitely come. The atmosphere became more and more anxious. In the stands, Li Xuanjin, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly stood up. He was about to open his mouth to announce that Wing Chun would directly admit defeat. A vigorous figure suddenly jumped onto the ring. "I am coming," Yang said lightly. "Mr. Yang is here." Su Qingyin's eyes lit up. "He's here." Sister Hong also cheered. Yin Ziqiang pouted and said nothing. The second battle, Chongping versus Wing Chun. The audience under the stage is surging, but the big guys don't care about that. The three from Chongping jumped onto the ring together, and Yongchun wanted to go up, but Yang held him down. And many more. Yang suddenly said, "What's the matter with you?" The referee asked impatiently. "I hit 3. Is it a violation?" Yang said lightly. The referee was stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone. Li Chongxiao, the pavilion owner in Chongping, was the first to laugh out loud. "Ha ha, boy, are you sick? Ha ha ha." Under the stage, all the audience showed sarcasm, contempt, and doubts. Is this person showing off his brain? Do you want to fight 3 times? Hu Cao. I've never seen someone who likes Toyota so much. And he doesn't even look at who is on the other side. That's Li Chongxiao, who stayed in Nanping Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights. Yin Ziqiang also wrinkled her pretty face. This Yang Yi. Sister Hong frowned and said nothing. Not only them, but the stand were also confused. Sheng Guanqing was stunned for a while, before smiling. "Old Lu, do you want to let your Lu family Zhang Jishur take a look at this kid? Does he have a brain attack?" "Ha ha ha." Tang Shueishu spoke for the first time. "It's the first time I've seen such an ignorant person. Lao Lu, you are very lucky." Lu Yinshan's face was full of sullenness, but he couldn't say a word. But his eyes almost burst into flames. "Damn, this is the idiot that Yin Chengqing invited from. After a while, the meeting will be over. I have to pinch you to death." Yin Chengqing hurriedly went to hold Yi Yang. "Mr. Yang, don't." The referee sneered, of course. "Okay, then I will represent the Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy and challenge the 3 of them." Yi Yang stepped onto the arena step by step. Compared with the Chongping 3 people doing a beautiful somersault to the arena, he looked inferior. "Master Yin, I understand. You must want to admit defeat, but you are afraid of losing face. So let this kid come up alone." Li Chongxiao laughed at this time. "Don't worry, Master Yin. I will definitely save face for you, and I will never beat this kid to death." He touched his bald head and laughed. There was cruelty in the laughter. Yin Chengqing's mouth twitched, and he was about to rush into the ring. The referee deliberately stood in front of him. "Master Yin, Yang has already entered the ring on behalf of Wing Chun. You don't need to. Just stay here and watch. It's cold. This is a fart. 1 dozen 3? Does he consider himself a Superman? It's the first time I've seen someone who likes to die so much. This fight is really worthless. Let's go." The audience suddenly lost their mood and had to leave one by one. This is already a match without any suspense, and there is nothing to watch. "Next, what kind of death do you want?" Li Chongxiao rubbed his fist and said with a stern smile. Yi Yang said lightly, "It's the other way around. It's you. What kind of death do you want?" Yi Yang smiled slightly. "Damn, it's really courting death." The young man standing beside Li Chongxiao couldn't help but punch. Punch out like a dragon, roll up a dust. Who is this person? He looks very fierce. A short and strong young man asked under the ring. Li Chongxiao's son Liang. It is said that he was thrown into Nanping Mountain by Li Chongxiao when he was a 9th Order warrior, and he stayed longer than his father, 14 days. His friend, the young man with glasses, replied, "TSK, TSK. I'm afraid this bragging guy can't even beat Li Chongxiao's son. Let's go." The short and stout young man waved his hand and turned to leave. Puff! Then he heard the sound of vomiting blood, followed by the dull crash of the human body falling to the ground. That Yang Yi didn't even block a punch? It seems that I overestimated him. The short and strong young man did not turn around, but shook his head. "Hey, aren't you leaving yet?" He saw his friend beside him with a look of disbelief, and couldn't help but wonder. Yang Yi was beaten by a punch? What's so surprising? "No, it's Liang. He was punched out of the ring, and he vomited blood." The young man with glasses looked horrified. The stocky young man. All the audience saw that Li Chongxiao's son, Liang, with little inner strength, slammed with Yang Yechuan. The next moment, the former flew out like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Grass the grass. This Yang Yi really has some strength. The spectacled young man nodded. I guess he also has a lot of internal strength. The short and stout young man recovered from his stunned state. Just take advantage of it. He still has to lose, and this Yang Yi has to face the furious Li Chongxiao. In the ring, Li Chongxiao gave Yi Yang a deep look. You really aren't a fool. Are you still hiding a few hands? He said with a stern smile. Yi Yang said lightly, You two, let's go together. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to Chongping. Li Chongxiao laughed angrily, arrogant. My son lost to you because he was not good at learning, but if you hurt him, you have to pay it back tenfold. Li Chongxiao shouted violently, took a step, and slammed it. The steps are like dragons and tigers, and the fists are like dragons and tigers, bringing bursts of air. Dragon and tiger steps. Dragon-tiger fist. The audience exclaimed. Finally saw the real work. The short and stout young man suddenly became proud. Li Chongxiao's 2 sets of martial arts are unique. It is said that he picked it up in a cave under the cliff of Nanping Mountain. He relied on these 2 sets of martial arts, and even the cultivation level of entering the inner strength. He fought a 5th-order adult spirit beast. The young man with glasses opened his eyes wide. So powerful? It's 1 step ahead. Isn't that right? Otherwise, how could Li Chongxiao get a piece of the pie in Shenan District and establish the Chomping Martial Arts Hall? The short and stout young man said proudly, as if he was Li Chongxiao. On the ring, facing Li Chongxiao's violent and domineering attack, Yi Yang remained motionless. Look, that guy is scared and stupid. Sure enough, my son is not good at learning, but I'm still very good. The short and strong young man was even more proud. Some viewers even covered their eyes, as if they had seen Yi Yang's tragic state. Then everyone saw that Yi Yang raised his palm. The last one came first, and he grabbed Li Chongxiao's fist. Li Chongxiao's eyes were wide open. Yi Yang's movements were too fast. He couldn't even catch it. Yi Yang smiled lightly, and his wrist suddenly turned. Kacha dash. The sound of the sleeves bursting one after another from Li Chongxiao's wrist all the way to the shoulder. Everyone looked again, and the sleeve of Li Chongxiao's entire right arm had completely burst, revealing the bloody arm underneath. Severe pain instantly enveloped the man. Get out! Hell's ghost feet! Yi Yang kicked Li Chongxiao directly in the chest, and the strength of more than 20,000 kilograms suddenly exploded, and the latter stepped down instantly. Li Chongxiao's figure rolled out a long way, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath was sluggish. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Do you still want to fight? Yi Yang pointed to the last person. The man's face turned red and white, and he finally stepped down with a fist. He is just a 4-8 invited by Chongping, and there is no need to take the risk of serious injury. Wing Chun, let it go. Yi Yang clenched his fist towards the referee and said lightly. The whole place was silent. Really? 1 pick 3. Ha ha ha. This Yang Yi does look quite strong. Lu Yinshan laughed heartily in the stands. Shen Guanqing's face was clouded. Old Lu played a good chess game, and even I was deceived. Tang Shueishue didn't speak, but the handrail that he held tightly left a deep imprint. Under the ring, Yin Chengqing and Pei Hu were extremely happy and laughed. Yin is actually so tyrannical. He and Chengqing really did not see the wrong person. Let's start the 3rd battle. My time is precious. Yi Yang glanced at the referee who didn't know what to say and said lightly. The referee took a deep breath and said helplessly, in the 3rd battle, Wing Chun versus Songlong. Lu Heng and the other 2 jumped into the ring. The surname is Yang. I have to admit that you have greatly exceeded my expectations. Lu Heng looked at Yi Yang several times, as if he wanted to see him thoroughly from the inside out. So he said lightly. Yi Yang smiled without saying a word. But everything will stop here, Lu Heng said indifferently, because my side is not 2 peaks of internal strength, but 3. In the end, the man who had been wearing the cloak suddenly took off the cloak, arousing the inner strength of the whole body. Lu Heng and the master from Jiangzhou also stimulated their inner strength. The breath of the three peaks of internal energy aroused layers of airwaves. Yin Qingqing's pupils tightened. It's you. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience onto the stage. After all, the three peaks of inner strength appear at the same time, and such a thing is not something you can usually see. Isn't that Zhao Hao? He actually came from Jiangzhou to help out. Under the ring, Sister Hong exclaimed. Zhao Hao. Yin Ziqiang's face showed extreme disgust. Who is Zhao Hao? Su Qingyan asked curiously. Sister Hong let out a long sigh. Zhao Hao was originally in Wing Chun. He is a genius. The owner of the museum even gave him the secret martial arts of Wing Chun. But after finishing his studies, he went directly to Songlong. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes are wide open. There are still such shameless people. But Zhao Hao is indeed a genius. In less than a year, he learned all of Songlong's secret martial arts. A few months ago, he was sent by Lu Hong to Tianyahai Pavilion in Jiangzhou. That was Lu Hong, where the teacher's gate is. I didn't expect Lu Hong to call him for this fight. I didn't expect that in just a few months, Zhao Hao actually stepped into the peak of inner strength. Sister Hong made no secret of her shock. On the side of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall, of course, not to be outdone, Yin Chengqing and Pei Hu have fully stimulated their inner strength, one with great strength and the other with little inner strength. But it pales in comparison. Lu Hong suddenly laughed. Master Yin, there's no point in killing us. Why don't we add a little extra? Oh, come and listen? Yin Qingqing said coldly. I just got 7 or 8 pieces of qi, nourishing jade, and a precious fourth-order dead tree heart. How about I use these as a head? Lu Hong chuckled and said, I remember, Wing Chun. The attribute of the cultivation technique is wood, right? Yin Chengqing's breathing became rapid immediately. Yes, he was moved. Although qi nourishing jade is useless to him, it is of infinite value to a martial artist at the peak of body refinement. After all, it can improve the ability to find qi sense. And the fourth-order withered tree heart is a treasure that Yin Chengqing has searched all over the capital but cannot find. With this thing, in the future, there will be no obstacles in stepping into the master realm. But he can't take this head start. The value of these things combined is enough to buy all the Wing Chun martial arts halls. Yin Qingqing was about to refuse directly. Hey, Master Yin, don't be so impatient. Lu Hong chuckled. Yin Qingqing doesn't have what I want, but he does. Lu Hong pointed at Yi Yang, then glanced at Zhao Hao. I want Shurnin Welfare Institute. Zhao Hao, who had never spoken, said lightly. Yi Yang frowned. Could this guy know that there is a spiritual vein under the grounds of the orphanage? His gaze swept to the area of Songlong Martial Arts Hall. Sure enough, Chen Guangping poured tea for Lu Wei with a dog-legged expression on his face. Feeling Yi Yang's eyes swept over, Chen Guangping sneered and returned without hesitation. Yi Yang sneered. Sure enough, when he let him go that day, he raised a calamity for himself. This Chen Guangping wants to kill. Yin Qingqing frowned. He is not a fool. Zhao Hao wants a welfare home, which naturally means that the welfare home represents a greater interest. He was about to refuse for Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled lightly, I agreed. Lu Hong was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Refreshing. I'll be waiting for your words. Then let's start. I can't wait. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang shook his head. Hold on, if I hit you 3 times and beat you to the ground, what would you say? Contempt and cruelty flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. Just a hairy boy. He is the top of the sky. That is the peak of inner strength. How dare you say 1 hit 3? If you win 3 times in one fight, the bonus I promised will be tripled. But the fourth-order dead tree heart is not Chinese cabbage. I can only convert it to the equivalent value of nourishing jade. Lu Hong said coldly. It is good. There was a hint of joy on Yi Yang's face. He just needs a lot of first-order treasures. If you give him high-level things, he will not be happy. As long as you are lucky with the talent of turning stone into gold, Tier 1 treasures can also go straight to Tier 9. In contrast, the upgrade cost of high-level treasures is too expensive. Mr. Yang, do you really want to do this? Yin Chengqing sighed, deliberately dissuaded. Yi Yang waved his hand. The 3 peaks of internal strength. I still don't care. Lu Hong and the three of them could naturally hear the conversation here, and at this moment, they even snorted coldly, just pretending to be coercive before dying. Then Changqing wishes Mr. Yang a victory. Both Yan Qingqing and Pei Hu bowed deeply. It's interesting to add ahead. In the stands, Lu Yinshan sneered. Old man Lu, do you want to play a little more? Shen Guanqing suddenly laughed. Let's hear it. Lu Yinshan said coldly. The two iron mines in Xifang district. Tang Shueishua said directly. The 100 acres of spiritual fields in Yutian district. Shen Guanqing said at the same time. Lu Yinshan's old eyes widened. Come on, are you a head starter? Is to take out the old bottom to give it a try. The two iron mines in the four directions have already produced profound iron steel at a depth of 100 meters. It will definitely be the first choice for warrior weapons in the future. The 100-acre spiritual field in Yutian is a treasure that the Shun family has been operating for more than 10 years. It is rich in spiritual energy and is dedicated to the diet of internal strength warriors. The income accounts for almost a quarter of the Shun family. Lu Yinshan suppressed his rapid breathing and said, What do you want? My Shun family and Tang family will also have a share of the management rights of Ling Beast Mountain and Shanjing. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Lu Yinshan's mouth twitched. He was a little hesitant. A few years ago, he was the elder of Spirit Beast Mountain, so he could easily obtain the exclusive right to operate Spirit Beast Mountain in Shanjing. With this authority in hand, the trade of spirit beasts in the Shanjing area is fully included. But he is also envious of the two iron mines and the 100 acres of spiritual fields in the Jade Fields. Old Lu, don't you dare? Shen Guanqing knew Lu Yinshan's temper and said deliberately. Lu Yinshan was suddenly furious, who said that I dare not. Isn't that the right to operate? I was also the elder of the Spirit Beast Mountain back then, and even if I export it, I can still get it back. Bet. He slammed the armrest. Shen Guanqing and Tang Shueishua looked at each other and saw the smiles in each other's eyes. Li Xuanjin watched from the sidelines. He was the head of the government branch, and he was a detached role in Shanjing. He just needed to stabilize the overall situation. Yi Yang nodded lightly and strode onto the ring. The referee blew his whistle with the consent of both parties. Attack! Almost at the same time, Lu Hong shouted violently, and the three of them jumped up in an instant. It seemed that they didn't want to give Yi Yang the slightest chance. Lu Hong was at the forefront, and he threw 6 punches in the blink of an eye. The sound of waves hitting the reef seemed to sound in the air, and the breeze blew through, as if it was filled with the salty and humid atmosphere of the ocean. On the left is a master from Jiangzhou. He is just an ordinary palm, but it is full of meanings that cannot be avoided and cannot be stopped. If the boxing continues to accumulate, even if there is a hill in front of you, I will blow you up. On the right is Zhao Hao, who has carried the name of a genius for more than 10 years. He is also the only person who holds a weapon. In his hand, he has an épée without a front, but he split 3 swords in the blink of an eye. These 3 swords, one sword is more tyrannical than the other, just like the back waves pushing the front waves to form a huge tsunami. The 3 of them performed in unison, covering Yi Yang's whole body with all the key points, like mercury pouring down the ground. This eldest apprentice Lu Hong is amazing. That's the 6th order Canglong swordsmanship, right? He actually learned it all. Shen Guanqing laughed. The guy in Jiangzhou is not bad. His understanding of palms is almost unparalleled. If he cultivates for more than 10 years, he will be a generation of martial arts masters in the future. Tang Shueishua said lightly. Lu Yinshan didn't speak because Yi Yang Fart didn't act, so he couldn't brag out of nothing. Are you really confident or fake? Lu Yinshan stared at Yi Yang and muttered, Is this your trump card? On the ring, in the face of 3 tricky and sharp attacks, Yi Yang just glanced at him casually and frowned. This kind of attack can't even penetrate my defense. Shizzy mad. Lu Hong snorted coldly and was about to sneer. Then he felt that his fist seemed to hit the hardest alloy steel plate, and it was rebounded abruptly. The Jiangzhou master felt as if he had hit the towering Mount Tai, and he couldn't shake it. Zhao Hao felt the deepest feeling, because his three waves failed to defeat Yi Yang's defense. But the tiger's mouth with his sword was shattered. Hiss! The audience under the stage gasped in unison. What's the situation? Three peaks of internal energy are besieging one, but they don't break the defense at all. What kind of monster is this Yang Yi? Above the stand, Li Xuanjin also narrowed his eyes, glanced at Shen Guanqing and Tang Chuexue, and the corners of his mouth showed playfulness. Things seemed to be moving in an uncontrolled direction. Now that you're done fighting, it's my turn. Yi Yang looked around the three and suddenly moved. Between his feet, there seems to be a layer of misty smoke, and afterimages are drawn between his figures in an instant. Smoke from both feet. This is a vision that can only be found in the martial arts of the 8th rank and above. Lu Yinshan suddenly patted the handrail and exclaimed in surprise. Shen Guanqing's face was gloomy. Tang Chuexue took a few serious glances, and he always felt that this movement was familiar. Before the Jiangzhou master could react, he felt that a pair of fists were suddenly imprinted on his waist, like a tidal wave, and each blow contained extremely strong power. In his rush, he could only barely resist. But every time he resisted, the qi and blood in his body would become more and more tumultuous. After receiving the fifth palm, he directly spit out a large mouthful of blood and flew out. Only then did Lu Heng react, and he directly threw Song Lang's sixth punch. The violent inner strength burst out. Kegang wraps his fingers softly. Yi Yang pointed out a finger, but it seemed to be a flexible piece of training, dissolving Songlong's fist into nothingness. The next moment, his fingers stabbed Lu Heng's chest like lightning. The latter flew out in an instant, spewing out a huge plume of blood. There was another breath of cold air onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, Lu Heng and that Jiangzhou master were both beaten away. This Yang Yi is so terrifying. It seems that Master Lu underestimated you. But everything should end here. Zhao Hao suddenly whispered, I am determined to win the spiritual vein of Shernan Welfare Institute. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed out a shocking sword energy. Songlong's swordsmanship, open sea style. A sword opened the sea. In the stands, many bigwigs got up one after another. Li Xuanjin said solemnly, this open sea style is the secret sword move of Tianyahage, and it is said that it is also the starting style of the lost Tianyahai sword technique. Back then, the master of the Kaishan Pavilion of Tianyahai Pavilion was facing the enemy on the bank of the North Sea, and with one sword, a 100-meter tsunami was rolled up. Lu Yinshan also said in a deep voice. Shen Guanqing was amazed. This kid Zhao Hao is amazing. No wonder he can be called a prodigy once in 100 years in Beijing. Lu Heng also knows how to choose. Such a genius should be sent to Tianyahai Pavilion and cannot be buried in his small martial arts hall. Tang Chuexue nodded. The bosses were all startled, and the audiences under the ring were all gasping for breath, not even daring to make a sound. I'm afraid that my own voice will attract the murderous intent of the tsunami sword energy. Wing Chun martial arts are all in the same vein, such as mourning a concubine. Yin Chengqing couldn't help lowering his eyes. He dare not look. Mr. Yang. Su Qingyin clenched her fist tightly. Yang Yi had taught her several tricks, and she was half a teacher, but she could only stand in the audience and watch the teacher face the great danger, and the feeling of powerlessness in her heart became stronger and stronger. The host observes high-grade swordsmanship. Basic sword is upgraded to end-of-the-world sword art, and it is automatically full. Tianyahai Jianju, I have a sword that can open rivers, lakes, and seas, and I have a sword that can move the heavens and the earth. Effect: a sword is stronger than a sword, and a sword is heavier than a sword. Yang raised his brows. The palm of the hand is facing the sword energy. Is this guy crazy? Use your palm to resist weapons. Grip the grass. I'm really tired of living. It's over. The next scene is not suitable for children, so don't watch it. Under the eyes of the public, Yi Yang's palm suddenly grabbed the sword. Zhao Hao, I was ready to launch the powerful sword, but you actually held it. The host uses the palm of his hand to grab the opponent's weapon, and this swimming bagwazang is upgraded to the star catcher and the moon hand, and the level is automatically full. Pick the stars and embrace the moon. Go up to 9 days to pick up the stars of the blue sky. Go down to the 4 seas to catch the moon in the water. Effect. After casting, there is a high probability of taking away the opponent's weapon. Yi Yang's palm suddenly exerted force, and all of a sudden he snatched the frontless épée from Zhao Hao's hand. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately obtained all the information about this épée. No front, 8th order treasure, one of the 10 famous swords in Tianya Hage sword washing pond. Effect. Inflict more damage to opponents whose vigor is less than your own, and greatly strengthen the domineering and fierce martial arts. Good stuff. Yi Yang was slightly overjoyed. Zhao Hao became angry. You return Wu Feng to me. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Famous swordsman chooses the master. Zhao Hao is almost so angry that he spurted blood. Choose the master? Lord Anima, this is my stuff. He's about to grab it after he's finished. Yi Yang slapped a sword casually, and the body of the sword slapped directly on Zhao Hao's chest. The giant force of more than 30,000 kilograms suddenly erupted, and the latter flew directly more than 20 meters away, marking a long trace on the ground. This frontless directly strengthened the strength of more than 10,000 kilograms. The whole place was silent. Ha 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 ha. Good job, Yang Yi. Wing Chun Martial Art Hall is awesome. Lu Yinshan laughed unceremoniously, not caring about the faces of Shun and Tang at all, and his loud voice spread throughout the square. The faces of Shun Guanxing and Tang Chuexue were instantly gloomy, as if water were about to drip. The referee's lips trembled, and he didn't dare to speak. Even if he doesn't know what Zhao Hao's sword is called, but he is very close, he can feel that this move is very powerful, as if I was alone in the face of a tsunami dozens of meters high. What's more terrible is that this sword chi has not yet fully formed. Once fully formed, no matter who you are, kill it with one sword. But things are so jaw-dropping. This Yang Yi grabbed the woofing épée with one hand and took it away directly. This terrifying sword move was naturally dissolved into the invisible. Let's announce the results. Yi Yang said lightly and glanced at the referee casually. The latter's legs trembled, and when he met Yi Yang's eyes, he was inexplicably flustered. The third battle, Wing Chun against Song Long, Wing Chun wins. He took a few deep breaths before saying the sentence in full. Yang Yi is awesome. No one said a word on the field, but Yin Ziqiang's little lowly suddenly screamed. Her face flushed. Sister Hong gave little lowly an angry look, but she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Yin Qingqing looked at Yi Yang, and until now, his eyes were still unbelievable. A game that must be defeated turned out to be like this, turned defeat into victory. Yi Yang strode to Lu Heng. Master Lu, as the Songlong Martial Art Hall, you're on the side of Megatron, so you probably won't default on your bills, right? He used his inner strength, and the sound was like adding a tweeter. Lu Heng covered his chest, the corners of his mouth twitching. I'm not a man who breaks his promises and gets fat. The stuff will be delivered to the Wing Chun Martial Arts Museum in a few days. But Lu Heng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. How long do you think the secret of the spiritual vein under the Shernan Welfare Institute can be concealed? His voice was also very loud and spread throughout the square. Ordinary people may have no concept of what spiritual veins are, but all the bigwigs in the stands suddenly got up, especially Li Xuanjin. Zhao Hao didn't lose his composure just now, but this time he lost his composure. Ling Mai, Yi Yang's eyes suddenly became indifferent. And you hurt Zhao Hao and took his sword. You think you can count your money with peace of mind? Stop dreaming. Tianya Hage will come to you. They're not a group of people who like to reason. Don't worry. Lu Heng laughed. Chun Guan Pingyuan, who was pouring tea and water, was a little flustered, but he calmed down when he heard Lu Heng's words. Ha ha, Yang Yi, I said long ago that spiritual meridian is a mere peak of your internal strength. You can't keep it. You are destined to fail miserably. Yi Yang looked over with cold eyes, and Chen Guanping felt cold all over his body. It was only then that he realized that this Yang Yi was a ruthless man who instantly defeated the 3 peaks of Songlong's internal energy in 1 hit and 3. Chen Guanping immediately lowered his head, looked at his nose and heart, and was more obedient than a tortoise. Ministerly, if I remember correctly, Master and EI Gene can have spiritual veins, right? Yi Yang suddenly looked up at the stands. Li Xuanjin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. This is a rule set by the Ministry of Government. Master Neijing can already establish a school, and naturally he can have spiritual veins. If a master of internal strength opened the mountain gate, and it turned out that he did not even have the most inferior spiritual veins, he would be laughed out of his mouth. I have a real estate certificate from Shernan Welfare Institute. Also, I'm Master of Inner Strength. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he completely released his inner strength without concealment. The milky white internal energy rolled out, filling the air for 100 paces. Inner strength is released. He is really a master of inner strength. Lu Yinshan slammed the armrest. Shen Guanqing and Tang Chuishue's eyes became more gloomy. Li Xuanjin's expression also changed. Even if this Yang Yi doesn't have the inner strength attribute, he is just a new master, but he is the inner strength master after all. And becoming a master of internal strength means that this Yang Yi has come to the top of the power in Shanjing. Am I qualified enough to have a spiritual vein? Yi Yang's voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the square. With his hands on his back, he looked up at the 4 people in the stands. Obviously looking up, Li Xuanjin felt that the other party was looking at him condescendingly. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Government, plus you have the real estate certificate of the Welfare Institute, Master Yang, you're qualified. Anyone must not embezzle the property of a master of internal strength without any reason. Otherwise, it will be like a war with the Ministry of Government. Li Xuanjin said solemnly. He said this to dispel the thoughts of the Shun and Tang families. Okay, in the future, I will go to Beijing and add another master. Mr. Liu was overjoyed. After all, the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall is his lineage, and Yi Yang's becoming a master of internal strength means that the strength of the Liu family has grown again. I announce that Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall won the first prize and will represent Shernan District to participate in the Shangguan meeting. Li Xuanjin took a deep breath, and his voice spread throughout the martial arts street. The audience under the ring burst into applause. These fights today are really exciting. The next 2 games were all 1-on-3, and all of them were a Jedi comeback under the circumstances that everyone was not optimistic. This is what audiences love to watch. Hey, the Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy won. Hey, where are the people? The young man with glasses cheered and was hooked. Among the crowd of Shanjing College, Lu Quan can't wait to find a crack to get in. Damn, that Yang Yi is actually capable of turning the tide and turning defeat into victory. As soon as he thought of the rhetoric he made not long ago, his face turned ashen, and he immediately planned to slip away while no one else was paying attention. Lu Quan, what's the matter with you? Don't you understand the truth of willingness to admit defeat? Su Qingyin shouted loudly on purpose, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Quan lowered his head, his eyes full of resentment. Damn, this Su Qingyin really had an affair with Yi Yang. He actually helped him deliberately mess with me. In the ring, Yi Yang also noticed this and couldn't help but smile. He declined Yin Chengqing's kindness, declined the invitation to the dinner table from Li Xuanjin and Lu Yinshan, and found a reason to leave. He doesn't like this kind of fake party. What he likes is the nourishing Qi Jade that Lu Hong will send next. On the street of the martial arts hall, the discussion about Master Yang Yang was in full swing, but this Master Yang had already returned to his rental house and fell asleep. Because Mr. Mo had just finished the thesis conference, he probably couldn't come back, so Yi Yang got up the next day and went straight to the classroom. Don't miss today's refining class. The mustard seed ethereal crystal was still lying quietly in his arms, and Yi Yang couldn't wait to make it into a mustard seed treasure. He came to the classroom and glanced at it, but Lu Quan didn't even dare to come to school. probably because he was afraid. Hey, did you watch the next hall yesterday? Yang Yi from the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall is so awesome. Yeah, he beat Chongping and Songlong by himself. And he even dared to snatch that Zhao Hao's weapon. It's amazing. More importantly, he has yet to show his full strength. Because he has reached the last minute, he has released his inner strength to show his realm as a new master. Such people are really awesome. Even though it happened yesterday, the students who came to the classroom early still couldn't bear their temper and discussed in groups of 3 or 5. Speaking of rising, even dancing, wishing to replace himself in Yang Yi and blow up 2 martial arts halls in the ring. Yi Yang was amused, but did not participate in it, but conceived of the method of refining the mustard seed treasure in his mind. Su Qingyan came over and frowned. Yi Yang, what happened to you yesterday? No one was there from the beginning to the end, and you don't even participate in their chat with Master Yang. Do you look down on Master Yang? Su Qingyan hummed softly. Yi Yang touched his nose slightly embarrassedly. I look down on myself? Okay, students, be quiet. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly walked in. Yi Yang frowned. Isn't the alchemy class? Why did Qianming from the alchemy department come in? And why is Shun Linfeng following behind him? Facing the doubts of the classmates, Qianming smiled and said, Mr. Dong from the refining department is ill and can't come to the class, but the dean of the teaching has to come to the class today. I can't help it, so I will do it for you. Of course, students don't need to question my level of refining, because in addition to being a 5th-order alchemist, I am also a 4th-order refining master. As for this one, as everyone knows, it's classmate Shin Linfeng from the 3rd grade. He came here to train his crafting skills and prepare for the crafting conference in the future. Shin Linfeng, say hello to everyone. Shin Linfeng showed a warm smile. Hello, everyone. Wow, it's young Master Shun. TSK. Good talent is a bullshit. The teacher has brought him with him. The students talked a lot and made no secret of their envy. Qian is obviously quite proud of this. The alchemy and refining tools go hand in hand, and they are all highly accomplished. This is his unique aptitude for Qianming. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by Mo Danqing at the beginning. Furthermore, he is also proud to be able to teach such talented students as Shun Linfeng. Qianming glanced casually and frowned when he saw Yi Yang in the corner. This student, he still has a fresh memory. Back in the Modern Curie, Yi Yang succeeded in refining the Yuhua pill and took away a place to participate in the pill refining conference. He is still a little annoyed to this day. Alchemy qualifications are good, right? Alchemy evildoer, right? It doesn't matter. One person can't do everything. People with high IQ are not necessarily high in emotional intelligence. People who are good at refining alchemy are not good at refining tools. Mo Danqing is a good example. His talent in alchemy is unique, but his life is a mess. Today, in this refining class, I want to convince you. Do not. My student Shin Linfeng will convince you. Qianming thought for a while and suddenly had an idea. Mr. Dong has already told everyone about the refining of 1st-order treasures. I will play some tricks today. Let's talk about the refining of 2nd-order treasures directly. I believe that if you master the refining of Tier 2, you will definitely be able to capture Tier 1 in the future. The most important part of the refining is the formation. Qian Mingshui drew a formation on the blackboard. Who can tell me what this formation is? No one in the classroom can answer. After all, this is a 2nd-order formation. Yi Yang just glanced at it and didn't look again. He already has the skills of high-level refining, and the formations below the 6th level are the same as the problems of elementary school students in his eyes. Qianming shook his head deliberately. Shun Linfeng, tell me your understanding of this formation. Shun Linfeng nodded. This is a 2nd-order formation, a divine formation. This formation can be divided into 3 1st-order formations, namely the spirit-inducing formation and the 2 wind-generating formations. The role of the spirit-inducing array is... As he spoke, he pointed it out on the blackboard. Oh, so that's what I'm saying. It looks familiar, but I can't tell what it is. A student suddenly realized. As expected of the all-around scholar Shin Linfeng, he's really amazing. He speaks so thoroughly. The students nodded. Qianming nodded in satisfaction. But when he saw Yi Yang in the corner, still looking like he was wandering in the sky, he couldn't help being annoyed. Yi Yang, what are you doing? If you don't listen to lectures in class, do you still take your teacher seriously? He yelled loudly. Shun Linfeng pursed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Qingyin put down her pen and frowned. What does this teacher Qianming mean to target Yi Yang? Yi Yang recovered from the design of the mustard seed treasure, looked at the formation on the blackboard, and frowned. This formation is too simple, he said lightly. The students were stunned. Yi Yang, what are you talking about? Too easy? It's too simple. Doesn't the whole class know about it alone? This is a formation that even Shuaba, Su Qingyin, doesn't know about. Shun Linfeng smiled without saying a word. Qianming sneered and said, does the second-order formation seem too simple? Okay, I'll write a difficult one for you, but I'll see if you can do it. After he finished speaking, he immediately wrote an extremely complicated formation on the blackboard, occupying half of the blackboard. This is the most difficult one of the third-order arrays, including 4 second-order arrays and 10 first-order arrays. Come on, tell me, what kind of formation is this? Qianming raised his volume and yelled loudly. Young people, don't be too impetuous. Don't think that you will be free if you have made some achievements in other areas. You are not omnipotent. You only have a little talent in alchemy. In the aspect of refining, you have to study honestly and earnestly. It's a bit ugly to say you can't even reach 1/10 of Shun Linfeng's refining level. Did you know? Shun Linfeng passed the third-order refiner's certificate 3 days ago. The more Qianming said, the more proud he became. There is also a hint of self-satisfaction on Shun Linfeng's face. Now that he is a Tier 3 item refiner, when it comes to the competition between the famous schools and the item refining conference, he will definitely amaze the audience. This is him, Shun Linfeng. Alchemy, refining, cultivating beasts, and discussing martial arts. Almighty, what kind of rubbish array is this? The lightning strike array in the lower left corner should be removed and replaced with a lightning array. In this way, the power of the entire lightning array will only be reduced by half, but the safety will be greatly enhanced, and it is almost impossible to leak electricity anymore. Yi Yang frowned and said, an amazing word. The students exclaimed, hold the grass. You actually said that this is a garbage formation? You must know that the ones written in the textbooks are all the formations that the refining masters have been proving for many years. These arrays are the most concise and optimal representatives. Now Yi Yang actually said that this formation was rubbish. Do you despise those powerful refiners? The smile on Shun Linfeng's mouth grew stronger. He was very happy to see Yi Yang's arrogant appearance. The more arrogant you are, the more miserable you will be when you fall. Qianming was about to scold, but subconsciously went through Yi Yang's words in his mind. But it seems it really works. There was a hint of excitement on his face, but he quickly hid it away. No one knows better than him what the situation will be after the improvement plan for this formation is proposed. Qianming's current mood is the same as Mo Danqing's back then. The only difference is that he wants to grab Yi Yang's results. Shut up. How dare you question the formation in the textbook? In your eyes, do you still have those senior refiners who have overcome all obstacles and pioneered the way? Qianming scolded sharply. Yi Yang frowned. Mr. Qianming, if you don't have advanced knowledge to talk about, I'll go to the library to read by myself. He didn't take the improvement of this third-order formation to heart. What he cares more about is whether Qianming can talk about some advanced knowledge of weapon refining. Going to the library to read is the last resort, because the most profound knowledge will never be placed in the library. How arrogant! Shun Linfeng finally couldn't help sneering. Su Qingyin also frowned slightly, but for some reason, she felt that Yi Yang's words were full of confidence. It seems that in his eyes, those powerful weapons refiners can only catch up in the blink of an eye. The students were not happy. What kind of character are you, Yi Yang? Arrogant to the limit. Didn't you just become the ninth-order body refiner? Wasn't it because Mo Danqing took a fancy to him and became his disciple? What's so cool about you? What's the matter? I came a little late. How did it become like this? A serious voice suddenly sounded at the door of the classroom. This is a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, about 40 years old. His eyes are very sharp. A smile immediately appeared on Qianming's face. President Wu, you have come. I don't know either. This kid seems a little too proud to enter Lao Mo's alchemy room and doesn't take my class seriously, Qianming pretended to say. To tell the truth, when the teacher is at this point, I feel like a failure. As a teacher, I can't arouse students' interest in learning. Dean Wu, I'm not going to take this class. He lowered his head, as if really ashamed of himself. Who are you not coming? Am I going? Wu Jingyu gave him a cold look. He had just returned from a business trip in Jiangzhou, and he didn't know much about what was going on in the academy. Qianming was his direct descendant. He came to listen to the class because he wanted to know what happened recently in the academy. This student was spotted by Mo Danqing and was admitted to the alchemy room? Interesting. Wu Jingyu looked at Yi Yang seriously, and then said lightly, as a student, respect for knowledge should come first. The teacher is the one who imparts knowledge, so you shouldn't disrespect him. You think what teacher Qian teaches in class is too simple, and you want to listen to some advanced things, but you ask yourself the knowledge, can you really understand it? Young people, when the basic knowledge is not good, don't be too ambitious, or you will fall miserably. You don't have a complete grasp of basic weapon refining theory and advanced weapon refining theory. What I said is a bit harsh. You are not worthy of mastering more advanced knowledge now. Yi Yang frowned. I have mastered the theory of advanced weapon refining in modern Curie. I just want to see something deeper and don't want to repeat it a second time. Wu Jingyu's pair of sword brows suddenly wrinkled together. Qianming sneered when he heard the words. Naturally, there is profound knowledge. I'm afraid you will be scared. President Wu went to Hangzhou to participate in the workshop on refining weapons. He discussed various ancient methods of refining. If you talk about the skills in refining, the entire academy can't find a second person who is stronger than President Wu. Yi Yang sneered, oh, I can't see it. Wu Jingyu was also agitated. Your student is really arrogant. Don't take me, the dean of teaching, in the eyes of you at all. If even a student of yours can ride on my head, how will I, Wu Jingyu, have a foothold in the artifact refining world in the future? Mo Danqing. I can't touch you. Can I touch your students? Wu Jingyu took out a thick tome directly from the briefcase, and the cover was even forged with metal, with a bronze luster flowing. This book is called 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers. It was compiled by Dean Jiyan of Yindu University's Refining Institute in conjunction with master refining masters from more than a dozen key universities across the country. The book records in detail the experiments, recipes, and conjectures of a large number of ancient sects of refining and refining. This is the #1 classic in ancient artifact refining. When you graduate from the academy and enter the university, this will be one of the most profound knowledge. Even I can't understand it all. If you really have the ability, you can read this book within a month and read it thoroughly. Otherwise, give me an artifact refining class obediently. Obediently apologize to teacher Qian. Wu Jingyu put his hands on his back and said coldly, read this book in a month? Even the most genius of the artifact refining evildoer can't do it. The next door Hanjiang Academy is recognized as a genius in the artifact refining world once every 100 years. In the 3rd grade, he entered the ranks of 6th-order artifact refining masters, and he almost stood at the pinnacle of the entire Chinese youth artifact refining world. Is he cool enough? But he admitted that it would take at least half a year to fully integrate this classic. You are an ordinary second-year student. How can he read through in a month? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He strode to the podium, opened 100 Refinements, 1,000 Hammers, and started reading directly. He turned the book at a very fast speed, and in the eyes of others, it was like watching flowers on a horse. Wu Jingyu laughed in anger. Yi Yang, read it thoroughly, not finish it. Take this book seriously for me. This is the bloody work of the vast number of refiners in China. Yi Yang completely left his voice behind. He has a discerning eye and can read faster than before. Even 1 eye in 10 lines is a very low-level metaphor. In more than a minute, Yi Yang turned to the last page. The host reads the book of 100 Refinements and 1,000 Hammers, and the high-level refiner is upgraded to ancient refiner, which will automatically reach the full level. Yang was overjoyed. I finally learned the skill of ancient artifact refining. He pondered a little and immediately came up with 5 or 6 plans for refining mustard seed treasures. Yang put it down and left immediately. Wu Jingyu was almost out of anger. What do you mean? I gave you a month to read this book, and you read it in a minute in front of me. Are you still skipping class in front of me? Do you still look down on me, the dean of teaching? You stop for me. Wu Jingyu was so angry that he directly released his inner strength and was about to stop Yi Yang. He can sit firmly in the position of teaching dean, and naturally, he has his own strength. Wu Jingyu is also a master of inner strength. Yi Yang frowned. He is now rushing to refine the mustard seed treasure, and he has no time to gossip with boring people here. You, Wu Jingyu, are a master of internal strength, but you're a little unqualified to stop me. Stop! Wu Jingyu, what are you doing to my students? An old and determined voice suddenly sounded. Mo Danqing ran directly to protect Yi Yang, glaring at Wu Jingyu. His gray hair fluttered like an angry old lion. Wu Jingyu's face changed several times, and suddenly he laughed, and his inner strength also restrained. Yo, Mo Lao, have you come back from Yindu? Don't you rest on the road? Don't hurt your body. Mo Danqing sneered. If I delay, wouldn't I allow Yi Yang to be bullied by you? Qian Ming shouted from the side. Bullying? Mr. Mo, you can't favor Yi Yang. It's clear that he despised the class first, then ignored Dean Wu and skipped class in person. If you don't educate such a student well, how can I keep my study style in Beijing College? Shen Linfeng also pretended to be heartbroken at this time. Mr. Mo, we can't sit back and watch the style of study be so corrupted. Dean Wu is just too angry, but he is worried that Yi Yang is your student, so he makes this decision. Su Qingyan pouted. Why didn't I find out before that these people's acting skills are so good? The level of wearing high hats to others is also a set. Mo Danqing didn't turn around to question Yang at all, but said directly, Yi Yang won't do such a thing, and I won't allow you to use force against Yi Yang. He had just returned from Yindu, and Yang Yin had not had time to tell him that Yi Yang was already at the peak of his internal strength. But even if Mo Danqing knew about Yi Yang's cultivation, he would still protect Yi Yang unconditionally. Yi Yang's heart trembled slightly, but he didn't speak. Okay, I didn't see what happened before, and I don't care, but what's the matter with you flipping through this book in 1 minute, and then skipping class in front of me? Wu Jingyu said sharply. Yi Yang said lightly, I have finished reading this book, and am going to the refining room to start refining. Ha ha ha. Okay. The more Wu Jingyu listened, the more angry he became, but he laughed in anger. I read the blood-vomiting works of more than a dozen master craftsmen in 1 minute. Yu Yang, you are indeed a genius. Qian Ming, go and bring a refining table. I want to watch this classmate refining on the spot. You can take the materials as you like, but I want to see what you can make. Wu Jingyu's voice was full of anger. Qian Ming was about to get the refining table. Yang said lightly, wait. Huh? Are you going to admit your mistake? Wu Jingyu narrowed his eyes. I need 2 kilograms of black iron, 1 kilogram of black sandstone. Yi Yang didn't pay any attention to him, and a bunch of materials popped out of his mouth. The more Qian Ming heard, the more frightened he became. Damn, these materials must add up to more than 1 million Chinese dollars. He couldn't help but turn his eyes to Wu Jingyu. Wu Jingyu said solemnly, what trick are you playing? This is the Academy's refining room, not your warehouse. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Didn't President Wu just say that I can take the materials at will? Wu Jingyu took a deep breath. Materials worth more than 1 million cannot be treated as child's play. If you don't refine treasures above tier 3 today, you don't want this $1 million academy. I want you to drop out of school on your own. Wu Jingyu's sharp eyes stared straight at him. Since this Yi Yang is a student of Mo Danqing, I don't care if you are a genius or an idiot. Just cut the mess and kick you out of the academy. Mo Danqing suddenly showed anger. Wu Jingyu, Yi Yang chuckled. But what if I made a third-order treasure or a treasure higher than the third order? Wu Jingyu sneered. Then I will use my reputation to guarantee that all the material warehouses of the Academy are open to you unconditionally, and you can use any materials you want. After he finished speaking, he even took out a black card. This black card represents the pass certificate for all the warehouses of the Academy. Yang raised his brows. Okay, I promise. Qianming, go get the materials. Wu Jingyu said coldly. Qianming nodded, and a moment later, the refining table and materials appeared in the classroom of Class 3. Yang was about to walk up when Mo Danxin grabbed his arm and whispered, Yang, can you really do it? If it doesn't work, I'll take out my trump card. With the Medal of Honor issued by the Ministry of Government, Wu Jingyu wouldn't dare to challenge him. The old man's voice was full of concern. Yang felt warm in his heart and said seriously, Mr. Mo, just wait here and watch a good show. Mo Danxin gave him a deep look. Okay. The refining table is placed in the center of the classroom, and the students are all on the periphery, stretching their necks to look in. You said, does Yang really understand what 100 alchemy tome? He can refine weapons? A freckled girl asked curiously. Come on, didn't you see Yi Yang's movement of flipping the book just now? He can see a ghost. I guess this guy is already riding tiger. He is thinking about how to admit his mistake. A boy who deliberately kept his ponytail curled his lips. Hey, Yang is actually a good person, but he likes to pretend too much. If he hadn't said that the formation was too simple, he wouldn't have evolved to this stage. A girl with glasses sighed. Hey, Qingyan, what do you think? Su Qingyan recovered from her stunned state. I think he can do it. She always feels that there is a strange magic in Yi Yang now. Everything he said was true. Although Su Qingyan knew that this was absolutely unbelievable, she really felt that Yi Yang had completely mastered the Dharma of 100 refinements and 1,000 hammers in a short period of time just now. A person without self-confidence cannot be so calm from start to finish. Chevron underscore left. Yi Yang stood in front of the refining table, checking the materials and instruments methodically and tirelessly. This is a necessary step in case someone with ulterior motives deliberately destroys the material. President Wu, what exactly is Yi Yang trying to train? Qianming asked in a low voice. The materials he asked for have different properties. If you want to compare them, they're like the onion, ginger, garlic, sweet, and sour salt in the dish, and cannot be used as the main material. Wu Jingyu said lightly. As an 8th-order weapon refiner, he still has his own eyesight. So, he must have a piece of main material. What kind of treasure can a second-year student have? Qianming was stunned for a moment and said contemptuously, Don't underestimate him. After all, he is from Lao Mo, Wu Jingyu said coldly. Then, everyone saw that Yi Yang took out a crystal exuding a soft, white light from his arms. This crystal looks very strange, as if it is changing shape all the time. One moment it was a cube, one moment it was a triangular pyramid, and then it was a mess of polyhedrons. What's even more bizarre is that when I look at the past, it seems that I have been sucked in, and it will take a while to recover. This is this mustard seed ethereal crystal. Wu Jingyu's calm expression from beginning to end changed suddenly. He couldn't help but change color. As the main material for refining mustard seed ethereal crystals only appear in large spiritual veins, so they have always been extremely rare in the refining world. And the size of a fist in Yi Yang's hand is simply unimaginable. In the whole of Hangzhou, there are probably no more than 2 hands in possession of the mustard seed artifact. These people are basically little fingers or even mustard seed ethereal crystals the size of a fingernail. How could this son, Yi Neng, have such a big piece? Wu Jingyu didn't show any expression on the surface, but he was already thinking about how to grab this mustard seed ethereal crystal. This kind of treasure in the hands of one of your students is simply a waste of heaven. Only by giving it to a top refiner like me can be brought out perfectly. Then everyone saw that Yi Yang started to move. From this moment on, everyone's mouths have never been closed. What a skillful and smooth operation this is. It's just too arrogant. It's so arrogant that it makes people feel ashamed. Look at people's grasp of the heat. Look at the timing of people putting in materials. Even Wu Jingyu was a little dazed. He felt that he was not watching a second-year student refining equipment, but watching his teacher refining equipment. Yi Yang's current state is very similar to those refining masters who have been immersed in refining for decades. Call! Yi Yang lifted the lid of the furnace and glanced at the stones at the bottom of the furnace. The stone is hexagonal as a whole, with simple patterns all over its body, and in the center is a mustard seed ethereal crystal that changes shape all the time. Yi Yang's eyes were not without regret. He had previously promised that Mo Danxing could not use the shock furnace removal method when there were many people, otherwise he could improve his rank. But it doesn't matter when there is no one else. Go back to the furnace and do it again. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. The old man Mo was the most excited. He took out the crystal beads and walked over. This is something developed by the Ministry of Government to detect the aura level of an item. Some warriors with spare money will basically buy one. It is worth mentioning that the bead that Ling Beast Mountain detected the rank of spirit beasts was developed in imitation of this object. The closer you get, the more dazzling the light on the surface of the bead becomes. Knowing that Mo Danxing came to the gray gold stone, 6 golden suns rose directly from the surface of the bead. Tier 6 treasures. The whole place was silent. Being able to independently refine 6th-order treasures, in a sense, Yi Yang is already a 6th-order refiner. Wu Jingyu's voice suddenly became hoarse. I'll check again. He took out the spirit test bead and retested without giving up. But the result didn't change. This thing is a 6th-order treasure. The bloody facts are in sight and cannot be changed. Wu Jingyu was silent. After a few seconds, he threw off the black card and suddenly laughed lightly. Very good. You have really refined treasures that exceed Tier 3. It seems that my Shangjing Academy has produced another craftsman genius. However, I still say that Shangjing College is not your warehouse and will not provide you with materials for free. You have to pay for the 1 million cost of refining these 6th-order treasures. Wu Jingyu said coldly. Mo Danxing was slightly startled. You have lost the black card to Yi Yang. And do you still need materials? The warehouse is open to him unconditionally. That's for the future. I didn't say that the material fee of more than 1 million yuan was provided to him by the college unconditionally. Of course, if you can't come up with the material fee, you can choose to hand over this 6th-order treasure to the academy. Yi Yang smiled lightly. More than $1 million, it's not in my eyes. Mr. Mo, after the 2 papers are published, how much is the bonus given by the Ministry of Government? He asked casually. Mo Danxing laughed. 2.6 million, and the Ministry of Government reimbursed the travel expenses. Did you hear Dean Wu? What else do you want to say? Yang said lightly. Wu Jingyu's eyes widened, and he quickly regained his calm. That's Mo Danxing's money, not yours. Mo Danxing laughed. President Wu, what you said is wrong. I went to Yindu to attend the paper conference, but the formulas recorded in the 2 papers were proposed by Yi Yang alone, and I only played a guiding role. Mo Danxing paused. That is to say, these 1.6 million is our joint bonus. Yi Yang, of course you can use it at will. Wu Jingyu clenched his fist tightly, and then slowly released it after a long time. He didn't say a word, just turned his head and left. Old Wu walked slowly. Remember to call me next time for such a good thing. Mo Danxing laughed like an old urchin. The backers were gone, and Qiming naturally didn't dare to stay any longer, so he hurriedly chased him out. Shun Linfeng took a deep look at Yi Yang and left quickly. Ha ha ha! Yi Yang, well done. As expected of my student. Mo Danxing's face flushed with excitement. In the past, he had almost never won the dispute with Wu Jingyu, but now it can be regarded as a game back. Let's go. Go back to Mo Dan Curie. Let's have a good chat. Hey, those old guys in Yindu are not at all interesting to you. Mo Danxing hooked Yi Yang's shoulder and left directly. One old and one young, living out the feeling of a fox friend. Until they all left, there was still a group of dumbfounded students in the classroom of Class 2 and 3. What happened today was completely beyond their understanding. 100 Refinements 1000 Hammers Code, Mustard Seed Ethereal Crystal, Mustard Seed Treasure, passes to all the college warehouses, and a full 2.6 million bonus from the Ministry of Government. One after another, all of them fell on Yi Yang's head. Mo Danqing was excited and couldn't wait to tell Yi Yang what he had seen and heard about Yindu. And by the way, he took out a lot of ancient alchemy books. But at this time, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. "Is it Master Yang? I'm Zhang Jisher from the Lu Group." A familiar voice came from the phone. Yi Yang changed his voice. "What's the matter?" Mo Danqing's face is strange. Is there something wrong with his mind as a student? Why did you suddenly change your voice? Zhang Jisher said respectfully, "A batch of spirit beasts have been shipped from Spirit Beast Mountain, so my Lu Group will hold a spirit beast auction. I hope you can show your face and bring spirit beasts to attend." Yi Yang frowned. What's the point of this kind of thing? He immediately refused. The mountain master of Spirit Beast Mountain also specially sent a strange spirit beast. I hope someone can design an evolutionary path for him. The person who designs the best can choose a secret book of Spirit Beast Mountain. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He had a secret. He should have said it earlier. "Okay, time and place." Zhang Jisher said quickly, "Piyun Villa on the outskirts of the city. Where are you at 5 o'clock in the afternoon? I'll pick you up immediately." Yi Yang shook his head. "No need. I'll go over by myself." Zhang Jisher is a celebrity in Shangjing. If he comes over, the students at the academy will not explode. Mo Danqing looked regretful, and he wanted to tell Yi Yang a lot of things in his stomach. Who is the person on the phone? Why is he so ignorant? Yi Yang said hello to Mo Danqing, then patted his butt and left. Piyun Villa is located on the outskirts of Shangjing. The environment is very quiet. Of course, it is also far away. Yi Yang took a taxi and arrived more than 2 hours later. The square outside the villa was already full of luxury cars. BMW and Audi are relatively few. Porsche and Lamborghini are the most popular models. You can even see a Rolls-Royce Wraith with license plates from 1 to 8. In order to hold this spirit beast auction, the Liu family invited almost all the upper-level people in Shangjing, and even a lot of people from Hanjiang city next door. Yi Yang glanced at it casually. Almost every one of these rich and tycoons carried a spirit beast with them, including tigers and lions. At first glance, they thought they had come to the zoo. The security guard at the door had obviously seen the world and was not at all flustered in the face of such a beast. After reporting Zhang Jisher's name to the security guard at the door, Yi Yang was very respectfully invited into Piyun Villa. The interior decoration of the villa is very luxurious, and many places have master craftsmanship. Looking around, the hall was brightly lit, and all were well-dressed celebrities in suits and leather shoes. In addition, there are also some young people, all of whom have been brought by their parents with long-term knowledge and basically know each other. At this moment, they have also formed a small circle. But people like Yi Yang, who ran into the Spirit Beast auction wearing a set of casual clothes and a little black dog, were really rare and naturally attracted the attention of many people. Although no one said anything, they couldn't help but glance down at Yi Yang. Everyone is in suits and leather shoes, and you're the only one who is wearing casual clothes. Everyone is carrying tigers and lions that look awesome, but you're carrying a little black dog. Don't underestimate who you underestimate. Yi Yang was so happy that he didn't eat dinner, so he took a plate and started foraging. Just when he was about to start with a dish of Emmis caviar, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. "Is it Master Yang Yang?" It seems that only Yin Ziqiang's little loli has such a soft and cute voice.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.